Perfect. Perfect. What's going on, everybody? Of course, the webcam doesn't work immediately. It wouldn't be a Rob stream if the webcam worked immediately. That is just brutal, isn't it? Anyways, good to see you guys. So excited that you could be here. Very, very pumped up for the first, let's call it draft-oriented stream of the season. Now, for anybody who hasn't ever met me before, my name is Robert Schmitz. Nice to meet you. Excited to see you here. Normally, I cover the Chicago Bears. In this case, we're going to be covering the top two quarterbacks in the draft pool because, look, in Bears circles, there are all kinds of conversations going on right now about should you keep Justin Fields? Should you move on to some of these quarterbacks? And if you're a Patriots fan, maybe you're a Cardinals fan, maybe you're a fan of a team that thinks that Chicago wants to trade down, so you're considering trading up. I wanted to give people what I think they need, which is a chance to get a sense for what you think of these quarterbacks. Because, look, the hype machine for college football is a little ridiculous, and I think we all agree with that. You don't get to see much all 22, and the very little that you get to see is so safely guarded that, in my opinion, it ought to be shared with as many people as possible. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm hoping that I'll be able to keep this stream up. We'll see. That's the hope, right? But or for those of you who are with me right now, I'm excited that we get to go through some tape so that we can get a look at exactly what these guys are, maybe get a look at what they aren't. And we're not going to say, I'm going to try not to say the JF name as many or as much as possible, not because I've got any problem. You guys can say it. But like Akusai said, I have a bad habit of being a jinx. And so I am going in as far as I'm able to just keep this about the prospects. Now, you football junkies, now you know. And so like that's the hope that what we've got going on. And so at this point, we'll get into things, but first let's talk about why we're talking about it. Everybody point exactly what we're or exactly what the stakes are, but basically as Carolina has now gotten to 1-11, they've picked up a 1.5 game lead on the Arizona Cardinals that look relatively spicy, and for all intents and purposes at this stage of the game, Carolina would have to be +3, like they have to win 3 more games to bump themselves out underneath Arizona. Chances are very high, and Seth Walder has this at 93% based on ESPN analytics, that the Chicago Bears are going to be picking top 2 in the NFL draft next year. And that means that these quarterbacks are very likely for Chicago. But hey, we're not certain yet, so I'm not going to pretend that we are. Now, the Patriots are a real threat to stay, or the Patriots are a real threat to take number 1 away from Chicago. But for those who don't know, the New England Patriots also march into Pittsburgh to take on Mitch Trubisky and a Steelers team that I think are. I think they are also sans DJ or TJ Watt. Somebody fact check me on that. And they've got the New York Jets later in the season. Are either of these lock wins? No, but they are very possible wins compared to Carolina, who, look, I get it. Everybody's going to look at, say, New Orleans and Atlanta and probably Tampa and say, well, any of these could easily be wins. But I can't help thinking that New Orleans is not only a better team than Carolina, but they've got their home field advantage. Atlanta, the Carolina Panthers may very well beat, but Atlanta's also been pretty good at staying above water against bad teams. And then Tampa Bay here at the end of the season is going to be playing for seeding, which doesn't mean that they won't lose. Potentially, anything's possible, right? But I see the Carolina Panthers as having a rough road, honestly, to winning more than maybe one surprise game here or there. But we'll see, right? And so I don't know exactly how this is going to play out, but the Bears are certainly in strong position here at number 1. The Patriots are potentially going to take this from Chicago, but as of now, I mean, there's a reason Chicago has a 73% shot at the number 1 overall pick. They are in the driver's lane, whatever you want to call it, the fast lane. They're in the fast lane to the number 1 overall pick, and that presents all kinds of choice. Now, taking a look at Twitter, I asked you people, if you're not following me on Twitter, I need you to be. That might as well be a living resume for me. But so I asked, what quarterback do you want to see first? And we got a nice little resounding 61% want to see Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC, first things first. So we'll start with him, right? And I am better planned than usual when it comes to this draft stream, because what we're going to start with, I want to do two things for each of these two quarterbacks. Number one, I'm going to start with, call it a highlight reel of sorts, where I give you the gist of what a player is based on a couple of highlights from games that we aren't going to watch. And then we'll sit down and we'll watch a game together. Now, I've picked these games because I think both of them show I think both of these games show what these quarterbacks are good at and where these quarterbacks are a problem in both games. This is Caleb Maye versus Notre Dame. This is Caleb Williams versus Notre Dame. This is Drake Maye versus Virginia. I have two more games if I can. Now, that's the thing, Jordan. I would have shown UCLA versus USC, but I don't have that game yet. So I'm waiting on it. With Drake Maye and Caleb, I also have two backup games if the pace of this stream actually moves pretty quick, which I would sure hope that it does, because I've got a Caleb Williams game against Cal that looks really solid, and I've got a Drake Maye game against Georgia Tech where he just slings the pill, baby. But you'll also see a lot of the Georgia Tech one in his highlight reel. Let's start with the one, the only, Caleb Williams. Once I get this silly thing. We're on NFL stream. I need to get the now discussing updated. So that's going to be Caleb Williams. Let me know, guys, if Jamar Chase succeeds. I've got a fantasy playoff spot riding on whether or not Jamar Chase can produce with Browning right now. So, good. He's got 6 receptions for 28 yards. That is exactly what I wanted. It's an old school scoring, so that's not helping me at all. I hope he slings it. Anyways, keep it going. I'm really excited to talk about this because I think if you're like me, chances are you have gone a long time within this Bears ecosystem talking about these quarterbacks as more figments, right? Where you've said to yourself, oh, well, what I've seen of Caleb Williams looks really good. So who is Caleb Williams, right? Well, Caleb Williams, for those who don't know, is an absolutely gaudy throwing talent. I want to start with this play right here because to me, it's a great example of everything you've probably seen from Caleb Williams manifested into one play, right? So backing up a little bit, and it's so funny because this is the only play, of course, where the fact that my camera is where it is, it gets in the way. But going back to just what we're looking at, right? We've got a 5-wide formation. I believe it's third down, but I'll have to go back and fact check myself there. So we've got a third down situation with USC, and Caleb Williams is going to drop back in the pocket. Then he's going to move up in the pocket. Then he's going to find a way out of the pocket. He's going to identify a man streaking towards the sidelines, and he is just going to spin that thing for a reception over here along the sidelines. But it's the tight angle that I really, really love showing off because Caleb's going to, I'll take you back through the original read in here just a little bit, but watch how much Caleb's head is moving around as he plays the game. Plus, you look at this release in slow motion, like shortstop throw out of 10, plus a little bit of like kicking somebody in the face over here, and a bullet ball that paints the sideline as he falls out. You've seen these kinds of plays before. You've watched the slow motion broadcasts. But what I really love about these plays is that then when you watch what happens on the All-22, you see, okay, so we've got a third down route right here. Could Caleb thread it to the short ball? Maybe, but I would assume that Caleb is thinking that this defender is going to drive on it. He seems pretty aware of what's going on when it comes to plays like that. So then he's going to check this route right here, which is clearing space for this route. They've got another zone defender that's sitting underneath it. Caleb doesn't like that. looks back at the dig route that's coming in, wrapping around the spot route right here. There's not only a defender that does a great job staying under that, but there's a defender over the top. Now, does Caleb love throwing into tight windows? You will see some tight windows in Notre Dame, but especially against, in this case, I think it's Stanford that he makes this play against. He's not worried about him, and he's willing to hang in the pocket if he thinks he can. But what I love from this next point is that Caleb is looking for this deep route over the middle. Thank you. Thank you. It is Utah. You're right. Is Caleb is going to sink back in the pocket and help his blocker out. 79 at this point is giving up what could easily be considered pressure. But Caleb, by moving back to his left, or like backwards and a little bit to the left, is going to force the tackle or the defensive end to come around his tackle on this side. And effectively, that's going to let his tackle recover for him. Like Caleb is assisting his man as much as possible, then steps around, steps back up, gets through the hole, and obviously flicks downfield for the big completion. Now, that's more just walking you through literally one play. Let's rapid fire through a couple of sick arm angles and sweet displays of talent, if that wasn't enough for you. Because later in, I think this is also the Utah game, you get this gorgeous moonshot, hits his man right in the hands, ultimately down at the 1, but take a look at take a look at the body mechanics as he throws this ball. Barely a hitch, just forward and out. And at that point, we've thrown it from, let's say, the 39. Where do we get it to? Of course, it's the 3. So that's the 39. Let's see, 11 yards plus 47 yards equals a 58-yard bomb that just comes streaking out of his hands and paints his receiver to ultimately put USC right at the goal line. The velo on the ball is crazy, Prabat, but wildly enough, the second guy we're going to watch is going to make Caleb's ball look almost slow. Then here, let me see, is this the play that I think it is? Caleb can also throw with absolutely insane arm angle stuff. You've heard this before, but like, check this out. As Caleb is fading to his right, so he's going back and to his right, he's going to find number 4 sitting wide open. All of this film from 2023, by the way, and just flick the ball back to the open man. Easy touchdown, no problem. Watch the tight angle, and you'll see we're talking full sprint backwards to his right, and just let me throw this all the way across my body. Bang, easy touchdown. Now that's the thing, Akusai. I completely understand when you say that it won't work in the NFL, but if the guy's wide open, especially if you're getting pressure, that happens sometimes. Being able to doesn't mean you always will, but the wild thing is this isn't a one-off for Caleb. Later in the same quarter, he does it again and just finds another receiver with a throw over the top at this point that he even ear holes a linebacker and cuts this ball up behind this guy for another score in the same game. Boom. It's gorgeous. I mean, it really is. And a lot of this is all talent, right? Like, talent is one thing. As we've seen in the NFL, talent doesn't mean necessarily anything if you can't apply it. But I'm just trying to show off the highlights, the stuff that you kind of know, right? But now you get to see it in the all 22 view. And then when it comes to structure, by the way, Caleb has plenty of plays in structure. I really think so. Like, check out this play right here where let me take a look at what the routes are one more time, because ultimately the big route that you're going to see, gotcha. So you've got basically a dig right here, and then you've got a slot fade. And if his man is sitting over the top of the slot fade, you're going to convert this thing to a back shoulder ball. And look at this throw and how he drives it. This is 1st and 17. Step back, drive. Receiver up here recognizes he's throwing it back shoulder, comes back for it, boom, catch, first down from 1st and 17. I love. No, I don't think it's actually disrespectful to say Baker. The thing is, Gibby, I think Baker is so much closer to really good than he is, I don't know, really bad. There's plenty of things that have gone wrong, but man, look at the anticipation on a ball like this, because obviously with it being back shoulder, it's implicitly anticipatory, and he gets the ball to a spot where his receiver hits hits his mark, turns around, and the ball's right there. Like exactly, Jordan. I mean, you want to or you take a look at the just. Thank you so much, honey. My wife made a soup. I'll find a time to eat it. But look, if you take a look at this, he's throwing from the 42. Let's take a look at where it ends up. Oh yeah, another thing. Check out his throwing form, by the way, as we're releasing it. Is there a step forward? He steps into it, but there's no big crow hop, right? Like there's no rip. But so we throw it from the 42. We put this thing hash to sidelines at the 30. So that's a 28-yard throw. If somebody wants to do the geometry and figure out the hypotenuse, go for it. But that is a strong throw within like tape to tape, baby. Like when we're talking about getting hype over quarterbacks, it's throws like this that you see and you go, holy smokes. Like, let's see. That seems like a rare throw where he doesn't fall away. That's the thing, Ben. I would tell you that I think Caleb steps into his throw a lot. The main thing to note with Caleb Williams, and you'll see this in the game, is that he doesn't have just one throwing form. And if anything, it bites him a lot because he starts to think that he really is that dude. And somebody's got to come in. You'll see this like you'll see more on Caleb's tape where somebody's ultimately going to have to do some work to level Caleb out. Kind of like what they did or what Arizona had to try to do with Kyler Murray to remind him, okay, you do have limits, right? But he will throw on the run. I mean, you've already seen a couple examples of throws that just shouldn't be made, right? This one I put on the reel for pure arm talent. Again, so what happens on this read? Well, you've got a really, really, really deep play action scissor concept. And Caleb Williams is going to drop back in the pocket, hit the back of his drop. I love the little step up, by the way. Like keep an eye on Caleb's pocket movement because plenty of quarterbacks, especially young ones, will hit the back of their drop and just kind of stand there. And then if they are going to move, they're going to start running out of the pocket. Whereas Caleb's pocket movement really is something refined. Steps up. Of course it's aggressive, Drex. Like when you see external pressure at the back of your drop, a hard step up negates the rush. Look at the original drop spot. We are in danger. One step forward, we are completely out of danger. We have nothing to worry about. These kinds of step ups keep your linemen safe. And for sure, like I'm not about to say that he's the perfect quarterback per se, Ben, but the movement is so sudden and aggressive. I love it. One thing that he's also aware of, take a look at this. I really think this matters. A lot of quarterbacks, Caleb's height, have real issues with batted throws. Caleb is very aware of that, and his 77 starts to pick up his maw. He pulls the throwback down, spots somebody breaking because his eyes are still downfield during this play. Like, he spots somebody wide open down the sidelines, and he's just going to, again, did you see a crow hop? I see a step in, but he's going to throw this thing from the 24-yard line and just rip it down the field to the other 20. And it's a solid shot at a ball that ultimately, when you look at, like, check this out from the tight angle. We're looking left, we're looking right. We basically find read number 3, and the only reason we don't have a shot at it is because our guy gets wiped out by the defender for no flag, which it'll be that one officiating, right? But it's awesome. Not to mention, another thing that, like you're saying, Prabhat, I'm a big fan of is that you can see Caleb going through reads. And that's something that that I really like. I think Jordan, who's in the chat here, called it that sometimes Caleb looks like he's in the Matrix. And I get that. I mean, Caleb's eyes are all over the place. You can see him thinking. Now, that's not to say he's always going to end up, or that's not to say he's always going to end up picking the right read. In this case, I'm not saying he needs to pick that throw specifically. He sees a man wide open downfield and he's going to take his shot, right? But as far as just finding a quarterback that's going to go through everything, pop, 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 that's something I love to see. I really do. And so Then let's see as we move on. Oh, for sure, Jibby. I mean, you got to remember. Okay, so Jibby, here's a good way to think about this. If if Chicago drafts Caleb Williams and he only ends up Baker Mayfield, how bummed out are you? Right now is rookie, sophomore, junior, senior Baker Mayfield better, worse, the same as junior, senior, or as current Justin Fields? That's your question. And I'm by no means trying to flip that on you. I'm more saying chew on it because at least with drafting another quarterback, you do get the benefit of resetting the contract clock. And so at that point, you're talking about taking a 50 million extension off the table. And so that's the way I'm thinking about it, diabetic. Where if Caleb reminds you too much of Baker, Baker as the floor could be a lot worse. But that's more just talking. That's the thing, though, JB. I think Akusai said it really well. No, hang on. I promised. I promised. I am not going to say his name for fear of the jinx. But so, like, anyways, here's a throw-in structure that I wanted to throw on the reel so that we could get a feel for the anticipation, baby. When Caleb hits rear, so I've seen all kinds of people say Caleb has the exact same problems as a certain somebody, and I see throws like this, and I'm like, I don't know about that. Like here we are on the college hash. Remember, the NFL hashes are a little closer to looking like what I've just drawn. So we're going far away to the out route. We have to throw with anticipation because if we don't, our guy's going to literally run out of room. But he's able to just drive the ball to the other side, and bada boom, we got it. So let's see. When you talk about janky footwork, are we a little heel clicky at the bottom of the drop? I'll let JT O'Sullivan talk about it. I unfortunately am. I'm pretty light on the process, not because I don't know. I'm just not gonna. I can't focus on it because I didn't play the position, so I would be effectively regurgitating what somebody else would say. Because the wild part to me, Ben, is while I think Caleb's footwork is really studious, is the way that I'd put it. I also think that Caleb's arm and upper body torque is so insane that I've seen him attempt throws that flat should not be attempted. Arm monkey, I played corner in 7th grade, intramural quarterback in flag football college. But outside of that, I just watch a ton of ball. The other thing that you'll see with Caleb Williams, so Wu mentions that his base is super wide. His throwing base is always really powerful, if you ask me. I mean, when he steps into a throw, he gets everything in there. Here's another just dart down the sidelines. Look at the biomechanics, for crying out loud. You want to talk about a potential, I will say the word superstar release. Like, it's Caleb's release that really just makes me go, oh my God. Like, here we go. Let's see. I am on something that is 30 frames a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ball is out in 11 frames. So maybe 10 frames, right? And you're just looking right here. It is a fake screen. So this isn't even real. And you've got basically a route up the middle and then a switch release route up the sidelines. And he just goes nod, 1, 2, boom, strike. Now, another thing you'll probably notice, Caleb Williams is not actually as accurate as maybe people want him to be. I think people actually, Jordan, you might be kind of mentioning this. I think people imply a lot of accuracy with Caleb. He does not spray the ball when he misses, but he will, what's the word? Like, he will throw a catchable but imperfect ball more than you'd think, but he will throw it in time. He will throw it and he'll give guys chances to make plays for him, especially when they're communicating. But I love the simplicity of read number 1, read number 2, boom. Jordan, I get you. I think it can be really annoying, but especially because you want it to be that thing. And that's the other piece when I look at this, Sir Lord. It's totally just my opinion, but I think, or I can't help but look at a lot of other quarterbacks and on 3rd down, you want the completion. The run after catch is sick, but you want the completion first things first. And finding the guy who can find a way to get the ball out is part of how you generate that completion. So here's a play where you see more of Caleb running. because we actually haven't talked about Caleb as a runner. It's not that he's a world beater, but all the same, he can be pretty dangerous. And here's a play where he screws something up, as a matter of fact, in my opinion. So when you take a look, diabetic, I am trying as best I can not to pick one yet, because not only have I not watched all the games, but I've got plenty of time. And so here, Caleb is going to see, like, let's be detailed at this point. Oh boy. I lost where I was in the reel. Is this it right here? Yes. Perfect. All right, we're good. All right, so no worries. swap your name. Swap your name. But so no worries. Hey, everybody be nice, okay? Everybody be nice. But so one thing that I really like about this play is so we haven't done hardcore breakdown stuff, but I believe that this is what's going on. Utah is in a potential, like, you could easily roll to one high out of this, or you could roll, or you could stay in two high. But if this guy drops off, you're looking at the Tampa 2 look that has become all too familiar in Chicago. That's what Utah ultimately sits in right now, right? So snap, Caleb sees the guy dropping, but he was ready for a blitz. So he looks at this right here, which was a quick hot option, and it's not there. We got somebody driving on it. So then his eyes are going to gravitate inside. We've got a slant. Is it open? Of course it's not, right? So then he'll check back to this side of the ball for this spot route. Is this open? No, it isn't, right? What is open? This dig route to 2. Now, granted, we've gone 1 to 2 to 3 in his process, and I'm asking him to see 4. But what he sees instead is I'm going to do it myself rushing lane. And so he looks around. When he does ultimately, because he looks back at the slant that then turns into like a seam of sorts. Finally, he finds number 2, and when he does, chances are, if you're throwing this ball, you're going to get picked off by the underneath linebacker. And so with everybody, what he sees is now a bubble of space where eyes aren't looking at Caleb. So what the heck? I'll just take off then. Hits the back of his drop in the pocket, bursts upfield, and picks up a quick 10, 15 yards as he runs along. And so, and that's the thing, Jordan, because Jordan mentions that it's very rare that you get pockets like this on Sunday. 100%. I mean, one of the complex pieces of Caleb's game is that I think, he helps his offensive line out a lot with his pocket movement. But even then, you don't know that you're going to get a rep like this. And that is a big reason why I'm so high on his UCLA game, where he did not act as if he had forever in the pocket and succeeded en masse. Caleb seems like the kind of player, to me, that's very aware of what he can and can't do on any given game. But if you're a draftnik that's looking for direct translatable film, this isn't a play that you're going to love, because he sits in the pocket for forever. And on this play, I appreciate that we get to see that Caleb, kind of like a certain somebody else, is athletic enough to make you pay, even if he's not electric fast. Let me see. I am at the point in this reel where I can't remember why I put them on the reel, so we'll find out together. Oh, I remember why. Boom. All right, so what happens here, right? So Utah is in another look that they could very easily drop into cover 2 in, and they do, right? So once they drop into cover 2, Caleb loves what he's going to get from this double slant look. We've covered it on the channel a lot, but most guys are going to have you go 1 to 2, right? So you're going to go 1 to 2. The problem is that USC's receivers couldn't run it worse. And so this guy obviously thinks that he's got a choice route of sorts. 6 runs straight across his face. And by the time that they actually get what they're looking for, this defender is too close to the play. Caleb doesn't like the look that he's getting right here. It's way too close. So he's going to work back to a curl that he knows is over on this side of the ball. And he's literally going to throw to a spot and ask his receiver to go get it. And so he's going to plant, throw, first down. What I love about plays like this is that Caleb Williams gets all this hype for the plays that he makes outside of structure. To me, this is a play well within structure. And it's not that long. It's not that short either. Like, let's go 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, ball out. So about 3 seconds since I started on one, but all the same, watching his eyes popping around, watching his eyes pop around at all kind, or pop around the field and find somebody open, and be able to translate. Thank you. If you'd like me to use a different name, by the way, I can just make the translation so that I don't have to say diabetic every time. But so I love the simplicity of how quick his release can go from, okay, I'm going to make this throw, ball out with velocity too. Bang, it's out. It feels ridiculous watching it live, but he can just snap the ball, and it's a blast to watch. Alex, I'm with you. Addison would totally work. Should he bang it to 16? So that's one thing, honestly, Jordan, that I tend to leave. I will. This is the kind of play that I will tend to say, like, or at least what I have seen of Caleb. He is a believer that if I have to make a tight throw, I should probably check my other throws first, right? He seems as if he believes someone somewhere is open. And I got to credit Caleb's eyes. Unlike a certain somebody, he doesn't hang on that first read. If he thinks you're not open enough, he will go look for somebody that is. But we'll see examples in the Notre Dame game of him throwing into tight windows that make me feel like when he plays a defense that he really respects, he's not scared of tight windows. He just doesn't see the need against teams like Utah, especially against zone. But I couldn't tell you. There are pieces to this that I don't know. I'm just going off of vibe. Here's another long completion because they're just so fun, right? Like, another thing that I think is really interesting, Spectre, honestly, you could go back to just when I first start talking about Caleb, purely because it's a lot of fun. You see the biomechanics. Another thing I love about Williams is he seems obsessed with throwing catchable footballs. Like, this ball doesn't have all the world's arm strength on it. It's on a line, don't get me wrong, but bang, right there. Thank you so much, DC. But he's ultimately able to deliver a ball that is extremely catchable, almost has touch on it for as deep as it is, and his guy can't help but bring it in. Let me see. Here's Caleb as a runner, because in the red zone, if you do want him to run for you, he can absolutely do that. That's not to say that everybody should call a bunch of designed runs. It's more to say that if you don't respect Caleb's running threat, he might punish you. Does a really good job in particular of avoiding tackles, but it's nothing to get too obsessed about. I doubt the NFL is ever going to ask him to the NFL is going to ask him to do any, like, running stuff. And Ron, I really don't mind, as a matter of fact, that he, I don't know, expressed his emotions. Love the shuffle, by the way. But so I really don't. Caleb's personality stuff doesn't bother me, but also my job's not on the line. I'm here to talk about the tape, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. What I love about this throw that Jordan is talking about, because I guess I hadn't noticed, my eyes went, good throw, is that Caleb is able to get this throw up and down. So up and down, right? Like, rips this thing, but brings the ball down before the corner is able to get back into the play, right? So clears the linebackers very easily, still hits his man, and bada boom. His line seems to give him time, Eric, but you also have to remember that Robert Schmitz put together a highlight reel here. So it looks a lot better than it is. You'll see more examples of him having to deal with stuff as we go, right? But so then, let me see. There are points, I promise, where I put these are not great. Like, at least a couple of, oh yes, here's just a crazy arm angle that he had to, or that he throws at. On a lot of these throws where they're little, like, tunnel screens where he's just gonna have a man in his face, Lincoln Riley asks him to make wild throws, and here he is just, like, stretching backwards and still flicking the ball to his man as if that's supposed to be, like, normal. Here is pop, mesh, throw on, or like throw falling backwards with his feet planted. Here he is doing it. Here's Caleb. Okay. If there's one problem in Caleb's game, it is that he fumbles a ton. And at any random point, you could have just this cataclysmically bad play. Really could. Here, ball's just going to skim off his hands. Now, he makes it work because he breaks a tackle, steps up in the pocket, rolls out to his right, and ultimately picks up a first down. So you get a solid display of athleticism on a play like this, but that's let's we don't need to make it more than it is. It's definitely not great when a shotgun snap just ping straight off your hands, right? Step up, step up again. But that is the most rose colored glasses way of looking at this play, I think, possible. That's the other thing, Ben, is he doesn't panic and he always keeps the play alive. Another thing that I know everybody loves to see on film, and the main reason that, like, let's see, uh, let me see, you like to see bad turn to positive. What are so hard to translate? So then here in the Utah game, everybody probably saw that he just up and fumbled out of absolutely nowhere. I mean, you got to remember, Caleb Williams has 33 fumbles in like 35, 37 starts. So he has a legit fumbling problem. Here, I mean, it's just a throw that he wants to make to the sidelines that comes out of his hand. Now, if you want to find a positive, if you want to really dig for a positive, Caleb fights like a mad dog to get this ball back and ultimately does. So if you want to look for the upside, it's that Caleb battles, Caleb gets the ball back. But you don't need to find one. It actually ends up pretty critical, as the only reason that that USC is able to take the lead is because Caleb's able to keep points on the board. But like you're saying, Ben, we don't need to make it more than it is. Let me see what else I've got on the reel. Here's another just arm angly throw. He does not hit all of them. He really doesn't, because sometimes he honestly gets too like practiced at throwing it like that. But the other thing I look at is if Caleb can deliver you enough points to make the potential turnovers worth it. Like the main thing I see diabetic is if he's gonna fumble sometimes, okay, but if he can make the throws and if he can make the throws and the plays that he needs to make that or make those occasional fumbles worth it, you're gonna be fine, right? And it is a ton of fumbles. Here's another throw out. This is just a really, I think, hilarious drop. You're going to see a couple of these, by the way, some really goofy wide receiver play. Here's a ball that hits his man in the hands. Yeah, it's a full extension, but it's a nice anticipatory throw within structure that we deliver and pop. Let's see, how are his screen throws? So those are the ones where he leans back really hard, as a matter of fact. Let me see here. Set. Here he is, just a guy falling off of him and then breaking a tackle in the open field. If you think Caleb Williams isn't fast, I'll give it to you. He is wildly elusive in a way that a certain somebody wearing 15 in Kansas City seems to be. Like a hard step up in the pocket, creates an arm tackle out of what should be an easy sack. And then he keeps his balance, pop with his feet, breaks another tackle. It's not the yards so much as the fact that he's able to the fact that he's able to break some of these tackles just makes me think he in the NFL is probably going to make some guys miss and create some plays. It doesn't have to be as a runner, because like Jordan's saying, he's not fast, but I'm less talking about his speed and more talking about his contact balance, at least what I think. Another thing I really like about Caleb Williams is stuff like this. I mean, we're talking about a reel right here. We're not even talking about a game, but in the reel, I wanted to show off that Caleb does a ton of his own work at the line of scrimmage. What you're not going to see here, you're not going to see a big look to the sidelines, right? You're not going to see pop, audible, hands. Thank you, Damo. You see Williams take a look at the offense, or take a look at the defense in front of him. I love it. Thank you, guys. You see signals. You see him working with his offense to bring people in, shift formations around, and operate this thing. And he does it all the time. Here, he also pairs it with a sweet strike on a long, what is this? A long post, but it's sweet to see how he operates, what he does within that offense. And look at this. Look at this throw over the zone defender. Speaking of, like, put it up over the guy, drop it down, go get the ball. Beautiful. When I watch Caleb, I really see a sick quarterback, and that's part of the point of the stream. Is to show you guys at least what I'm seeing, where it feels easy right now to say, "Oh, Caleb Williams is just another Justin Fields." Caleb Williams is Caleb Williams, for better or for worse. Here he is finding the check down. Like, okay, we've shown a whole bunch of throws down the field here, or big runs. Here he sees nothing, drops the ball off. His guy charges up field, picks up a first down. Right? Uh, let's see. He falls easy when he gets hit. Should have low. He does, Matthew. He seems to protect himself. Right? Um, and that's the thing. I can't help but feel like, John, at least when I'm watching the two, let's just like them both, right? I think there are a whole lot of people that feel like really cool contrarians. It's not everybody, but there are a lot of people who feel like really cool contrarians because they're like, I don't know, I like Drake more than I like Caleb. And you can like both. I think you can. Here, Caleb makes a play that should not be. It's not to say this is going to work. This, of all of them, isn't going to work because what he does that I like about this play is Caleb is sitting in the pocket. He's looking downfield. They're running a mesh. It does not mesh. Nothing's there. And then because he's in the end zone and about to get hit, he decides he's going to take his chances and just get up and try to clear the sidelines with the ball. Now, it's hilarious that this play works because the defender clearly loses sight of where this thing's going to go and the ball floats over the top. But I think it is really funny that you look at a play where Caleb looks to be like he's just trying to ditch the ball, but he literally jumps into the air and like pose throws it, manages to somehow catch a completion at the same time. I'm with you, Spectre. It doesn't happen in the NFL, but it's a fun play all the same. It's like, man. But so let's see. The other side had a check down. Because this was one I added late. I pretty much added them in chronological order of when I found them. Yeah, that's a good point. A coach is probably going to harp, just get the ball to your check down, but it's going to but like Jordan's saying, you're going to have to teach him not to try stupid stuff like this because he's going to try stupid stuff like this. Now, Jibby, I got to tell you, I don't get why Caleb can't be fun and also you like Drake Maye. Now, that's just me challenging you because I, for one, like them both an awful lot. I think anybody can. But so let me see. Let's start the game. So now this is Caleb Williams versus Notre Dame, right? You've heard that this game was awful. This game, or the tape will let you decide what you think one way or another. You're probably still going to think it's bad, but you're probably also going to think that the bad moments are Caleb Williams, right? Run play. We're pretty much going to skip the run plays. Like we'll take a look at what they do, but we're not going to work with the run plays very much just because we're trying to save some time here and get through multiple quarterbacks. So here we see that strong step up in the pocket that erases some pressure at the back of his drop. It looks like the Fighting Irish are in something that resembles cover two, but we've just got a vacancy over here sitting over the top. Drives up in the pocket, looks downfield, covered. Maybe you could consider that open, but but if you ask me, you throw that, it's getting picked. But moreover, Caleb keeps him alive, doesn't take a sack, is able to ultimately step out of bounds for a gain of 1. So nothing to brag about by any stretch of the imagination, but all the same, he's keeping his offense alive. Then on to third down. Let's see. Here he is releasing the ball. And as he releases the ball, we're not even turned around yet. Snap. Nice conversion. Right at the third down line. Let's see. What is that spread base at the back of his drop? Jimmy, I can't help but feel like, to me at least, I see Caleb Williams less as having a horrible attitude and more as just being a weird dude. That's totally my opinion, right? Um, I don't get the vibe that he's a bad guy per se, but I think that we're definitely not going to relate to him. If you want your plucky white kid that you could feel like maybe in another life you could have been friends with, Drake May might get you a little closer to that. But I definitely don't think that. So, Ravi, I would imagine he's coachable. I mean, he certainly worked with Lincoln Riley, but here Caleb is. He's going to hit this throw later in this game, right? But he goes long mesh RPO, which they have done a lot, right? Then he's going to rear back and he is going to just try to make this throw legitimately walking backwards. He does not get the ball down enough, so the ball is going to float straight over the top of 87, and it's going to get picked off. This is a throw that can't work out like this, right? It's a throw that Caleb is going to attempt. Normally, in the face of pressure, he takes one step backwards, plants that foot, and tries to work everything off of it. But it's a throw that everybody remembers from the Notre Dame game, right? There are going to be three of these. There are going to be three throws where you go, okay, Caleb, what are we doing here? Like walking backwards, can't get the ball down, pick, turnover, and it is 7-0. The Notre Dame scoreboard is hilariously hard to read, if you ask me. But that throw sets them up 7-0. Next play, first down, run play, we pick up some yardage. Second down, drop back. And I don't need to do play-by-play here. Caleb drops, takes a look. This is covered. It's a slant where we got stuck, right? Moves backwards, knows he's got a curl, throws the curl with solid timing. Not perfect timing, but he's got a man in his face as he does it. Gives his man a chance. The throw is not to be. And that's the thing, Spectre. It's a throw that the interception, if you're talking about this, the interception, like, he can make that throw. He's going to attempt it again, and he's going to hit it now and again. So either you as a fan are going to have to live with the fact that sometimes he's just going to throw a pick doing that stuff, like somebody in Kansas City. Look, I'm not saying everything has to go back to the Mahomes. I kind of think the Mahomes comp is stupid. If you want to use Josh Allen to make this example, you can. Or you could use nearly any quarterback that comes to mind. But there are some of these guys with gaudy arm talent where they're going to do stuff you think is stupid, and it'll work maybe 60% of the time. And the other 40%, it's going to be a complete disaster, right? But you may very well just have to wear that sometimes it won't work, right? But here, I love the fact that Caleb takes the man in his face, is still able to get the ball out, gives his guy a chance, but obviously it's not accurate like we want it to be. Right, Quinn? They're going to go quarterback draw to basically try to get Caleb's head back in the game and catch Notre Dame if they can. I think they actually caught a penalty, as a matter of fact. Well, yeah, Ben. I mean, I was about to say, with pressure, it feels like form melts. They may have actually thrown a flag. Oh, they did throw a flag. So Caleb also targets a man who catches a flag, and it's first down. Oh, I bet not armed monkeys. Like, I bet his hero ball has frankly only gotten worse. It feels as if Lincoln Riley encourages it, as a matter of fact, because this offense almost makes it feel as if the reads are guidelines per se. It's just totally my 2 cents. Then we've got a quick flag. Handoff. Doesn't get as many yards as we want it to. It is 3rd and 9. Here's a 3rd down. Drops back. Really nice throw that still does not pick up the conversion. Horticulture. Like, so what do we get here? We get a big curl with a big whip route. And Caleb is going to roll to his left to try to set this defender into rolling over here. And then he's just going to step and flick the ball back across his face. Throw isn't perfect. It's accurate enough. but it's not going to pick up the first down. Ravi, I actually don't know. I mean, we haven't seen Caleb Williams in the cold. Good news is the Bears are building a dome, but heck, I don't know. Uh, let's see. Play after play in this game, which is part of why I think the tape is so interesting. Let's see. So, John, in my opinion, if I got to choose right now, I want the Bears to hire an offensive coach that they like. I could care less who it is. Look, John, I'm going to be so real with you, right? Um, I don't know who the best coach is. Like, I think that there is this. I think that everybody keeps talking about Ben Johnson, but I have no opinion because I can't interview them, right? I could tell you guys that I think I like, but it's always evolving. I mean, how much of what Bobby Slowick is doing is CJ Stroud? How much of what CJ Stroud is doing is Bobby Slowick? Can we know? I don't know. One thing I really like about Ben Johnson is that he took a quarterback I am intimately familiar with in Jared Goff and has made a killer out of him. And I find that really, really positive because I know exactly what Jared Goff looked like when he was in the Rams setup. I know exactly what Jared Goff looked like when he started to decay and first joined the Lions, and then we saw Ben Johnson build an offense around him and turn him into the guy that we see today, right? And so what I want to do if I got to choose is let this offensive coach pick his favorite quarterback, whatever. In my opinion, Jibby, I think that his awareness plus his release is Caleb Williams' superstar duo. It's totally my 2 cents. Okay, hang on. Don't get me too excited, Minty Fresh. Am I going to the fantasy playoffs? Oh my goodness. All right, so here's the deal, everybody. I am, you can't see it, I am 7 points away. So Chase has 16 points for us, and then I need Brandon McManus to get me more than two. But we'll see. And you're total, and that's the thing, Demo. Like I'm just saying. What I want is for the Bears offensive coach, in theory, to have number one and get his choice. That's what I want to see. But we'll get there when we get there. For now, let's keep getting to know the prospects. So on this play, it looks to me like they go sprint out, rolled pocket. We get a curl, no, and then we get a post, and we get like a long curl back, like a wind back route. And does anybody get open? Lol. All right, let's go with LOL. They do not. Right. So Caleb makes something work with his legs. Very college play. Like you're saying, I mean, Jordan, you've been watching enough Justin Fields, right? It's not as if Caleb Williams has crazy burst. He's got some quickness to him, but burst, speed. No, you haven't watched too much Justin Fields. I know who you've been watching. You've been watching the 4.48 runner out of Michigan. And so, oh man, you're right, Drex. But so L on me. But it's more that what I like about Caleb is that he's dangerous enough with his legs, not that he's some weapon. We're not going to see runs so much as I think we're going to see scrambles in the NFL. But let's see, keeping it going. They get nothing on that first down, so now it's second down. On second down here, we get the backside dig. And if you want to get excited, to me, these are the translatable parts of tape. Eventually, you will get a decent pocket. Caleb Williams takes a look at let me see if I can get they're going to go with what effectively works as a double pick route, where they want one guy coming over the middle, they want one guy going up the seam, and then they've got a backside dig over here. And this, to me, is an NFL window, a very NFL window. We've seen the Bears generate separation better than this at times. But so Caleb winds up, hits the NFL window without really any trouble, and they move on. Looks at it, doesn't like it. It's funny because also this is where you get a classic quarterbacking moment versus versus tape. Because if you've got the clicker, well, we picked these two off. He's wide open. LOL, right? But I appreciate that Caleb makes the decision at a sane time when he says, nah, he's got him. He's got him. Let me take a look at the backside. Right there, he feels like 20 is pushing up. So then he's going to rip. Michael, we're going over Caleb, and we're going over Drake. We're calling it there. The goal of this one is to talk about the two at the top because there's a certain fan base that I know needs to focus on those two. So I would rather go deeper. If best case scenario, Michael, we're gonna get 4 total games reviewed, but that's best case scenario. Um, 3 times every 2 games, if that many, Jordan. And I'm trying to be nice, but Fields has not hit that throw at all, nearly at all this season. I said it again. I'm not talking about him. Anyways, they like this triple option where they have Caleb run and dump the ball off. I'm not asking you to take much away from that. So this is OPI, but we can love this, right? John, thank you so much. So check this out. Pop. It's when he throws it and where he throws it that I really like. He sees we are stacked. I am throwing the back shoulder. We saw a back shoulder earlier, right? But here, another back shoulder. The throw placement, we're challenging our receiver a little bit. But I am going to take, look, maybe I am being a little comparison oriented. Please just try the throw. Even if we're going to be a little inaccurate, even if we're going to test our guy a little bit, please just try the throw with the right approach. And at that point, like maybe your receiver makes a play. Maybe Keon Coleman goes up there and gets it for you, right? Because the throws you don't even try are the throws that like that the throws you don't try are the throws you can't complete. In this case, they do complete it. They just get OPI at the same time. Flag comes in right there. So, but man, what a sick throw. Ron, is that really the only red flag? Like, not to put you on the griddle. You can like if this is a Drake thing or if this is a you get who thing, I get it. But is it just that Caleb Williams had the audacity to cry when his dream of making the playoffs was over? Because that seems a little heartless to me, but that's just my 2 cents. Now, I'm not trying to call you heartless. It's more to say I tend to think that athletes are changing a little bit. Mahomes is a dork with a capital D. Like, Mahomes is the kind of kid who, if he wasn't a sweet, like, if he wasn't a sick football player, he would, he'd probably have been bullied as a kid. I mean, come on, he sounds like Kermit the Frog, right? But it's more to just say that athletes are changing nowadays. From what I understand, and now granted, I need to fact check this before I say it the 4th time, right? But my understanding is that Caleb Williams basically jots down like all of his accomplishments. And here, in the last year before he declared for the NFL, you got to think he wanted to win a national title. Why wouldn't he, right? And the moment he lost to Washington, that dream was dead. Like two losses, okay, maybe, but he was dead the moment that happened. And so I can understand a lot of emotional exaltation, especially in a game like that. But I mean, truly, like, I'm never going to ask you to think a specific thing. More just beg the question at the very least. I mean, Troll, I've gone so far as to say if Caleb Williams painted his nails or whatever, like used the nail stickers, but won in Lambeau, everybody's gonna wear those nail stickers for the rest of their life. And that's the other thing, Jibby. I'm trying to tell you that I think there's a chance that, let me use an example. Like, let's be very real. I think there's a chance that Caleb Williams is one of those guys you love to hate. And so don't take the comp too literally. I made this comp earlier, but truly at this point, let's just make it an attitude thing. Jibby, if you had the opportunity to have Aaron Rodgers on your team, would you be upset about it? Right? Like, not a hero, a villain. But if Caleb Williams became an NFL villain that was winning and everybody hated him for it, but he did it on the Bears, how would you feel? I think I would rally around it very quickly, to be honest with you. I think that becoming like the Bears fans becoming the most obnoxious fans in the NFL would be hilarious. And I think it would fit, to be honest with you. Like, just throwing it out there, the idea that the Bears Rodman would be a decent way to think about it. Like, I'm begging the question at the very least that I'm not expecting honestly anybody to be like, yeah, no, I understand Caleb Williams. I'm just like him. No, there's this element with Caleb where it's like, I don't think we're going to relate to him. I didn't really relate to Justin Fields, to be honest with you. Um, I think that can be a good thing. But Drake, I get the vibe that I can relate to him, which isn't a red flag. I'm not trying to go full scout. Scouts say some ridiculous things. But here, next play, run play up the middle. We're not getting anything from the run game. Like the USC guy that was in here earlier said, the run game did not help the Trojans much, nearly at all. This throw is way too far. So another thing Caleb does is that he will constantly send this throw up. It's as if he doesn't want his guys coming backwards, right? And so he throws it a little in front of where he wants his guy to be so that he can try to turn him, and it just about gets his head taken off. We expose our guy. People are not going to like that in the locker room. Also takes a little zip off it for some reason. Trojans kick a field goal. We are 10-3. Here we get like, not quite a reverse, but you get it. Jibby, honestly, the funny part about leadership is that there's just no one way to be a leader. You can be a loud leader. You can be a stoic leader. Like, I'm with you, though, where the leaders that make the commercials are much more Tom Brady, right? Like the quiet guys that shout behind closed doors and stuff. Anybody who wins is called a leader. That's a good way to put it. Run the ball. Villain is a hero when you take into account the city has had to endure. That's the thing. Like, so I'm of the opinion, obvious troll, that heroes and villains in the NFL are all about like the eye of the beholder. And I'm more thinking that if so right now, if you ask most content creators, not me, but like content creators around the NFL, most of them will tell you that Bears fans are quote the worst. And that's not to dunk on Bears fans. It's more to say that Bears fans will look you in the eyes when the team is 2-10, and they will tell you not only are they going to win, but they're going to hang 14 points on you. You just don't understand how good the team is, right? Bears fans will cheer for their team. I mean, honestly, the way I'd put it is Bears fans are calloused. Bears fans are ready. Bears fans are always going to be in your ear, whether they should be or not. And I can't help but think that our close cousin, Packers fans, have shown us how annoying you can be when your team is good. And my world with Caleb is very different than my world with my world with Caleb is in Chicago is different than my world with Drake in Chicago. I think that Drake in Chicago could be an extraordinarily successful player. I think both could be an extraordinarily successful player. Don't take that away. But right now, in the middle of the Caleb breakdown, I think that Caleb would take the Bears, and he wouldn't like. I think Caleb would be the kind of guy who would not just win, but then he would poke fun at the team on the other side. Thank you so much, Cooper. Yes, okay. We will find a time and place for this. My wife needs to see me eventually, but we will do it. Yeah, okay. Draft stream is yours. Let's figure it out. Anyways, so that's the other thing, MJ50. Like, time and place, bear down whenever you want to. And I think it would be really fun to, let's see, we're going to hang 14. Right? But so, and that's the other thing, like Ben, the other nice thing, let's see, wide receivers. Oh yeah, I gotcha. I would be really interested to see what happens when, so here's that play we saw earlier. Quick play and structure, drop back. See, so remember how we were talking about how sometimes he won't throw this? Here against Notre Dame, you're not expecting to have something that isn't a tight window. So we see a nice snap into an NFL window. His guy goes and gets it, right? Pop, push, bang. The pat on the ball is a hilarious critique, though, Jordan, because I don't think it's bad, but that's just me. He does do it all the time. I mean, he's patting that ball left and right. Long mesh, deep down the sidelines. You tell me if it's a good ball, but man, he doesn't even get his whole arm into it. Just a quick flip and immediately removes his front foot. But it's going to fly through the air about 50 yards down the sidelines. And here's a better look at where it lands. You ask me, the DB wins. Like, the DB gets up in this guy's kitchen right here. But the ball placement, that's pretty nice. That's pretty great. I definitely put that one in the category of gives your wide receiver a chance, right? I mean, that's another thing though, Drex. As much as we would tease, like, it is easy to forget that as we get older, the kids get younger, right? Truly, we are going to relate to them less and less. Run to the left. Here, Caleb's going to keep the ball, try to beat him around the sidelines. He just steps out of so many of these. Like, it's a 4th and 1. So backing it up a little bit. Caleb doesn't break this tackle, or at least get over the line. The offense is sold. But yeah, that's the thing, Ben. You want to talk about fumble issues? It is absolutely because he holds the football like it's glued to his hand, and it is not glued to his hand. Oh, Prabhat, it's all part of a story that makes sense. I mean, he's way too loose with the ball. Here's that throw. Remember when I mentioned he makes that throw again? Pressure in his face, coming straight down the pipe, steps back, floats the ball over a defender, drops it down under for his receiver, gives his guy a chance at it. Receiver doesn't come up with the catch, but the ball is absolutely catchable. We really don't get a great look at it here either. Boom. Long mesh, jolt up the middle, holding call, takes back a touchdown. And honestly, the hold probably stops him. Like, that's one of those holds where you probably take it if you're the defense, or you probably take it if you're the offense, just because if that doesn't get called, it's a touchdown. But that little bitty tweak right there keeps him off of Caleb. Caleb runs it on up. What was this? Like a little, yeah, it's just a run. We definitely don't need to talk about that, Jibby. Nobody needs to think about that. I honestly don't think Jordan Love looks like the next Aaron Rodgers, but he's playing really good ball. I mean, talked about it in the video I did earlier that I thought it was going to be a problem of the team not stepping up. Little did I know Dontavion Wicks was going to be better than Darnell Mooney this season. Like, come on, you're killing me, Packers. Like, it's one thing to see my guy Jaden Reed flowering. It's another thing altogether to be like, okay, come on, Dontavion Wicks, seriously? Like, Christian Watson, if I told you Christian Watson is going to be healthy, the offensive line is going to be banged up all season long, you also would have said, oh, so there's going to be nobody catching passes for these Packers. Kudos to Matt LaFleur. Like, they are so good at what they do. Develop guys like crazy. Right, greedy kid. Like Joe, specifically which Joe? Just to be clear, like Joe Montana. Honestly, asking because you say Joe, and I can think of a bunch of different Joes. 4th down, Lincoln Riley calls. I think it's. I honestly couldn't tell you what it is, but it doesn't work. Oh, Joe Burrow. Yeah, I got you. I think it could easily be that way. Like, there's an alternate world where people think that Joe Burrow is not cool, but we don't live in that world. People think Joe Burrow is mega cool. Now I got to check on Jamar Chase again. Oh my goodness. We're close. He is Joe Cool, right, Matt? Here's another NFL window, if you ask me. So we've got like receiver's going to make a move and then he's going to hit a slant, mesh, back of his drop, rip it on sight. Boom. We drop it. But who cares, right? Pop, pop, break in, throw, boom. That's what you want to see in an NFL thrower. All the circumstance or all the stuff that pops all over, or like all the stuff I've shown you out of structure is really awesome. None of it matters if you can't make plays in structure. And what I love about this Notre Dame game is that you're going to see him get punished on some bad interceptions. We've already seen one. Here's that nice little screen throw. Receiver catches it, rolls right on up. We'll talk about comps later. The problem I have with comps is that everybody takes them very literally. And while I think that comps can be fun and you should know how a player is going to generally translate into the NFL, the whole fun of these players is that they're all pretty different from one another. Here, nice step up in the pocket and we get the second interception. We just miss him, right? I've watched a bunch of games. I've never seen Caleb miss a read this badly. It's one thing to be gaudy, but he takes a look, like at least what I've seen, he sees the blitz coming, so he knows he doesn't have time. Plants his back foot, slips. When he slips, his eyes very literally come down. Snaps his head back up, doesn't see Zero driving on this, and I assume he must look up and think 15 is clearing this guy, and Zero is stacked up at the same time as him, so he must not see it, because he throws straight to the defender who just jumps in front of the ball. It's not a bad ball, but it is when it's picked off like that. We have to go through this game because you saw all those highlights I showed early. Like, do you really want me to show you Caleb Williams killing Stanford, Caleb Williams killing Arizona State? I don't think that matters, but this is a nasty misread. And if you're going to be worried, like that's what you'd be worried about. But everybody has awful reps. Everybody. But like you're saying, Jordan, you have to know better. Next play, drops back. He's going to attempt this floater over the shoulder, but the receiver can't separate it all. Now, was the throw perfect? It's hard to tell because when your receiver doesn't win a little bit, you're not going to get very far. Next play. I want to be God too, Jibby. That's all I want, really. Not actually, though. Sounds like a lot of stress. Pop. Throw on time. Receiver gets upfield. You can show all of the stuff out of structure, but I want to see Caleb in structure more, and I liked that in this game you got to see a decent chunk of it. He's gonna take this, pressure in his face, get the ball out, and then maybe you know what throw's coming, because this throw is another one of these where Jordan mentions he's pressing. You can't do this. Here's all 3 interceptions. Here's the third one, and it's the worst one, if you ask me. Caleb's ability to attempt this throw is something else. Quickly sets his base, drives, and throws on a line. But not only is 8 going to intercept this, but we've got a defender that's been sitting here waiting for a throw just like this that pops off and picks off this pass. Now, if you want good news, you don't see him attempt to throw this suicidal for the rest of the season. So if you're worried about Caleb doing this consistently, I would be more worried about it if he hadn't thrown so many completions, making a throw just like this along the sidelines, like the one that we saw in the other or earlier in the reel to kick it off. But that's all the same. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't harp on the fact that, hey, that throw is a bad throw. And like you're saying, Diabetic, every quarterback has horrible games. But one other thing that I like about this game is what happens next. It's nothing that's going to blow your mind per se. But now here's Caleb Williams in a game where he's thrown 3 interceptions. I think it's the first 3 interception game of his life. So how does he respond? Do we fold? right? It's 3-24. We've got a minute left. Let's see what we can do, right? And like you're saying, Matthew, it's very possible. But I could show you plenty of sick tape from Caleb Williams. What's interesting about that, right? What I think is sick about a game like this is that then we've got, okay, we are looking for, I think it's, as a matter of fact, Caleb drops back, looking at his options on a screen to this side, but he sees 3-on-2, 1-2-3, 1-2, right? And then it's funny you mentioned that, Ben. He's going to look for the home run, steps up, and wants the chunk play down the sideline, but in his peripheral sees, oh shoot, wait, my guy just won. All right, and dumps it over the middle of the field. He takes it up for a big gain. So he's paying attention and can make quick decisions. What's he looking for? Oh, totally the home run ball, no question. But he spots a better option and pipes it down. Next play after that, you've got the triple option thing that they do. He's going to just take it, get down. As they try to march their way down the field. Handoff up the middle. They may have dinged the defender for a hit to the head. Purely because, no, they didn't. Because now it's 3rd and 4. 3rd down, money down. Boom, slant over the middle. Ball's right on him. Jumps on him, right? Bang. And that's the thing, Drex, because that's super applicable. Like I said, there's plenty of really strong tape for Caleb if that's what you need to see. But I think if you can know a quarterback at their worst and still like them, then that's what you're looking for. Like, hey, here is the bad game. Would you find this an acceptable rookie performance? Probably not. You're probably not going to be stoked about it, right? But it's a good look at what you're going, like what you could get under any circumstance. And here, no. I mean, maybe if we're just amazing, but even then we're going to get picked off. Like, no. Let's see. Another year of Getsy, you're taking fluids. I didn't think fluids was that bad, but that's also because I was a college student and school was really all I had to do. If you asked me to make content about another year of Getsy, I think I would scream because that also means another year of Floose, and it's just dull, right? Let's see. When you say the boundary, you mean like this, not that one. Probably what, that one? Or let's see. Oh, you're thinking like drive this over the top? Possible. But with this safety sitting right here, honestly, I love a lot of Notre Dame's defenders, and they look like they're ready to take a lot of this away. It's totally just my 2 cents. So, two stop, when you say systems matter, I'm curious what you mean. I'm with you. I think that offensive systems absolutely matter. The interesting thing about Lincoln Riley is that I would argue that at least this season, it feels as if Caleb has had no guardrails, for worse. Like, there are some things that he's making work within that, but I would argue that Caleb doesn't need to be leashed entirely, right? But I do think that you can channel Caleb a little better than this offense is trying to channel him, purely because there are bits and pieces of this Lincoln Riley offense where you would swear that these receivers almost like don't know where they're going. Here's another Caleb Williams fumble. Like, you've seen the 3 interceptions. Here's not great ball security. How's he supposed to hold this to keep the ball? Honestly, couldn't tell you. But his tackle gets beat clean. He doesn't feel the pressure. And pop, ball's out. I think Caleb scoops it right back up, but let me see. I can't tell actually who gets the ball back. But they end up having to settle for a field goal because of that exact play. And from an NFL perspective, I'm with you, Jordan. This is absolutely open. Caleb's either hunting for too much because it looks like his eyes, when I watch this, are moving from left to right. He'll have to speed up, but that's part of what the NFL challenges you to do is to speed up. And another piece of Caleb's story that I really appreciate, just me personally, is that this Notre Dame game, I think, kicked Caleb into high gear in many ways, because not only did the Arizona game involve Caleb having to deal with all kinds of pressure, but this Notre Dame game was big for a big blow to Caleb's legacy. A lot of people watched it. A lot of people looked to me, Drake's like he hit read 3 and then got hit, but you would hope that he clicks through his reads faster at the NFL level. But also, just talking it out, let's see, first round quarterbacks are drafted into good situations. Are Hang on, so let me read this. Read the study on the NFL first round quarterbacks, where it concluded that quarterbacks who were drafted into good situations are 2 times more likely to succeed than talented players. Than more talented players, higher drafted players. Yes, Jimmy, that to me is my favorite part about the Bears situation right now. So not to talk about the quarterback of Chicago, Jimmy, I think that right now Chicago, it has the seedbed of a really good situation, like a really good situation. I mean, the offensive line has looked legit good in Chicago this year, especially when everybody's starting. DJ Moore looks like that dude. You add another receiver, whatever that looks like, and you've got a solid roster to pair with a tight end that, hey, he does not suck, right? And especially because then, like, you're looking at $100 million of free agency money that you can use to try to court a center, maybe a wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. And I would love to draft another receiver. I think the draft board is set up for the Bears to draft another receiver. If they lose enough, your consolation prize is Marvin Harrison Jr. And if not, maybe you trade down from 4 to somewhere else. You take one of many very, very good receivers that at best displaces DJ Moore. That would be a great problem to have. At worst, becomes a really solid wide receiver too. And then, Jimmy, you're not throwing this guy, whoever you're drafting, into the situation that Justin Fields had to play in 2021 and 2022, which is so frustrating. Like, I'm with you, Twitch. Outside of head coach, the Bears might be the best situation in the top 5 for a rookie. And then if you get a new head coach, now you've got all the vibes that surround that. And a lot of people would consider that a positive. I can't help but see, like you're talking about, Prabhat, the Bears are an incredibly underperforming team. Like, Prabhat, you mentioned that they're a 6-6 team with all the doom and gloom. They're a 6-6 team if you credit wins that cannot be losses. Like, in the NFL scale, losing a game where you have over a 98% charted win percentage is unthinkable. It doesn't typically happen. It's happened twice, which is outrageous. I mean, it's offending, or it's obscene is, I think, the word I'm looking for. They would still be underperforming even if they were just 6-6. Games like that Bucks game, games like that Bucks game, games like that New Orleans game are sickening to me, because those are games where you easily could have gotten over the hump, but then you didn't, right? But so let me see. Williams is a generational talent. Now people are not so sure. Wags, in my opinion, a lot of the generate. So I am a believer, Wags, that the Caleb Williams talk has happened for 2 reasons. Number 1, a second person entered the fray. Number 2, a lot of people like taking generational and then giving it side eye. People were questioning Trevor Lawrence. There were quite a few people that had Zach Wilson as their number 1 quarterback. There were other people that wanted Justin Fields as their number 1 quarterback. That's not even me trying to throw a barb out. It's more to say that when people anoint a prospect, other people work to tear that prospect down. It happens. One of the easiest ways to gain access to a microphone is when you look the NFL draft audience in the eye and you say, the guy everybody says is good is actually bad. And so I can't help but think that some of the generational talk about Caleb, sure, I think it was, you get complicated, because I'm of the opinion that the word generational means every 20 years, right? But in my opinion, so within that, I don't think Williams is quite generational, but I think he's in the upper tier of quarterback, like the highest one. If you had an S tier, right? Like you have S, you have A, you have B, you have C tier, etc. Like, generational is SS, and that's like nobody, right? But so, you're killing me, Jimmy. I need it. But so, like, I think that Williams is right here with Drake Maye. Honestly, I think both Drake and Caleb are right in here. And they've got their red flags, but they're right in there. Like, that's the thing. Like, every quarterback prospect that you've been evaluating for the longest time has been A at best. Like Young, Stroud, we're talking prospects, not NFL results. Herbert and like what was it? Tua? Like these guys were in the A range. Like I you could consider S minus, but it's more to say that like you got to remember that your prospect. Oh man, thank you, thank you. Um, it's like when this A tier is something we've gotten very used to. And honestly, if I've seen a bad habit, it's that when people get anointed into S tier, a whole lot of people start to question whether that's possible, right? Like we saw Joe Burrow get a lot of questions because he was a 1 year starter. Everybody agreed that he had the best college season ever, but they were also like, but did he do it for long enough? And now we're taking a guy in Caleb Williams just to use an example, right? That are going to like take Caleb Williams. They're gonna take a kid who was really really good when he was at OU, transferred schools, was really good, won a Heisman last year for whatever you think that award means, and then with all the pressure on him to be like, think about all the quarterbacks that you've seen in this scenario. You get the Matt Barkleys, the Christian Hackenbergs of the world. These guys just crater, right? Generally speaking, when somebody gets anointed the number one quarterback, they don't win it, right? Like most, at least in my opinion, I can't help but see a player that has battled through all of the media circus, right? And sure, you get some weird stuff like the comments his dad made, right? Sure, you get what is his name? Mike Florio, that he comes out, he says Caleb Williams wants to own a franchise, and nobody has corroborated it, right? But it's a quote that clearly stuck, and everybody remembers it at this point. So to me, when I watch Caleb Williams, I see a player that's well worth getting excited about. I mean, I feel like even just tonight we've covered enough for you to, and we're only like halfway through with the first game. We can do a little bit of Cal, but we'll do it later. First, we're going to talk about Drake Maye before we do anything else. Here he is, like four verts, jets, like checks it down, just gets batted at the line because Notre Dame was far and away the better team. Notre Dame was far and away the better team. Like, and they played like it. They did a great job. They put Caleb Williams in positions where he had to do something wild, and in many cases he didn't. Here, OPI. Nice to see Caleb work to the backside, but kicks it out. Boom. Oh, Jibby, they aren't. And he makes it work anyways. His offensive line isn't playing that well, but have you noticed little stuff like that? Okay, so here is a DPI flag. But even watch this pocket. It's not that this pocket is bad. I'm not about to tell you that this pocket is bad, but we are in danger. We are out of danger. Clear throw, which I think is nice. Yeah, I think it's probably Rice. He's definitely trying to make things happen, Ben. Caleb Williams has an impatience problem that he's just going to need to fix at the pro level, but I can't help but think that you'd almost rather coach it down than try to coach it up. But that's just that's my sense or 2 cents right now. I don't have 20 years in scouting. I don't have a million evals that I'm going off of. It's more like when I watch Caleb, I can't help but think. Somebody asked me, what offense do I think Caleb would work best in? I think Caleb could work best in all kinds of offenses. I really mean that. Like, I think that Caleb Williams, you could put him in a Tennessee offense where he's just playing big thrower. I think you could put him in a Kansas City West Coast offense. I think he is a West Coast guy. I think if you were going to like try to win with him, that you could easily win with him as a West Coast quarterback. But say the Bears get Ben Johnson, they want to play a bunch under center. I think Caleb could very easily and has the attitude that is going to be willing to learn to play under center, like take big play action shots and just hit the back of his drop and rip the ball. I think there's all kinds of things. I don't look at Caleb and feel like I have to pick an offense that he would like. There's ways that we could try to fit best within like within Caleb Williams' skill set, and that would probably be utilizing his release. But I look at Caleb, I see a football player, like, and a good one at that. This play, I think, is hilarious. Caleb takes a look. I don't know if he sees this coming, but his receiver's running over the middle. Maybe he's worried about this. Like, maybe he's scared, honestly. But he goes from read 1, doesn't like it, out to read 2. We're blanketed, right? So we're going to go over that, Jibby, because I hope that you guys are seeing the different ways that Caleb struggles. Here, he tries a little too hard to make something happen, takes a big hit. Big ol' hit. Next play, touch pass. We get all of the yards back. All of them. Play action. Check the read out there. Eyes draw the man. Now he's sitting still. Layer it over him. Ball comes up and down. It's a gorgeous throw that he makes all the time. Yeah, he did. I wouldn't be surprised if the check down is going to be something that NFL people like go after a lot. Let's see. If Caleb was on a better team and not forced to try and carry the team, would he be less torn down? I think so, personally. So to me, Jibby, what I think is positive about Caleb Williams, and the main thing that I look at is I think Caleb gives you the opportunity. So if you asked me, okay, there's a bigger discussion to be had here, right? And it's about what kind of quarterback are you looking for right now? I think Justin Herbert is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Justin Herbert's on an offense that just scored 6 points. Justin Herbert's on an offense that is on a team with such a bad reputation for blowing games that chargering has become a verb, right? Like, when I look at Justin Herbert, just to push back on you, Jibby, he is your prototypical NFL quarterback. He also is the guy that keeps losing. Like, I'm not trying to say that it's his fault. Wins are not a quarterback stat, but somehow in the late frames of all these games, somebody makes a mistake and it chains with something Herbert does, and the Chargers end up losing. How did they go up so much and give that back to Jacksonville? How do they continue to lose games despite having one of the best quarterbacks in the game at the helm? Like, it's so frustrating. And when I look at Drake Maye, my big question with him, which we'll get there, is, okay, so Caleb is going to bring a team up, especially a bad team. Like, if Caleb Williams goes to a bad team, think the Giants, which won't happen, right? He is going to bring them to a higher level. He may also bring a good team down on his bad days, no doubt. Whereas I tend to think that Drake is going to basically take good and he's going to keep it at good, and then he's going to take bad and he's going to keep it at bad. If you put Drake Maye on the Patriots, I think that they're going to have some throws that are really nice, but at the end of the day, if Tyquan Thornton's not open, you're screwed, right? Like, Drake Maye isn't somebody who necessarily is going to just force your offense to win. Think like a Josh Allen, right? But you're also not going to get you're not going to get near as many of the flaws, right? Like, I'm serious. Drake Maye is probably the better choice if you want to win in 2024, right? And that's my 2 cents. I'm not saying Drake can't elevate a team, Jibby. I'm saying I think Drake can flesh out an offense. I think Drake can complete an offense, make it outrageously dangerous. Prabat, the better way to put this is, with Caleb Williams, you get the one-man band. With Drake Maye, you get the lead singer and the guitar player, and maybe sometimes the conductor, especially if he grows into that role. But you don't get the one-man band. And also, how many one-man bands do you actually go out of your way to listen to? They're a mess. Like, the guy's trying to play the cymbals with his feet. You know what I mean? Like, it's with Caleb, you're going to get points where he bites off way too much. With Drake, you're going to get some points where maybe you want a little more. But that, to me, both of them are phenomenal players, but I don't want to get too much into the comparison because we haven't even watched Drake. I love this play just for the vibes. Caleb's going to take off. He's going to try to keep up with his running back so that he can try to see if he can't get a block for somebody. But let's see. BG, I'm trying to finish the game, but maybe finishing the game is too much to ask. Uh, let's see if we can't just speed racer through it, right? Here he's going to look. He's going to find his guy in the later window. Man sitting in front. Tight window there if we wanted it. And then we go, boom, right here. Rip. Catch. Nice ball. Are we a little tardy on the throw? Like, would I love for him to throw it sooner? Sure. But plenty of NFL players, I mean this seriously, work to a window late if it's that open and keep the window open, like extend it with better ball placement. So that works for me. That's the thing, Ben. I loved the UCLA game. I loved the UCLA game for that exact reason. Felt like he learned. Probably Jordan, but at the same time, I also think, and I mean this very kindly, Jordan, that you have an outsized opinion of NFL DBs, because NFL DBs make a lot of mistakes, and NFL wide receivers silly those DBs a lot. It's a tough league to play DB in, and that can be a real benefit to the quarterbacks, because while you're going to get some games where Jalen Johnson simply consumes you, most games you aren't. And I'm with you that throw is harder, but I also don't think it's necessarily impossible if you can place the ball. Here's another nice ball. Here's another nice ball. Caleb is going to check right here. He's then going to step back up. I would love him to throw this on his first hitch. He hitches once, sees the throw, hitches again, drives the throw, complete. On the wrap dig over the middle. Boom. Missile. Obligatory fantasy check. Are they about to kick a field goal? But so, anyways, I will say Caleb navigates the pocket. Like, that's the thing, Irish. In my opinion, it's totally just Robert's opinion. The big draw for Caleb isn't just, okay, so you asked about this, Gibby. One more piece to Caleb is I really love the way he moves in the pocket. To me, he moves in the pocket like a passer. It's easy to turn him into a guy that's a dual threat quarterback, but I see somebody that very naturally escapes pressure and does a good job handling everything the defenders throw at him until you get him with two. But very few quarterbacks are going to get out, or like very few quarterbacks are going to escape, for instance, this kind of play where your offensive lineman just gets dummied immediately. You need to check the ball down, but we're not ready for it. Maybe Caleb Williams can drive it out there, but I don't think any quarterback is going to attempt it. And then as you spin out, your right tackle gives it up, and now you take a second sack in as many plays. But yikes, that sucks, Brandon. Also, Brandon, feel free to go back further in the VOD. There's a bunch of other stuff that, like, in this game, not just the game, Notre Dame game, but also a big old reel of a bunch of sick stuff Caleb did, because I know you were looking for all 22. Here, they get an opportunity. We see more operation at the line of scrimmage. I think they just run it. They do. And that's the thing, two-stop. I'll tell you what. Like, was that a sick game by Kyler and Trey McBride or what? Now, if I was going to whine, I will tell you, watching Trey McBride has me sitting there like, okay, the Bears weren't going to take Trey McBride. There wasn't really a situation where the Bears could have taken Trey McBride. But you watch Trey McBride, you compare him to Cole Kmet, it is easy to see why JT O'Sullivan makes the eligible tackle joke ad nauseum. But that's not to say that Kmet can't have his uses. You guys have heard me. I'm about as moderate on Cole Kmet as I think somebody can be. But it is wild watching what a real weapon at tight end can do, because at times Trey McBride looks uncoverable. You are not going to believe me, but the receiver did not catch this. Was this a pretty pass or what? Like, we've got a blitz coming. So we see somebody biting down. We get a slant. And Caleb is just going to flick this ball. McManus, no! You just lost me my fantasy games. But probably, unless Jamar Chase does something insane. But this little flick gets past the defense and is so easy to catch. Like Ben's saying, the ball just floats out and all the receiver has to do is reach out and grab it. He does not, but that doesn't make it not a sick throw. Pretty easy. Imagine not having Santos at your kicker, right? So now we got a little adversity. 2nd and 7. We thought we had a touchdown. We didn't have a touchdown. So now what? Oh, yeah. Just when you thought Caleb was out, maybe he pulls you back in. Walk through this one more time. So Caleb is going to take a look over here. Looks to me like they've got fade, curl, route over the top. Maybe the route over the top is there if you want him to pipe it to the back of the end zone. But he takes a look. He doesn't like his options out to the right. He looks back up the middle. Again, if you want him to pipe it, you can. But instead, he's going to back up, which brings the it brings the edge rushers down. And then he's going to drive straight up in the pocket, and now he's safe again. So then he's got another rusher bearing down on him. Works out to his left. Feels the guy coming in his back pocket. Sees the receiver show up. Oh no. All this in a matter of moments, of course. And just pipes the ball to him for a catch, and then he gets back over the line. Here it is in full motion, then we'll show it in slow motion. But like, read, feel the pressure, get back up. Do we love how he's carrying the football? Not necessarily, but is this throw sick or what? If there's one thing Caleb does that I don't think Drake can do, it's that he can at times just rub his hands together and create something in the red zone that is hard to do. Like, it's the red zone is where things get tight, and there's not a lot of ways that you can win if you can't do something crazy. And that throw is it's just stupid. To be honest with you, that throw is just silly. But my favorite part about it is that I actually think the pocket awareness is totally replicable. Could he pull this off against TJ Watt? I think so. Not all of these guys are like ultra super duper fast. Like, maybe Shaq Barrett catches him, but he gets some space. Like, I think he would be able to I think he's able to create space in the NFL that's similar, even at his speed. And Jordan, the only reason I'm saying that is because I've seen it. Do you think Mahomes is faster than him? Like, don't stick on the Mahomes comp, but simply the lower half of number 15. Do you see Mahomes as fast? Now, Mahomes' pressure to sack rate is much better than Caleb Williams' is. Caleb takes many more sacks, probably about 1.5 times the sacks that Patrick Mahomes does. But I can't help seeing that, or I can't help seeing that there's sometimes where it's not going to work, but there's sometimes where I think it totally is. At least what I think. Like, and Khalid, the good news is that if you set the floor at Baker and you set the ceiling at Mahomes, anything in the middle, that's okay, right? If the Bears got Baker, we said this earlier, if the Bears spent number 1 overall, passed on what they could get, and got Baker Mayfield, but they got him cheap, right? How upset are you really? Because I totally hear you, Jibby, but it's more to say that, like, the Bears could win a lot of games with a roster that's good and a quarterback that's cheap. as long as he stayed relatively healthy. Now, if he ends up at the Kyler area, like that works. And that's the thing, Michael. It's something we would all navigate together, right? And two stop, I actually find that really helpful. Thank you. Because we'll see what Caleb Williams runs. I bet you it's going to be in the 4.6, 4.7 range, which, sure, there are going to be a lot of people that'll post exactly that on Twitter and say, wow, he's faster than like Mahomes. He's going to be so good. But does he play with any anticipation or good timing? Oh, Khalid, just look back earlier. I think so. Now, the Lincoln Riley offense is hard to, it can be hard to time out. Here they go with like a quarterback draw, but I see plenty of examples of really solid timing and tight window throws and anticipation across his tape. It's not every single throw, but he's generally attempting to go for 2 to 4 reads. And your fourth read, it's hard to anticipate on. Your first read is much easier. And on his first read, that is generally what he does. I love this throw, by the way. Look at what he throws through. Like, here we get field pressure, pop back, kick hard to the left, set to throw. There's an arm in his airspace as he finds the guy over the middle. Is the throw accurate and perfect? Right? Not necessarily, but it's good enough to give your wide receiver a chance, and the wide receiver comes out and makes it. Here it is from behind, looks left, finds the man. You can count minimum, like hard left, further left, back towards the middle, further back, shift hard, man in the face, rip, completion. That's the problem, John. Which quarterbacks would I trade 3 first-round picks for? I think everybody's scared of doing that, right? Like, do we overvalue first-round picks a little bit? I think there's a chance we do. This contact balance is just bananas. Like, I'm sometimes stunned at the hits that he will find his way out of. Like, how does he get out of those two and then take the shot to the face on a play like this? I promise I'm not trying to oversell it. Like, just spin back, get through another one, like, duck through another hit, and no, it doesn't help. Like, of course we'd love more. We would prefer not to take pressure on a play like this. Because like Ben's saying, they go with the, like, fakey screen thing here, and we would rather have just thrown this. But from a contact balance perspective, hoo boy, sometimes it's unbelievable what he will just slip his way out of. He's a slippery dude, that Caleb Williams. Let me see. Khalid, I don't know if Caleb's fit or mentality is a fit one way or another. Well, that's the thing, Jibby. You could definitely pull up clips of. Well, that's the piece. I said I don't know how Caleb gets out of these hits. Not he's automatically better than Fields at getting out of these hits, right? Not everything is a direct comparison to Justin, and Justin has absolutely broken a bunch of tackles in the pocket. I think he's like, have you seen him break 2? Because I've seen him break a bunch of tackles when he's on the move. But well, I think for what it's worth, Jibby, Jordan was talking about the one where he slid to his left and then nailed the throw over the middle. So I think he was talking about a different play, but that's just me guessing. Caleb takes a hit. Could we have thrown the ball up the seam? I don't know. The safeties are pinching it pretty hard. But USC just got smashed. Like, as you could probably tell in this game, there's plenty of people who were like, oh yeah, Caleb was awful against Notre Dame. I think Caleb definitely evidenced all of his bad traits in one game, but I think he evidenced a bunch of his really good traits too, to be honest. Like, it's not as if I left this game. You tell me what you think. Oh, here's the icing. Like, receiver catches it, slips, fumbles, straight up the field, touchdown, Irish. Like, To me, I found going through this game, if this is the worst game of Caleb Williams' career, as a lot of people want to say that it is, you still saw a lot of traits to like. And if we were going through this after a bad Caleb Williams day, where he was, for some reason, the Chicago quarterback, I would say a lot of this stuff should work out from him, and there's plenty to get excited about. Now, obviously, a bunch of things went wrong for us today, but there's a lot to take from this that I think is really nice. And you couple it with all the stuff that I showed you on that reel, I think you got a very, very, very exciting player. And what you think of whether he's worth number one, I'll tell you what, John, there was a day and age 4 years ago where there's a day and age 4 years ago where the number one overall pick didn't matter that much. There was a point where people drafted where folks considered drafting edge rushers number one overall. There's a point where all kinds of players used to be in the legitimate conversation, and now all of a sudden number one overall is worth 3 first-round picks, and it's smart to be that way. The Bears pulled off debatably the fleecing of the century with the DJ Moore trade just a little while ago, and if the Bears could get that again, that is a lot to turn away from. That is a lot to turn away from. But if you asked me, to use your example, Michael, whether I would prefer Tavon Walker, or is it Tavon? I thought it was a K name. Is it Kayvon Walker? It doesn't matter. If you ask me whether I would prefer Chase Young, Trayvon, thank you. If you ask me whether I'd prefer Chase Young or Caleb Williams, I'm not going to think that hard about it. Like, if you asked me whether I'd prefer Trayvon Walker or Caleb Williams, I'm still not thinking that hard about it. I think that it is hard to look at Caleb Williams' tape and not see a player that is, all right, you can quote me on this, worthy of the number one pick. His only issue, the biggest issue, besides the stuff on Caleb Williams' tape itself, the biggest issue is that there's another quarterback that's debatably also worthy of the number one overall pick. Like, the only thing standing in Jibby's way of getting excited about Caleb Williams is that there's a kid in the same draft class that can do this. It's a completely different play. Oh man, did I seriously pick the wrong play first? I did. Here he is being somewhat athletic. Here's Drake Maye on the move. You're not about to feel like, wow, this is amazing. Going straight from Caleb Williams to Drake Maye, by the way, is going to be a trip. Like, because he's 6'4", 230, and let me see here. Did I somehow not get? I picked the wrong play. All right, so where is it? All right, you need to take a trip into my lab because I need to find this play. It's early in the game. Is it this one? It is. All right, so there we go. We're going to add it to the Drake reel. It's another technical difficulty. Bada bing, bada boom. And so then we back it up a little bit. All right, so this is a 2nd and 14, right? So 2nd and 14. And I want you to look at the space that Drake fits this ball into. Like, oh, that's the thing, Rowdy. That is exactly my hope, is I thought that people actually watching it might have a feeling. Hits the back of his drop, and he is going to fit it between DB1 and DB2 as a safety's charging down, because Drake Maye just does not really care. Like, what you think Drake Maye is? Rip. Bang. And it's even better from the tight angle. Takes a look, rips it. Look at look at the just natural power that he's able to generate with this awesome lever. Like, it's a little of both. I think it is a 1-2 read, Ben, but when I was watching Drake, I didn't I didn't think that hard about it. I'm sure he is looking off the safety, but part of me also can't help but wonder if he's just looking at where his eyes are coached to look. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's looking off the safety. That's why you're here. But man, Just the throw itself. Look at this thing in full power. Bang. Looks like it's going to blow a hole through him. Rip. Boom. Can't hand it to the guy better. And because of the location of the ball, for crying out loud, it keeps the man safe. Like, he doesn't have to eat a decapitating hit. He has time to take that ball and get down. You can feel the placement. And when you watch Drake Maye, I mean, to use Jordan's adage, it's a laser show. Do you see this? Are you kidding me? Like, here, Drake Maye is going to see that he's got his man on a post, safety looking the wrong way. He's going to go over the back of him, and he's just going to put that ball out, baby. Like, rip, bang. Drake Maye, when he wants to, can put the ball on a quarter. That is gorgeous. That's what I kind of thought, Case. But I'm honestly just like going through the routine that I put in my head earlier. I'm so focused on the plays. Like, Drake Maye makes power and velocity look easy. Caleb Williams has velocity out of his hand. Drake Maye is a rocket launcher. Like, I mean, boom, bang. You just watched a 38-yard throw, and it had the speed of a 20-yard throw. I mean, he is just launching the ball. Zoom. I mean, he can rip it. Let's see which position I'm going to be looking at specifically for draft season. What do you mean position, Damo? That's the thing, Prabat. It's big seams. It is big throws. Like, oh, 100%, Ben. I mean, here's another seam. Bang. The receiver drops this one. How do you drop a pass this good? It is a crime. Put him in jail, right? Oh, Demo. I'll tell you more about that later. Rip. And look at that. Like, as it clears the second level. Oh, thank you. Like, Drake rears back amidst a little bit of pressure and just places the ball. It is so, so pretty. That's the thing, Michael. What you're seeing right now is Drake Maye, the football thrower, and he is unbelievable at it. I mean, the arm, the shoulder, the size is special. Really is. I mean, you're looking at all his best throws pretty much in conjunction. This one I think I put on there because the wide receiver did not fix. Well, no, Jibby, you're just hearing us say positive things about both, right? Because that's the goal. And what Michael's talking about, like, I hope you do, Michael. I hope you look at both and you go, man, both of these guys are really good. But you need to see the game because I didn't pick the Virginia game because Drake is only throwing darts. When we were watching Caleb earlier, this is exactly what everybody felt like because, I mean, it's all his good plays, right? And here's a really nice anticipation ball. Like, receiver slowing down as we get the ball out, but looks easy, right? No, he didn't get a PI there, Ben. Bang. Let me see. Here's another just throw straight down the gut. Crossing route. Sees the safety bailing out. Right here. Safety goes from this spot out. We've got a receiver coming over the middle of the field. Nice little design to push the receiver out wide and rip, and we're good. I mean, seriously, no fat at all, Jordan. Like, when you talk about just a laser rifle, also, Drake Maye's pocket movement may not be Caleb Williams, but he moves in the pocket very naturally all the same, approaches his target, gains some velo, looks so easy. So it's the game-winning field goal, but let's see here. What's the distance on it? Because it may not be enough to put me over. Unless. Let's see. How far are they? A 22. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be 4 points. I think I'm going to lose by 1. RIP. Eric, we'll get to his flaws when we're in the game. Unless here's him running the ball, because Drake Maye actually has more scrambling yards than Caleb Williams, to use an example. Like, plus you get a better sense for what his movement actually looks like. Irish, I think it's hilarious you feel that way. Purely because I think my preference is Caleb Williams, but I think it would be unfair, to be honest, Irish, for me to not pitch them both very equally. And if the Bears end up with Drake Maye, I'm going to be very excited about it for a reason. Now, I put this one in here purely because I knew we'd be coming to Drake Maye second. Here's that same crossbody throw, and we just can't get the same velocity on it. Maybe it comes out funky. I just happened to see it, and I went, huh. Here's the pit game. The pit game's kind of a mess, but you get this nice one. Like, it would push to OT. I gotcha. So here's Drake coming out of the mesh, takes one natural step backwards, kind of runs into pressure a little bit, like pop, and then rips it. Pretty throw out to the sidelines. Timid, what does Maye do that Caleb doesn't? What Maye does that Caleb doesn't is just mustard the damn ball. Like, I mean, there will be points where Maye will throw it off of what you would swear is blind faith, and he'll fit it into windows that truly not many guys can. Did we see that throw? Yes. Did we see that throw just a little while ago that Herbert hit, where he had like 2 defenders, one here, and he split the, I am not going to draw it, it's way too phallic, but he split the ball to an open receiver where the ball then clanked off his chest plate. Like, nobody is attempting that except for Herbert and maybe Drake Maye. If he really masters anticipatory throws, he could be just as good as Herbert. Now, the problem is that Maye will have these moments where, whether it's the receiver's fault, if he's a Bear, I swear, I'm going to have so many people telling me that the receivers can't run routes. I just know it's going to happen. But there are points where Maye will plant his foot a little too wide and the ball will just spray on him. And it's not even close. Now, it's not all the time. When he's accurate, he doesn't just hit the target. Like, there are not very many, oh, it was a little outside my frames. Like, if he's going to miss, he's going to flat out miss, right? And let me see, 3rd and 8. It's a good question, Jimmy. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine he's 22. I think you mentioned something about a guy being 22. Let me see here. What did I see? I thought personally that Maye passed up 2 very good reads here. And then takes a bad sack, because Maye's eyes are also another question. Now, that's not to say that that's not to say that they can't get better, right? But Maye starts on the curl route that ends up separating, spots the safety right now, begins to look across the field. He's going to see. You can see with his body language, we are looking at the receiver splitting straight down the field. And if you've got Drake Maye's arm, throw it. You can make that throw. And instead he's going to work back. His eyes are right here. Throw this too. A little bit of anticipation on the curl route. That's there for us. We think about it. We thought about going to the check down. 95's in our face. And instead, we're going to try to leak out. We take a sack. Happens. Sacks, I mean, we're not about to pretend one way or another that these sacks are way worse than the other one or something like that. It's more that I do have questions, not horrible questions. I don't think Drake Maye is blind, but questions about how much processing he's doing. Just because I don't know what his reads are. And that's the thing, Prabhat. I mean, you watch his eyes and he goes pop to pop. I did the same thing, Ben. I did the same thing with Caleb, where I put a couple of sacks and horrible fumbles in there. This reel was just shorter because I made it in shorter time. I promise. This one was another where Drake pops back. The receiver seems open to me. I mean, you can't throw this thing on a line or you're going to hit the safety, but he works back, sees pressure, throws the ball away. But I don't know. I mean, maybe he feels like it wasn't open because he felt like the receiver wouldn't sit down for it. I couldn't tell you, but when he looks good, he looks amazing. Like that's the big tagline I would say with Drake May is like honestly, I don't even think Caleb looks as good as Drake looks. Like look at this rip. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Right? It's a flea flicker and I just don't care. Like we've got a man with pressure in our face and we're just going to go full lever action like sweet baby Jesus. Like baby back rib the ball down the field to a wide open receiver and that is a huge completion. Like you're saying Michael, he gets hit but it doesn't affect the spiral. Maybe it causes it to be just a little short, but I just that is so visually pretty. It's so visually pretty. And then, as you'd expect, the 6'4", 230 guy is a threat to run the ball in the red zone. Like, he will absolutely do that. No, I didn't get the left-hander in there because I didn't make it far enough in the game, Jordan. Like, Drake's got some gamer in him. It's more to point out that he's not stone-footed in the pocket either. He can move, and he looks good doing it. Exactly, Calamity. If I'm doing my job right, you feel pretty good about both of them. There's the throw. It was just supposed to be there earlier. I mean, good God, right? Good God, baby. Now, one other funny thing, or maybe funky, about Drake May. So when I am going through cataloging games, right? Let me see. Where's the tape that we're gonna watch? So generally speaking, when I go through and I catalog a football game, especially for draft, this right here means the player didn't do anything. This means the player did something well. This means the player was part of the play but didn't do anything specific. This play means the player did something bad. As you can see, you can end up in both categories. I even have a couple where Caleb did something so confusing it ended up in all of them. And then the fifth one is penalty. And so the funny thing about Drake is that there is sometimes, oh yeah, Jordan, this is just a smattering of good throws from Drake over like 2 games. They By the way, these reels are not exhaustive. I'm just trying to get you guys a decent chunk of throws. Like Wags, you mentioned the Duke game, the UCLA game would pop for Caleb. Like there's a lot of tapes that I just don't have yet. And so the hope would be that we can do another draft stream later in the season where we just keep looking. But one thing about Drake May, it's not bad. It kind of is what it is that for Caleb, you didn't get near this many plays where he didn't do anything, right? With Drake, the usage isn't always super high. Like there are some times where the team will use him a lot, and then there are other times where they just want to run the ball. Nothing bad about that. That is not a horrible, horrible thing by any stretch of the imagination. But it is an interesting difference between Drake and Caleb because Caleb kind of is the USC offense for better and for worse. But Drake is a part of a very solid offense, but he's not a part of the run game. You saw every single running play, almost literally every running play had a read option tag. But with Caleb Williams, he was it. He was the whole dude. For better, for worse. So Drake, basic. Wow. Can we get applause in the chat? Can we get applause in the chat? I'm kidding. It is funny. You go from the real to just a basic in time smart throw to the sidelines. He sees the look he likes. He rips it. Caleb makes this sometimes look a little difficult. Like, to me, what's so funny is for as many times as we saw Caleb play in time, Caleb is equally likely to think he can do something else. Let me put it this way. So comparing a certain somebody to Caleb Williams and Drake May. Drake May is going to do what your coach told him to do. If you get Ben Johnson, Drake May, it should probably work, right? Calamity, I would say Caleb is going to evaluate whether he thinks doing the short thing is going to cost him something else. Caleb has an idea. Or I think a certain somebody is slow to read plays out. Caleb reads plays out. He doesn't always, it's not as if he has this massive problem of passing up gaping maw receivers, right? Um, but that said, the fact that Caleb welcomes so much, the fact that or Caleb's or the fact that Caleb welcomes so much pressure to make so many decisions, it's gonna end you up in positions where he makes the wrong one, right? Um, what's going on in this play or in this game? Oh my gosh, I think that field goal. Okay, so gotta get the fantasy barbs in, right? Next play, Maye does a good job fielding a bad snap. This is important, right? Boom. If you're going to play in Chicago, you got to be able to field a bad snap. Big ol' hands, makes it look nice and easy. There you go. That's the thing, Matthew. I hope Bears fans are selling themselves on two good options because you can, right? You've got all the ability to do it. Rip. I wanted this, or not I wanted this. This is just the third play of the game. Drives the ball. So wonderful and deep. To me, what's funny about watching Caleb versus Drake is if you're a fan of pure NFL style quarterbacking, you're going to see a lot more pro style in Drake Maye. If anything, I think it would be really interesting to just watch a little bit of Kyler Murray. Not because Kyler and Caleb are the same, but because Kyler is the best example we have of a truly unorthodox player that is finding success in the NFL, and he comes from the Lincoln Riley system, right? But with Drake, I mean, you can we agree you've seen this quarterback before, right? Um, Jordan, I tend to think when I look at games like the UCLA game that Caleb Williams can be a very successful in structure passer, but that right now out of structure is the structure for so we turn it over there. Let's go back. Not turn it over, we punt. Drop back, pressure. Pressure comes before anything can really resolve. We're locked up there. We really don't have much going on over the middle. We're locked up there. Our guy, what? We're gonna throw to the check down, maybe, but it's not like Drake passed on anything. Gets out. When nothing's there, nothing's there. We throw it away. Drake May footwork is typically cleaner than Caleb Williams, whereas Caleb has a release that saves him. I think that makes sense, Ben. Caleb does feel loose and very natural. Natural can be a good thing, natural can be a bad thing. Drake feels very fundamental, very passing camp, you know? Demo, I honestly don't know about the hands thing. I'm interested. Basic throw out. Pop, toss. No. You can slander Caleb. I just think that Caleb is getting a raw deal in the eyes of many media members who, to be honest with you, like, so Drake gets upfield, Drake dives forward. It's sick. Like, you got a quarterback that can move a little bit and be, I don't know all the way about Josh Allen, but certainly a little bit more mobile than quarterbacks that are as quarterback pure as he is. To be honest with you, Jibby, I can't help but think, okay, so let me use an example, Jibby. There are a lot of people that would tell you that DJ Moore can't be a number one wide receiver. Why? Because he's 6 feet tall, right? There are a lot of people that would look and they would tell you, well, DJ Moore's pretty short, right? And then you say, well, Tyreek Hill's pretty short. And then they would say, DJ Moore's not Tyreek Hill. I think DJ Moore can be a number one, right? But I also think that I'm a little more willing than some are. And this isn't me trying to throw a finger, it's more pointing out, right? That there are a lot of people that if it doesn't look like something that they already know and understand, and it's weird, then it can't be good. Oh, sure, Akusai is, right? More to say that with Caleb Williams, you're definitely looking at a very weird quarterback. Like I don't want to pretend that Caleb Williams is NFL orthodox, but watching him go through reads is very NFL translatable, in my opinion. Watching him do what he does in the pocket, going pop to pop to pop to pop, makes a lot of sense to me. Honestly, Irish, I would say that we don't even know what that means anymore. Pro style concepts used to mean lining up under center and dropping back either 3, 5, or 7 steps from under center and then throwing downfield. Nowadays, people run tons of stuff out of the shotgun. Like all kinds of this spread offense that you see Caleb run has trickled into the NFL. But neither of them are explicitly pro style by any stretch of the imagination. Like they're both very collegiate. Especially because, like you're talking about, it is all like spread option, etc. Best, and that's the thing. Because to me, when I'm making the argument for Caleb, I'm basically saying don't let all the glittery highlights distract from the vision, the pocket movement, the ability to make some of those throws in structure on his third and fourth read that I showed you, because that is what I am really amped up about. Yeah, sure, the sexy stuff along the sidelines is awesome. The ability to make hay in the red zone is pretty unbelievable, but it's the vision that I'm really sold on, and that's my overcorrection, to be honest with you, because I feel like I've now seen 2 quarterbacks that can't see it, and that really frustrates me, right? I would live and die by what Caleb can do if I felt like he could see it, rather than willingly walk into a quarterback that's got an amazing arm, it's got an amazing physique, it's got an amazing set of size for, yes, Damo, an amazing like size for the position. There's so many things to like about Drake Maye. There is not a legitimate concern that he doesn't have vision, because the last guy that we dinged for not having great vision was Justin Herbert, and he sees just fine, right? We thought we could clearly see that at Oregon he was struggling to read things out. We were wrong, right? Especially if you surround Drake Maye with a really good offense where he doesn't need to see everything as cleanly as you'd expect, because he can hit enough of these throws that like a huge chunk. I mean, for crying out loud, how many throws do I really need to see Drake Maye hit over the middle off of like something where he goes double slant, like double deep slant, double deep slant, this isn't there, and he hits like the backside dig or something. Let me see. Justin Herbert has an SOC on board, like a computer. Is that what you're saying? But so that's the thing, Ben. Like, how many throws like that do I need to see if the Bears have Malik Neighbors and DJ Moore, when instead Malik Neighbors and DJ Moore can just run Mills for functionally an entire game, and the moment you hit this one, you score, right? Like I'm very intrigued. I'm very intrigued, and I think it's so funny because, Jimmy, I don't expect Caleb Williams to try to beat you with his feet any more than Mahomes does. He did it a lot at college, but I look at I know I'm citing it a lot, but the UCLA game that I'm keep talking about, the main reason you should go check it out if you want to, Jimmy, is because in that game, the USC offense knew they were going to get beat up up front. Laitu Latu, or whatever his name is, plus the 2 sweet defensive tackles they had, were going to eat their lunch. And you saw Caleb Williams get the ball out, get the ball out, get the ball out, get the ball out, push the ball, get the ball out, get the ball out, not try to run around everybody. And he ultimately only took 2 sacks on the day, if memory serves, which to me is what you're aiming for. Now, is he going to get hit? He's going to get hit. He's definitely going to get hit. There's no question he's going to get hit. Will he hold up? I don't know. But he's not Bryce Young, right? And I do think he does a pretty good job of protecting himself. But so I really liked that. If you watch the last quarter and a half, it's funny because if memory serves, I think Caleb had like 260 yards in the first half. And that's not where he made all of his hay, but it's where he made a lot of it. Anyways, let's not get so distracted talking about Caleb Williams that we miss the good news that is Drake Maye. Because if you think Drake Maye is a first option, oh my gosh, he rules. If you think Drake Maye is a second option, what a 6-second option to have. There is part of me that thinks that there are going to be some Bears fans that if I'm about to describe you, I need you to put a hand up in the chat, right? But there are going to be some Bears fans that are going to look at Drake Maye, they're going to look at Caleb Williams, and they're going to say, sheesh, I hope the Bears get pick number 2 so that I don't have to worry about the Bears making the wrong decision. And I prefer pick number 1 for obvious reasons. I think that the ability for the Bears to pick is going to be really important. Here, Drake's going to leave the ball a little high, but man, look at the velocity fitting this in there underneath the defender. Do we expose our guy a little too much? Meh, whatever. But like, rip, bang, yes. I mean, just throw a couple of these, man. Woof. I get you, Armed. I just want to not lose. Like, I would like to win games. To me, Ben, Caleb's feels, we'll time it in frames here in a second. 2nd and 8. Come on. I've been waiting for this one. So Drake Maye is the kind of quarterback that'll lull you into a false sense of. So with Caleb, you almost feel like you're waiting for the next crazy thing to happen, for better or for worse. With Drake, you're like, oh no, I mean, he looks pretty good. Whatever. Like, what am I really here for? That. Seam splitter, cover 3. Just so good. When he's on, he is making throws that would make everybody just jump out of their chair. Like, that is so pretty. Like, it's so sick. You practically can't not catch it. Oh my gosh. Jibby, better quarterbacks have, but at the same time, I think he'd be fine. Let's see. Still on the train with evil with the rookie quarterback. If you get a new staff and use the 100 million draft picks, it will be hard to be awful. I actually agree with you, Zach. I think that a lot of people, so chances are, if you know who I'm talking about, you're going to know who I'm talking about, and there's nothing I can do about it, right? But there's this certain guy on Twitter that keeps making the comparison that he's like, I'm sticking with Justin Fields. I'm not one of these Bears fans that's addicted to rebuilding. And I'm sitting here like, it's not a rebuild. Like, the Bears are re-racking their quarterback, sure, but I'll say it if you guys don't. I am disappointed enough with Justin Fields that I am willing to definitely explore these options. And both of these quarterbacks, to me, look well worth the selection. And so I can't help but think that if you got better quarterback play, if you got quarterback play that didn't need 8 seconds to not throw the ball sometimes, then like, could you push the ball, or like, could you win 9 games in a bad NFC? It's got to be possible. Do y'all realize that the Bears are going to be picking, or the Bears are going to have a 4th place schedule as of today? That means that they would go into next season with New England, Washington, the New York Giants, and then one other bad team on their schedule. I'm not saying that's 4 free wins, but the Bears are in position to just rubber band, like, back the other way. I mean, they easily might. Yes, it's the Panthers, Akusai. You're absolutely right. So if the Bears had the NFC North that doesn't look amazing, and those 4 games, and then you grind out a couple wins here and there against the rest of your schedule, like, you could end up with a really, really sweet record amidst a bunch of rookie learning games. It's totally possible. Like Preston's saying, you say that the Bears have had in years. Preston, I'm going to push you on that. I'm going to tell you that I think that the Bears are building one of the best landing spots for number 1 or number 2 overall in years. Like, though, if they invest like I'm hoping they will, you could very, very easily be looking at an outstanding landing spot. Is it the best? But like, it's I don't know, but it's close, for crying out loud. And that's exactly right, Prabhat. Like, I can't help look at this Bears team and think to myself, there are a lot of people that are telling themselves that with a rookie, the Bears are going to become the Panthers. I don't think the Bears can't be the Panthers now, for crying out loud. Like, the Panthers lost to the Bears, and we were starting a UDFA quarterback. I'm with you, Peyton. Like, go get the right coach. The right coach has Gardner Minshew and a bunch of Jags, plus DeForest Buckner and Jonathan Taylor, though I think Jonathan Taylor may have just gotten hurt at, like, what? Are they 7-5? Are they 6-6? Like, a good coach, like what we've seen with Shane Steichen, can make all the difference. And I'm not saying I know Ben Johnson's that dude. I'm not saying I know Jim Harbaugh's that dude. I don't know. But I can't help thinking that if the Bears get if the Bears get a coach that's even near the level of, say, Matt LaFleur, that there are going to be tons of Bears fans that are going to say, well, I didn't think Tyler Scott was this good. And we're going to go, I'm not saying, like, oh, another thing. Something I said a while back. This is going all the way back to when Flus was hired. I muttered to myself, I think I even said it on a couple podcasts. Worst case scenario, maybe Matt Eberflus is the Bears' John Fox. And look at the Bears' defense. Look at how spicy they're getting. Look at how well a lot of the Bears' young defenders are developing. And tell me I'm not insane to think that the Bears, if they get a step up in their offensive coaching and their defensive coaching just holds water, right? That they could end up in a position where they've got a nice little window here to do the coach changeover thing that so many do. Have I seen enough in film to say I would take Williams number 1 and reset the quarterback situation? I'm definitely going to screw warm weather, Caleb. That's the thing. Like, for me, Wags, I would say I've seen enough in the film that if Drake Maye did not exist, I'm taking Williams number 1. As it stands, I'm always going to be doing more review. I'm waiting and waiting and waiting for the all-22 tapes from late in the season because Maye's game against Clemson is Williams' Notre Dame game, at least from what I understand. And then Williams' UCLA game is his best game of the year. Plus, I want to see that Duke game and a couple others, right? But what I'm trying to push at is, like, right now, I would argue that you've got 2 quarterbacks that are going to split a lot of teams over which one is number 1. How many members of our defense are superfluous under another defensive system? I think armed with monkeys, you could find a place for most of them, to be honest. I can't say that I know that for certain, but Kyler Gordon may get bumped outside here or there. Exactly obvious. Like, it's very easy. I am not going to lose sleep over Drake Maye versus Caleb Williams. And ultimately, let's see. If I'm me, am I getting Maye tape? Which quarterback do I prefer in a dome? Let's get there later. Let's see. X is going to be fire in March. I hope to pick up a whole bunch of followers. I'm not even going to pretend I don't, because I don't think anybody does the off season like I do. The in season can honestly be really annoying. Because when the Bears season goes south like this, I end up with a whole bunch of Bears media that is really, really still into the Bears' current season. And don't get me wrong, like, I'm not trying to say the Bears are done, but at the same time, right now, all the talk is about Cole Kmet saying things like, "Well, why can't we go 9-8?" And I'm like, Iceberg, I'm actually surprised to hear you say that, if only because I can't help but feel like the coaches have been real disappointments, especially on offense. But even the defense, like, the defense sold September so hard. Here's Maye seeing the post, throwing it over 20's head, dropping it in. The receiver can't catch it. But man, this is a sick throw. Finds his guy over the middle. I'm going to make that throw because I can. Catch the ball, my guy. Hit him in the worst place it could. His hands, right? To me, Iceberg, I like our defensive coaches, but I also don't like the way that Matt Eberflus has handled the top. It works better when we're winning, and lately the Bears have had a run of really manageable opponents, so they've won games. They beat the Vikings, and they absolutely deserve credit for it. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Catch. Just going to blast it. Like, this is so pretty. We've got a guy fading backwards, and that is enough. Boom. We come off the first read, too. Like, here we're watching this corner. Rip, bang. Receiver drops it. which again, Maye's receivers are just selling, right? But the throw is nasty, isn't it? Boom. To be fair, I feel like we never got to see the full force of the coaching staff due to character issues. I can't help but feel very similarly here. The or May gets the offsides call, throws it, can't connect, whatever. Um, I can't help but feel like MJ. There was a lot that went wrong in this season in this locker room, but the biggest problem that I think MJ. So one more thing about Eberflus. Okay, so you brought up a good point. We got to stick with the May film. But when we're talking, we're talking, right? But so to me, the biggest problem that Matt Eberflus faces is that I think it is very, very, very obvious that the Bears sit on the very top of the or the Bears sit at the top of a hill of opportunity. And if you're changing quarterbacks, why wouldn't you change coaches? Like you almost need to. Thank you, Damo. I will. I think I'm in. But so, as much as you say the Mount Trashmore of opportunity armed, it is it is pretty wild looking at where the Bears are. Where I actually wonder. So normally, a coach in his second year, let's say that he's the incumbent, right, and the team needs him to be so bad that you can't fire the incumbent. But like Prabat's saying, I can't help but wonder if this season for Chicago the onus is flipped. I can't say I know, but doesn't it start to feel to you with Chris Emma writing about how can Justin Fields say, or Diana Rossini used the phrase, can Justin Fields save Matt Eberflus's job? With Dan Wiederer writing about how the org may make the decision to move on from both, etc. Like it's all to say that I can't help but wonder if the Bears org is sitting here thinking, okay, if the Bears don't exceed our expectations, now may be as good a time as ever, knowing, or they may say, we would rather be a year early and maybe, I guess, risk being slightly wrong that Matt Eberflus isn't going to be the guy who's going to win a Super Bowl in Chicago and just go ahead and move on now and focus everything on the new rookie quarterback. I can't say for sure that that's what the Bears are going to do. We don't know. They haven't played the last 5 games yet, right? But it wouldn't surprise me, just given what we sit on the top, or given the resources we sit on top of, that if the Bears, for once, are going to feel opportunity knocking so loudly that they can't avoid the opportunity that everything presents. But who's to say? Jake Browning threw for 354 yards. What? Oh my gosh. Anyways, but so let's see. I'm not convinced Eberflus is a bad coach, but has he done anything to consider you that he's a great coach? I am pretty much like armed with monkeys. In my opinion, I can't help but think that there's a lot of. I can't help but think that there's a lot of. I'm not about to sell you that I think Matt Eberflus is an amazing coach, to be honest with you. I think the early parts of the season demonstrated a defense that was so meh, that so bad even, especially the way that it was coordinated. That I don't know whether that was Alan Williams. I don't know whether that was a lack of mini camps. I don't know what it was. I really don't know what it was. But the defense was so poor early in the year that even when the offense could get going, they would find a way to lose. To me, starting 0-4 pretty much killed the season. I mean, I understand that it was a rebuilding year to a lot of people, but we are doing a lot of talking our way, aren't we? Am I nuts? We're doing a lot of talking our way into justifying a season that was nearly dead on arrival. And I'm with you, Prabat, that I think that Flus is a solid defensive coordinator and definitely a good teacher. And what we're seeing from his defense right now is an NFL level defense, and that's really good. They are eating people. They've got a lot of talent, and they are popping off against younger guys, against guys that aren't that great. But I can't help feeling as if it is very obvious that his ideas, especially the way that he wants to run offense, are just not congealing. The teachers on offense aren't there. Blah 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 blah. All this to say, it wouldn't surprise me. Um, and that's the thing, Jay Sanders. Like, definitely a lot of injuries. The team wasn't ready to play those first 3 games, and I've heard this before, Jay Sanders, about a lot of sports. Um, you can't win the season in the first 3 to 4 weeks. You can't win the season in September. You can definitely lose it. And I thought the Bears lost the season as soon as they went 0-4, which sucks. Nobody wants to deal with that, right? The reason we've spent this whole season talking about draft is because they started September so foul. And to me, that it doesn't help anything, Akusai, that, like you're saying, not only did they lose 0-1, but they lost it in such poor fashion. Such poor fashion. I would say, Iceberg, that I think Flus is below average, mostly because I've gotten into the habit, Iceberg, of assuming that anytime most Bears fans say something, this is not me calling you out, I promise. Anytime most Bears fans say, I think the player is this, take him down one tier, and that's probably right. Right? Like, we're all a little rosy on our guys for the most part, aren't we? Like, I would tell you Darnell Wright is a stud. Darnell Wright is looking really good, but we're not all the way to stud yet. We know the story, so we're there with him. But the problem is that when I say middle of the pack coach, middle of the pack, what do we think that is? Like, is Mike Tomlin a middle of the pack coach? Right? Is like, help me think of like a true middle of the pack coach. Zach Taylor. Is Zach Taylor a middle of the pack coach? Like, if we found the 16th best coach in the NFL, is he better than Flus? Probably, right? It's like the wide receiver problem. The top 10 wide receivers are all outstanding, right? But it's just interesting to think about that, right? Everybody said Mooney was a 1B last year, but now Justin needs a second weapon like Bowers or MHJ. Mario, you are so out on Justin Fields, and I can just hear it, man. We're not gonna put Sanders on just yet, and that's totally fine. I also can't help but feel like that's a good word for it. You guys are hitting it. Is when I think Matt Eberflus Iceberg, I think instead of like average, I would use the word mediocre, and that feels much more bang on, right? Like, I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination that Matt Eberflus sucks, though I was definitely saying that earlier in the season. But the Phil Snow infused defense, man, I'll tell you what, everybody keeps saying that Phil Snow is just doing data. Yeah, sure. The moment Phil Snow showed up, the defense started getting better and better and better and better and better and better, and now it's outright good. How about that? Also, the Bears have been remarkably healthy. Remarkably healthy. Like, they've still got the overwhelming majority of their starters. Brandon, we did the Notre Dame tape earlier. Check out the VOD. But so let's see. Snow is carrying Flus. Kind of feels like that sometimes. Would I be comfortable drafting TE high if we got Ben Johnson? Demo. Because we hire the coach early, I'll be down with whatever. Like, they draft him, they draft the tight end. I'll be stoked about it. I'll be worried that they're going to use him well enough, but I'll get over it. I really will. Smith versus Stevenson. Love Stevenson. I think Smith is maybe he's a slightly better player now, but I think that a lot of offenses are starting to figure out what he can't do. Whereas Stevenson, I think, is getting close to turning the corner. It's totally just my 2 cents. They weren't too healthy to start the year. That's for sure, Haplo. Definitely not. But the guys that they did play with obviously did not succeed. But let's see. Ben Johnson, Maye, Bowers, we're 12-4. Let's pump the brakes. I think best you're going to get is like a 10-win team, but it's very possible that they win 8 to 9 games. Very possible. And let's see, but Poles held off because he might can everybody. Let's see. The things a good OC could do with Bowers is crazy. They would immediately have matchup nightmares all the time. I'm with you in practice. In theory, you just never know. A lot of these guys that really pop off are second round tight ends for one reason or another. But hey, we're seeing a different breed of tight ends right now. Like, not only is Michael Mayer outstanding, but we're seeing the other kid, Dalton Kincaid, play really, really well. I thought for sure that the Bills had overdrafted him. I like Kincaid, but I liked him in the second at the like when we were there. But it's the problem that I see obvious or not obvious. It's MH is that I can't help but think that Bowers is somebody that is just going to get drafted so high that he has to like be a transcendent player or we're going to end up disappointed. Whereas if you drafted a Keon Coleman and he's only, I'm trying to think of somebody. If you drafted Keon Coleman and he ended up, who's a big, tall number two? I don't know. Only Mike Williams, right? We'd get over it. Like if you went top 10, and Keon Coleman ends up good. T. Higgins is solid. I think we'd all end up stoked with T. Higgins, but is T. Higgins considered good? But so yeah, if you took a top 10 pick and he ends up T. Higgins, we'll get over it. That's great. If you took Malik Neighbors and he ends up Jalen Waddle, that rules. That's great. And so I can't help but think that like with Bowers in particular, like you mentioned this Akusai. If Bowers is Sam Laporta, that's exciting, but is it top 10 pick valuable? I am a believer that the top 10 picks need to be trench players. You could sell me harder on Dallas Turner or Dallas Turner or Johnny Newton than you could on Brock Bowers. And that's not because I hate Brock Bowers per se. It's more just because tight end is not a position that you desperately need to be like a top 10 pick. You can try to find somebody in later rounds that can very quickly become a productive player. Probably if the Bears weren't already really healthy at DB, I would push harder or consider pushing harder for Kool-Aid McKinstry. I'm right there with you in vibe, but I see it as you want a wide receiver that's a game changer. You want a corner that's a game breaker. You want defensive linemen, you want offensive linemen, or you want a quarterback in the top 10. Jordan, I'm more talking theoretically. I haven't actually gotten into DB review, and I'm not going to pretend I have. But it's more to say that at least when I look at the Bears, I think that Bowers has become a name. What I think I'm trying to say, MH, is like, I think Bowers is awesome. Like, flat out awesome. And you're exactly right, Akusai. Like, in the top 10, I'm just very selective about the positions that I'm willing to take. And I am... like, because I think, Lenny, you could add 3-tech to that. But it's more to say that I think that you have to go receiver because I think that there's 3, you could argue 4, like, top 10 worthy receivers in this draft class. And I've only done a very basic review. We're going to do a lot deeper review leading up to the draft stream and then during the draft stream because the whole core of the draft stream is what does life outside of MHJ look like? But it's let's see, what do I think we should do on the D line? If we get 2 dudes, I think we're sitting relatively pretty. I think you go pretty hard on free agency. You gotta listen to the podcast. I actually talked about that a lot. But like Ben's saying, we're here for May tape. We haven't even gotten through the whole game. There's plenty more we could do with this. Let's go. Also, I have a feeling we don't need to stay up until 1, which my body will thank you for. Here is a May ball. Should we catch it? You tell me. Boom. We eat a huge hit as we release this thing. And you want to talk about one thing I think is exciting, Ben? Look at this. We talked about this with Justin. Casey, you in here? You remember the stream where we talked about this? You remember this? Like, okay, pressure. How quick can we get the ball out with pressure in our face? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 frames. And the ball is out. Maybe 17 frames. But so a little... I'd say, so if Caleb is almost literally a third of a second, Maye's is closer to a half second release, right? But he goes zoop and rockets the ball 50 yards. Just casual 50-yard throw under direct pressure. And if your receiver goes up in there and gets that, like, hey, I'm just saying, this is your Keon moment. Like, this is your Keon moment where if you just rip this ball and you have Keon Coleman downfield, I don't think he's losing it. But Who knows? Maybe an NFL DB recovers a little better anyways. It's crazy arm stuff. Zoop. Can you do that from his knees, right? I think DJ Moore could make that play too. It's a rocket, Brandon. I'll tell you, I think they're better at different things. Everybody loves movers. There's nothing wrong. The frame check Moschino. Do you? Let's see. I think we were talking about Bajent at the time. So it was the Vikings game. That's nice. And I mean, he just spits. Here, why is Maye throwing it? Because we got a blitz right here. Oh, yeah, Jimmy. I think DJ's absolutely a legit number one. I just don't think DJ's a contested catch savant, right? Like DJ can contest a catch. Don't fight me. I'm not trying to start a fight here. I'm more saying that DJ is the guy who's going to separate and make the catch easier on himself, whereas Keon downfield would be the guy to go up and win it, in my opinion. Man, Lenny, wouldn't that be unbelievable? Here, I love this throw that Maye attempts. This is the funny part to me about watching tape like this. Here we've got a great anticipatory throw. It's not quite anticipatory, but it's still pretty tight window in general. We just get the ball stoned at the line of scrimmage, so we don't get to see the resolution. But the process that leads up to the throw, I like that we're taking the high on the high-low there, and moreover, that we're targeting it when it is open. Here, you can see Maye's eyes work left, middle, right, throw it. Stuffed. Do we have that throw to the left? Let's take a look. Like, it looks as if Maye's checking the spot route. So specifically the spot route. We're not looking here. We're not looking here. So I don't think so. Let's see. DJ relies on not being contested to begin with. Keon's going to be covered and literally will not care is hilarious. Let me see. I have to. So I covered this a little bit. You can see this in my Discord where I've got it pinned. I want to put together more of these like little draft things. But with Keon, this is actually the route that I wanted everybody to see. So it's lucky that this happens. Keon bench presses dudes. The funny part about Keon Coleman is that he's not he can beat you with his feet, but his goal is to put his hands on you, throw you away, and then, yeah, he's open. Like, DJ is going to run away from you, as are most receivers. Keon is going to push you off of him, and then, bang, easy catch along the sidelines. Back to Maye. Back to Maye. This is a Drake Maye moment. I'm not about to get bored with Drake Maye, but it is wild. Like, just like you're talking about, Jordan, exactly. Where it's like, what Keon does is just beat the tar out of like right armed. Like he's just going to beat the tar out of you. Honestly, Jimmy, I am not about to say comp is stupid. Like don't key to this, but pulling from this last Bears season, Jordan, I'm interested to hear what you think. Just because you've got a Rolodex of players. I don't see Mike Evans, but Mike Evans' physicality is and up there with like AJ Brown and other like ultra physical dudes. I mean, like DK Metcalf, I guess, where T. Higgins, I just don't know him well enough, to be honest with you, because he's kind of slow out there. Like we gotta love Keon, but he's kind of slow. He just is going like DK Metcalf's way faster than he is. It doesn't work. But I'm talking specifically about the physicality at the route stem. He is pretty hard to keep, or it is going to be nearly impossible for Kyler Gordon to stop Keon Coleman from doing literally anything. Like Keon Coleman will walk wherever he wants to go against like walk wherever he wants to go against somebody that small. Let's see. Mike Evans not bad. I think he plays AJ Brown at the catch point and throughout the route, but he's way bigger. Which Jordan, you say like AJ Brown, but he's bigger, and it's like what the heck? Because like that's dangerous. AJ Brown's one of the biggest physical forces in the NFL based on just his play size, and Keon is just nasty. Like, let's see, Keon's been hurt, man. Because like, okay, hang on. Just while we're on the topic, and then we're gonna focus. Then we're gonna focus. Like, what I know, I stacked a bunch of these up at the top of this reel, but like watching Keon in the air feels like one of those guys in FIFA where you're like aerial artist because he's just going to push his guy out of the way and then snag it. No problem. Very easy, actually. Like this is against, of course, an SEC defender, and it's just no trouble for him. Not really. Can he make moves with his feet? Absolutely, he can. Like, is he super duper fast? But he is definitely quick with his feet. Bodies dudes at the catch point. We saw that one already. When he wants to go deep, he can still just get deep enough and then work his way back into space. Like, nice catch over the shoulder there. Here is another ball down the sidelines. No issue. Yes, he caught that. This is actually to, I believe, win a game in overtime. As a matter of fact, goes up with one arm. Unreal. Here's that catch. Snow cone. Is this another? This is a slant. And he's going to take it to the house. Why does he take it to the house? Because the DB, like, you want to talk about where body mechanics fit in? What helps Keon break this tackle, right? Keon breaks this tackle in part because this DB cannot tackle him through his back, right? The DB has to go for his legs because he will not bring Coleman down otherwise. And Coleman has just enough juice to turn the corner, hit the, right stick? Like hit the juke on the safety, and he'll take that thing home for 6. Lenny, my eyes gravitate to Coleman, but it's mostly because he's so different from from DJ Moore. Like I look at Coleman and I see body diversity. Look at this. 22 is not trying to give away this much room, but Keon is going to post him up so bad that look at this bucket of space that Jordan Travis can throw into safely. That's body positioning. Like this is the equivalent to stacking a DB, but instead you do it in the end zone and just like LOL. Like it's easy. Come on, for crying out loud. Like I can't help but look at this and see just a dominator. And he's gonna get called OPI, get called for OPI occasionally, Dynasty, no doubt. But then again, here he is just stiff arming a defender. No problem. Go pick up the first down. Like this one's a third down specifically, and he just takes it home. Nice and easy. I see him as a completely different, better version of A-Rob. I kind of like that. Super physical. Let's see. MHJ doesn't have the catch point or yak ability or bully mode at the catch point the way Coleman does, but MHJ is a refined technician in every department Coleman is not. I like that. Let's see. Keon compliments better. Neighbors probably better. I think Jibby, everybody loves the fast guy, right? Look at Tank Dell. Everybody loves the fast guy. And I'm not about to say a darn word against Tank Dell. Neighbors is the fast guy, right? Remember how much everybody loved everybody loved Sky Moore? Like it's easy. It's easy to love those guys. I really like Adunze. That guy, I need to do more research on him to get you something better, right? But it's more to say like when I look at neighbors, I see somebody who's like Waddle, right? Somebody who's really fast plus DJ Moore. And I'm with you, Wags, where it's like you could do a lot of things. You could do a lot of things with somebody across from DJ Moore. I can't help but think that for a rookie, personally, when I look at a rookie quarterback, there is a part of me that wants that safety blanket. Am I born in like the They paid for it, Michael, so I had to throw a little bit in, you know. But so the am I born in the '90s? Grew up watching football in the 2000s. Talk about safety blanket, yes. But everybody out there, MH, you still here? Talking about Bowers. Part of me looks at this and says, if Brock Bowers, what you want out of Brock Bowers, I can give you with Keon Coleman, and both of us will agree, right? Like if you get DJ Moore as your jailbreaker plus your screen guy, and you get Keon Coleman, do I really have to tell you what Keon blocks like? Right? Keon Coleman has that like George Pickens piece in him where he doesn't block super well until he feels like it. And when he feels like it, he just puts you on the ground because he does, because whatever. Um, it's wild to watch, and so it's more to say that like with Neighbors, etc., you're gonna see, in my opinion, you're gonna see more open guys, and then you're gonna see more tough throws, and those tough throws will fall incomplete, and sometimes that incomplete is gonna make people sad. With Keon Coleman, I think you're gonna have a receiver that can rescue guys, right? Um, like I think that you'll have some throws. When I look at Caleb Williams, I think Caleb thinks he wants a Malik Neighbors. I think that Caleb could really succeed with a Keon Coleman, where it's like Keon's down there, just throw the ball, right? But it's all more to say that there's a lot of ways you could go with this. A lot of ways you could go with this whole thing. Let's get back to Drake Maye. We have not given the guy his fair due. Because now we've just typified him, right? Well, Fields doesn't like to throw 50-50 balls, he's saying. But just because Fields doesn't like to throw 50-50 balls doesn't mean Caleb doesn't understand that if you put a ball down the sidelines, both Drake and Caleb are absolutely willing to like take a receiver who's streaking downfield by himself, try to drop the ball over the top of his left shoulder and give his guy a chance. I think somebody asked about how I don't. Oh, yeah, here we go. Wide open. Like we got a very similar play to the one we saw earlier. Right there. Drops a dime. Easy score. I don't think it matters either, Prabat. I don't think too hard about it. I assume it's all coached. But gosh, does he make this look easy or what? Caleb's release, you look at and you go, wow, that's amazing. Maye doesn't look like he's trying. Like just lever action. So pretty. Plus, a little bit of pocket movement to get us away from the pressure. Like pop, 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 pop. You bang. What Maye does that I have seen, I'm not 100% certain. Can I be real with you guys? I'm not certain Maye is 100% aware of what his linemen are doing at all times. There are some points where Caleb will almost feel too aware of this. But what Maye does really well is he understands that you cannot stay at your drop forever, and so he will simply drift forward towards where he's ultimately throwing the ball. Right? Like pop, when he knows he's going to throw a ball to the left over here, he will just say, I am being pressured. Allow me to drift in the direction of the throw. Drifting is better than not drifting, right? It's a good instinct. It is a definitely good instinct. And then rocket ball. And so pretty. I still think MH. Okay, so here's my hot take. I have told you guys who I think I'm leaning towards right now. I think the NFL is going to lean Drake Maye. I really do. I think that there's going to be an awful lot of conversation about character issues and a bunch of stuff that comes up, right? But I think people are going to find a way to put Drake Maye number one because they're going to really like it. They're going to really like his tape. They're going to think that he translates. I mean, come on. You look at Drake Maye's body. You look at Drake Maye's ability to throw, and everybody's going to see that is what purest quarterback looks like. And if you asked Robert I definitely want the Caleb that got taken number 2. Like me personally, if I got to choose Drake May at number 2, if I get to pick which one I would prefer at number 1, like I actually think that you like that Drake May makes a lot of sense. I really do. But if I got to pick the Drake or the Caleb Williams that now has a chip on his shoulder, yes, please. I mean, from a what is it, a character perspective, Caleb seems so disgustingly driven that there's definitely a part of me that's like, okay, he's gonna obsess, and I'm okay with him obsessing. But so, Mario, I'm gonna figure out when it is. But so there's definitely, let me see. Oh, so I like Coleman. I like Coleman, so I must hate MHJ and Adunze. Where'd that come from? I hope not. But so let's see. Herbert meets Allen. I really, really like the Herbert stuff, Herbert and Dak. Mario, I'm gonna have to figure out. Okay, Lawrence sprained his ankle. Not that bad, thank goodness. But so wait a if he sprains his ankle, is he playing against Carolina? When's that? That is that the second to last week? So next week is going to be what? Week 14? So that means he's got 3 weeks to get back on the horse. Okay. Okay, so he might make it depending on how bad the sprain is. If it's a high ankle sprain, that could be an issue. But you got to think he'll be okay. Whew. And that's a game that they're going to want to get him back for, I imagine, because that'll be locking it in. But so let's see, what were we talking about? Mario, I was going to say absolutely all 20 Tuesday was going to be wide receivers, and then my wife was like, "I'm gonna miss you," and I was like, "What do you mean?" And she was like, "Well, when you stream, we don't get to spend any time together." And I remembered that on Thursday I'm leaving for a bachelor party, and I went, "Oh, that's a bad idea." So we'll figure something out about the wide receiver stream. I owe it. It'll be fun. It's too fun not to do. We got to do it. But there's definitely a part of me where I went, oh no. If we do a wide receiver stream tomorrow, it will be from 7:30 to 9 because that is when she's out of the house. And then we will be done. But so Allison's the best. Support the channel. Let's see. Family first, 100%. Bunch of run actions. Hope it's no problem. I'm not focusing on them because here we go. Let's see. What's the score? 14-14. This game stays deadlocked nearly the entire time. Like, it's a clean game. Let's see. I don't know about that, Lenny. One injury and anybody's cooked. One bad injury and Caleb is cooked. Nice throw to the sidelines. Nothing crazy. Not all of Drake's throws need to be crazy. And if anything, you could argue that that's one of the biggest problems with Caleb is that Caleb barely makes any boring plays, right? Like, Caleb makes the easy look easy, but Caleb does not take the easy ever. You know what I mean? Oh man. So then here we get a couple of funky ones from May, and there's nothing wrong with it. I haven't shown you him miss yet. Not really. And here we just don't quite get it, right? Clean pocket. We got pressure coming. So you definitely could be like, you could point out that there's pressure straight in his face. I mean, it's as simple as just slot fade, baby. We are open, baby. Gorgeous rocket ball. Just too far. He can miss. He sucks then. Right? There is definitely part of me censored, if I could be so blunt, that almost wants to take Caleb just because everybody if it fails, they would go, "Oh, the Bears suck." But if the Bears draft May and they get number 10 from UNC and then he fails, like that would be hard to live down. I think they're totally different players. The tape says they are absolutely different players, but the narrative piece, the Bears draft Drake May over Caleb Williams at number 1, and the NFL is going to immediately laugh at us. Whether we're right or not, we're going to have to endure a minimum of May to August of people making jokes about Trubisky. And I'm not saying that that's reason enough to not do anything, but that's stupid. This, by the way, is another one of my, I don't want to call it a critique, right? Um, so for what it's worth, Zeke, the playbook and coaches weren't very similar. You went from Larry Fedora to Mac Brown, right? Which is just to say that they were different. What I'm about to show you is something that you didn't see in Caleb Williams' footage, and it's the only thing about Maye that I've got major questions about, right? And that is he will do the thing where he looks at the sidelines. So how much of this is the coach like calling the audibles? How much of it is Drake calling the audibles? How pro ready is Drake Maye? Probably pretty pro. That arm is pro ready. That's for sure. That arm is absolutely pro ready. But how ready is he to adjust all kinds of things on the fly versus what's going on? But I don't know. The good news, let me see, it was censored, is that I think that the Bears are going to be in a plain Jane position to take a rookie quarterback and that nobody's going to whine about it. Like, I think that whether it's Jim Harbaugh, Ben Johnson, whatever the Bears do at coach, as long as they don't stick with Flus, I hate to say that. Like, no worries, Zeke. I'm assuming you don't. That's why we do this stream, right? But so the whole point is to help everybody see something. But so what was I going to say? I was driving somewhere with this. 4th and 6. Oh, if the Bears stick with Eberflus, yeah, I could actually see Caleb Williams potentially turning the Bears down. But you tell me, censored. Take your Bears goggles off. Take your Bears goggles off for a second. Be Caleb Williams' dad. Would you rather him go to Chicago, where you're going to immediately be on a million billboards, et cetera, or go to New England, with the state they're in right now? And sure, you'll be on a bunch of billboards in Boston. Like, you could very well become a hero, but at the same time, like, Boston, Philadelphia, did we see the article that guy in Eagletown wrote? Like, did we see the Philly article that was like, Jalen Hurts is pretty cool, but if Brock Purdy was an Eagle, he'd be a god. Like, a lot of those Northeastern areas, they like their quarterbacks a certain flavor. And I don't know if Caleb Williams fits that flavor. Just saying. Whereas I think Chicago is so desperate for a win that you beat the Packers one time, and the Bears are going to throw your arms. The Bears fans are going to throw your arms around anybody. We had one backup win 2 games, and people still want him playing over Fields. Like, I'm totally with you. Censored, that like there's that the Bears have never developed a quarterback piece, but like look at let me see, Wags, what was the joke? Just checking. But let me see, gosh, that anyways, we'll see. Like, I can't help but think though that they're going to look at DJ Moore. They're going to say, okay, you got a receiver there. They're going to look at the offensive line. They're going to say, you got an offensive line there, and they're going to feel better. But that's totally just my take. I mean, censored, no doubt. Well, so the problem is, censored, you mentioned Justin Fields being higher than both. Justin Fields, do you think Zach Wilson would be higher than both? Do you think Trey Lance would be higher than both? Like, I'm so interested to hear what you say about that, purely because I don't think so. I mean, I think we have I think we have a vision of Justin Fields. Akusai said this. I'm crediting you, Akusai. I know you're in here. I think we have an idea of Justin Fields that hasn't matched Justin Fields. And that's okay. I mean, Justin Fields got passed on by 10 teams at different times. I mean, people keep saying, I've seen this take. I've seen, oh man, Justin Fields would be so good in the San Fran offense. First of all, him and nearly any other quarterback, to be honest. But also, the other piece to this is, like, Kyle Shanahan did pass on him. I mean, Kyle Shanahan picked Trey Lance instead. But that's not Jay Sanders. I hear you. Let's stay on brand. I mean, we got 5 more games, one way or another, for Justin Fields to write his own destiny. And I know what I want to see from him. Like, I have my eye on a lot of the throws that we're seeing him not pull the trigger on. And if he pulls that trigger, we're talking something, or like we are in business. Let me see here. Did this one get tipped away? Oh man. It's funny because this is actually a very similar throw in the world of why you can't make it. It's an easy throw for college kids to mess up because the eye picks up motion, right? So as Drake is rolling to his right, he sees all kinds of green, and this DB jumps the route, and ooh, he almost picks it off. Could have easily. We love it when we drop it. Bang. We'll take it. Like if you're an order or if you're a North Carolina fan, we love it. Route jump. That's okay. Happens. 14-14. It's really a timing thing, Brandon. I'm with you. Like there are all kinds of there are all kinds of these like funky quarterbacks. I think it's hilarious where it's like Kyle Shanahan has a very different opinion of what a quarterback is than I think most Twitter people have an opinion of what his quarter or of what a quarterback is. I'm not talking about his quarterbacks. I'm talking about quarterbacks in general. Like I don't have any idea. I think Kyle Shanahan would take Lamar Jackson if it was an option, but like he keeps picking dudes that literally just listen to him. Like where he honestly, Jordan, you say foot soldier, kind of yeah. Like he wants a yes sir, no sir, I will throw that sir kind of attitude. Like make the checks, make the reads, get into the look we want, and run the offense the way that I have it envisioned. And you know what? It wins a ton of games. They just put a hurting on the Philadelphia Eagles because they are good at what they do. Really good at what they do. Here, by the way, is a honestly, Jimmy, Kyle Shanahan would probably not put up with Caleb Williams. Probably. Snap, throw, off target. Like, and that's okay. Pop, bang, miss. Happens. Madden IRL is a hilarious way to put this. The fact that everybody just said that is so funny. That's the thing, Brandon. If I could wish upon a star, and Jibby, I think you kind of asked about this, and Justin Fields started playing with NFL timing, I would legit predict him to be a top 8 quarterback in 2024. And if I knew it would stick. Like, and so BG, that's the question you got to ask yourself. I'm showing you the film. You're telling me whether you think it's a big deal or not. Here's a streak down the sidelines. I think Maye basically goes through little pockets of being off rhythm. When he's on rhythm, Maye basically can't miss. And then if something happens that takes him off rhythm, it seems to me it takes him a little while to get back on rhythm. Like the word in baseball is sequencing. It feels to me sometimes like Maye sequences a lot of his not as amazing throws. But then he'll drop a teardrop just like this, where maybe the NFL DB like puts a hand on it, but that's a pretty throw. Censored, you missed all the good parts. Like he played great for the first quarter and a half. He picks it up again later, but this is nice. Out to the sidelines. By the way, we're driving at the end of the half. But that's a huge part of why I picked this game. Like a huge part of why I picked this game is because Drake starts pretty good, makes an outstanding throw, goes cold, and then picks it back up again and loses totally not for his own fault. It's a good game to evaluate Drake off of because I wanted to pick games that if you guys wanted to say, like, here he is being an athlete, drawing some guys, getting the ball out, boom. I I at the very least wanted to pick games where if you wanted to be unconvinced, you had games to be unconvinced by. And if you wanted to be convinced, you had games to be convinced by. And I packaged in the reels so that you got a sense for what he looks like or what each guy looks like over a stretch of plays as well. Oh man. Yeah, we're never upset to throw this. That's the way I see it, Brandon. You got to see ugly. Got to see ugly. If you can't like them when they're not good, you're not going to like them when when that happens. I get you, Wags. What name does he make RSVPs under? Better be Dick Buckus. R.I.P. Rip. It just comes off with such. So I'll tell you, I love this play. 7 seconds, right? 7 seconds of the snap. We are at the 40. Snap. 4 or 5, 4, 3. We're good. Pop. Nice throw. Get to the sidelines. Good little hole shot. We're here for it. Sets up a field goal. Tar Heels take the lead. 17-14. Armed with monkeys, you asked earlier what I do to not drink. It's not easy. I just basically suck it up for an evening and go full Andrew Siciliano for the most part. Oh, I mean, that's for sure. Like, I would argue that Drake May. So to me, Drake May has much more size. Like Drake May is pretty much your prototype guy, which is neat. He can do this a little bit. I love this. There's also a weird amount of moxie in Drake's game. Like, there's not a lot of guys that are going to cut upfield and then lateral. Regardless of whether it works or not, there's some throw your body at the problem and figure out a solution in what he does. Oh yeah, Rex, I don't think saying that Getsy loves or Getsy wants a certain quarterback is intended to be an endorsement. Oh, where are we ripping? Yes. Bummer. You be the judge. Does Drake send this ball too deep? Because he puts this thing on a pretty line. Rip. But to me, it kind of feels like he does put the ball on the wrong shoulder. Like, we put the ball a little too far up here, whereas we might want it a little further out towards the sidelines just to keep it away from this DB. But that's okay. Pop. Demo, it was disturbing. It was disturbing how long that one went. I promise you guys, we did this thing where I was like yawning. I was ready to go to bed at 12:30, and then we got a whole bunch of people that jumped in, and I don't know what it was that y'all did that lit a fire under me, and then I just made all the points that I wanted to make without looking at the clock, and then looked at the clock, and I was like, "What time is it? Oh, it's 3. Great." Like, that was wild. But so, hey Glitch, you were definitely in there. Drake can move. I would argue that Drake is a truer NFL runner even than Caleb. Caleb is all wonderful smoke and mirrors. I love these smoke and these mirrors. Like, who doesn't love a good magic show? Who doesn't love a good magic show? But Drake is your more old school, like, put your head down and push runner that I think does plenty of things well. Here's a very similar little just swing option. Amazingly enough, Drex, she hasn't done that yet. She's too good. She's too good for me. If you're buying a home in the Dallas area, let me know. Every mortgage I close makes her really excited. Here's another just QB run that you can do this with Drake, and he's elusive enough and big enough to where he's just going to run away from you. In the red zone, it's valuable. Brandon, I don't know how you're going to ban it. I really don't. Like, are you going to ban the formation? Are you going to ban the play itself? But I couldn't tell you. Oh yeah, Ben. Like, that's the other thing. The good it depends on where that is. I'm so interested to hear what you mean, armed with monkeys. But so let me see. Ben, the funny part about Drake is I would argue you get a few less plays. Like, let's see here. We're running, it looks like we're running a pick a side read. Like we're just going switch release, switch release, switch release, switch release. So pick a side. And this underneath man does a great job staying in front of the eye line right here. And then this DB does a good job taking the guy down the sidelines. So there's nowhere really to go. And when there's nowhere to go, should we hit our check down? Technically. But Maye did that thing we just talked about where he hits his the back of his drop. He drifts to his left because that's what he does. Is he drifts towards where he wants to throw the ball. The check down is back to his left, and we take a sack. Now, I tend to think that NFL coaching is going to do a better job of drilling the checkdowns. Like, sure, you want it, but in college football, you take the good with the bad, especially when you've got a really good player. Running directly into a sack, that's not ideal. It's not all over his tape, especially because what Drake is probably seeing is, oh, look at this. I've got a free side. He doesn't see the stunt, right? The fact that he runs into a stunt is honestly just like a bad accident. Happens, right? Oh, there we go, armed, because I'm on the east side of Dallas. Just barely, but I'm there. Screen, not going to work. 17-17. Or 24-24. Drop back. The attempt on this is pretty, by the way, because we throw this in survival mode. We are getting the ball out. We have way anticipated it. We take a huge bump, but at least we get the ball out of our hands and give our receivers a chance, for crying out loud. So, Bears fan, to me, the problem that I have, all right, so route is iffy, Ben, for sure. Bears fan, you asked a great question that I want to quickly speak to, and then we will get back to more Maye film. I owe you guys more Maye film. So he asked, what about later guys? Like Penix, Nix, McDaniels. I'll throw McCarthy, and let's go ahead and put Sanders in there while we're at it, right? What do I think about any of them? So for me, Bears fan, not only do I think that the clock just suits a rookie quarterback right now, but I also think that if you drafted a first-round quarterback behind Fields, you are going to McCarthy, Daniels, McDaniels. That's hilarious. You're right. But so if you drafted a rookie quarterback behind Justin Fields, you would create the most toxic Bears fan scenario possible. And I cannot imagine that playing out well either in the locker room or frankly in the stadium on Sundays. And as silly as that sounds, really think about it. Really think about the way Soldier Field would react on Fields' first sack, where there's even a semblance of a man open. And then the rookie would come in, and the rookie would be under immediate pressure because there'd be a lot of people that would want Fields back in the game. Like as silly as it sounds, because I'm with you. In a Madden world, you could theoretically have two young quarterbacks and just let them compete. In a real world, everybody just gets attached and then they get defensive and then they get angry, and it would just be ridiculous. That's not to say that it couldn't work, kind of. I mean, I think JJ McCarthy looks awesome. I think he should go back. I think Quinn Ewers, if he can harness all of his tools are insane. Like Quinn Ewers' release is cleaner than Caleb's. That's real. He's just got plenty of other problems that he's got to work through. I think Penix. I think Penix looks like a really good college quarterback. That's not me trying to take a dump on Penix. It's more to say that I look at Penix and I see a guy with some of the best receivers in ball, and his throwing motion, his pocket awareness, the placement that he has. It's not like it all sucks. He's definitely a draftable guy, but I don't see a star in the NFL personally. And then Nix I see as like a really good NFL, like Mac Jones type, basically, but I don't see him being better than that, and that's okay. Won't even be surprised if there's fans who would want Bagent to start over Caleb Williams or Maye. Demo, there are going to be people who are going to want Bagent to be the veteran, right? He's going to start until the rookie's ready, right? Is Quinn Evans or Quinn Ewers' arm better than Levis? I don't know. But like you're saying, New Poster, I think there's a better chance because you got to remember, New Poster, try to think out what it's going to be like after a. Okay, so what do we think is going to happen in the playoff? Somebody asked earlier. I will actually speak to that one. I think that the playoff conversation is interesting. If y'all are sick of it, we don't have to talk about it. But if JJ McCarthy beats Alabama, there's a very decent shot JJ McCarthy wins the title. If JJ McCarthy wins the title, if JJ McCarthy kills at his pro day, if JJ McCarthy runs a 4.4 on or like at the combine, dude's going top 10. Probably. Like people will just talk themselves into it. You got Jim Harbaugh for crying out loud that is going to say great things. Like like they're going to say Jim Harbaugh is going to say great things about JJ McCarthy. JJ McCarthy is going to kill in his offseason pressers. JJ McCarthy's film looks really, really fun. I mean, he's throwing for like 165 yards a game against hard teams, mostly because they're not giving him enough attempts. But you see these sick balls up the seam. You see gorgeous balls down the field. Like there is enough to talk yourself into the tools and saying he's young, but you know what? It works. Censored, we don't have a second at the moment. We traded it for Montez Sweat. We have a second next year. But so, anyways, it's more to say that when you talk, Ben, about like the draft riser, that's what I see JJ McCarthy being. I think that the Bo Nix hype, totally my opinion. This is my opinion. I think the Bo Nix hype will die as Oregon doesn't win games. Like the part where the Oregon was winning made Bo Nix look amazing. I think Bo Nix's team looked better than Nix did. Not to dunk on Nix, right? Nix looks solid, but you look at the guys at the top of the draft and you see people that are really solid potential, like superstar quarterbacks. And I don't think Nix plays at that level. And I think that a lot of people are going to push him down because of that. I think the toolsy guys have a better chance. But if I was Shitter Sanders, if I was JJ, unless I win the title and I'm JJ McCarthy, I would go back. Quinn Ewers should go back, just like he said he would. He should not declare for the NFL draft because at this point, the 2024 or the 2025 quarterback class doesn't look barren. It just looks wide open. If you can go back and get yourself picked in the first round, especially the top of the first round, man, oh man, like it, you can absolutely make yourself a ton of money. And Drex, I don't know about that. Harbaugh strikes me as exactly the kind of cheeky guy that would take a like. So for me, New Poster, great question. Would I take JJ McCarthy over Justin Fields? I'm gonna spark a lot of ears. So cover him if you don't like this. I probably would. Mostly because Justin Fields has put himself between a rock and a contract hard place. I mean, the Bears just don't have a lot of chances to re-rack. If you were going to, like, censored, for instance, I would feel pretty comfortable about doing the trade down we talked about the other day. Was it you censored or was it New Poster? It might have been New Poster. The trade down we talked about the other day, you could pull that off and then draft JJ McCarthy. And I'm not saying that would definitely work, right? But I'm saying that I think that if you wanted to do that, and then you did take JJ McCarthy, I tend to think that he would have a really good shot to be successful while you kept your quarterback situation relatively cheap. I am somebody who believes, not everybody believes this, that Justin Fields is not going to agree to a Jordan Love extension. I think that Justin Fields wants to get paid. And if Justin Fields wants to get paid and you're not ready to pay him an absolute minimum of $46 million a year, your decision is also made. Yes, the Bears have the 5th year option. Absolutely. But it's the end of the 3rd year. Fields wants to get paid, and you don't have to extend him now, right? But you pretty much have to extend him after next year. And you want to extend him before the 5th year option unless you're going to play him on the 5th year option and risk tagging him. And by the way, every single year you let pass, the cap is going to go up and the quarterback price is going to rise another $4 million, more than likely. I mean, if the Bears are, that's the thing. It's all more to say that like Jimmy, if you ever hear me talking ugly about Justin Fields, it's because I think the Bears and he are just in a really tight spot as far as getting what each other wants. I think that everybody gets what they want with a Fields trade, including us fans that want to wish Fields well. Don't we want to wish Fields well? Like, sure, I'm frustrated with Justin Fields. That doesn't mean that I don't want him to push to somebody who's excited about all that potential and potentially succeed. Absolutely. What do we have against the guy, for crying out loud? But I can't help looking at Fields right now, thinking the road to him being really successful, like legitimately exciting successful, is just a hard one. It involves a lot of risk. Back to Drake May. What a segue, right? Anyways, the stream's popping. Like, we've got 120 people in here. That's 20% more than normal, which is to say 20. Thank you, everybody. Let's see. Pittsburgh would be just hilarious, Mario, and you know it. Censored. Can I be frustrated with both? Because I'm with you. Like, Justin Fields didn't ask for this crap situation. The roster around Fields is overperforming, in my opinion. Yeah, Rudy, we are. But so to me, like, I look at the offensive line, they are better than I thought they would be. The like DJ Moore is better than I thought they would be. The Bears screwed Fields in 2022. No question. I think you could argue they even screwed him in 2021. That's what a lot of rookies have to go through, but they screwed him in 2021. In 2023, they gave him the opportunity to succeed, and he did not take the step forward we wanted to. And to me, I end up very mad at the Bears. I'm pretty much consistently mad at the Bears sometimes, but I wanted that step forward, and I think he could have done it, right? But you say 2023 without getting a center. I hear you, but most lines aren't even four guys good. They're normally two guys good, for crying out loud. Like, most offensive lines, I'm even lumping college offensive lines. How many linemen are like good at that point? Seriously. Like, I understand Lucas Patrick is bad. Don't let me pretend like Lucas Patrick is super duper good. But when the four starters are in, you're getting problems from one area, which is kind of crazy. Like, and Damo, I'm right there with you. Like, it's hard to look at the state of the Bears offense and believe these coaches were ever going to develop Justin Fields. Absolutely. And totally censored. You're talking about one of the best lines in football. I'm saying compared to the, I don't know, middling lines, right? Let's see, that they deliberately made the roster as I was still non-committal to Justin. Right. Let's see. They spent the whole offseason talking about hits, right? Could Lucas Patrick block his way out of a paper bag based on stats? Not really. Look at this. Maye is going to think about the first window, hit him on the second window. It's pure. Looks so good when it works. He failed Justin, censored. But the problem is, okay, so this is the part that I think a lot of Bears fans may not want to think about, but it's an option. Was Ryan Poles always looking past Justin? It is very possible that he basically just sacrificed Justin for what he wanted. And what he wanted is kind of coming together. Like, the hard part for us Bears fans, do we remember me talking about it as early as last year? Was just like, the Bears are making moves that are not necessarily committed to Justin. And now the table is set, isn't it? Like, the rosters are in a good place. It's just brutal. It would be the ultimate it's just business move for Ryan Poles to basically leverage the fact that the team was excited about Justin Fields and the fans were excited about Justin Fields to hardcore rebuild with a hope still in town, while then swooping up enough for Justin Fields to have his opportunity to prove it. And then you push on, you move on, and suddenly the rookie quarterback has the best foundation in Chicago that debatably Chicago's ever seen. Like, and so let's see, Fields, and that's the other thing. Like, Eric, most y'all, the other thing. Okay, so somebody give me a decent record. Somebody give me a decent record. What do you, that the Bears are going to go over the next 5 games? What do you think? 2 wins? Like, I'm not going to say none. Okay? 2 wins? Do we think 2 wins? Yes? No? 3 wins? Do we want 2 wins? What do you think? 2 and 3? 2 and 3? Okay, 2 and 3. So if Fields goes 2 and 3 and he stays healthy, right? Let's stick with 2 for the sake of it. Fields will be a 9 and what would that be? Would he be 9 and 29 or would he be like 9 and 30 at that point? Uh, Wins and losses don't matter, but most quarterbacks don't get that deep in the record book. Like, because most quarterbacks that end up within this many losses end up doing something here and there to lose the game. It's not that simple, right? It's not as simple as quarterback win-loss record, but it's the whole. Have I told you guys the joke that I heard about, like, okay, there's a joke. It's impossible to throw 6 interceptions in one game because the moment you throw the 5th one, I'm benching you, right? Most quarterbacks don't get the run Fields has. And to Eric's point, they weren't good chances, but they were chances, right? But so let's see. I'm sure somebody is. Here's a wide open ripper, and we got it, touchdown. 100% Cole. 100%. A lot of times, those losses weren't his fault. There's like 10 losses that something went against Fields last year, and it wasn't really his fault. Man, is this pure or what, though? Just walk down and put the ball in his hands. Walk down and hand it to him. Sheesh. Play action. Ball out. Like, when Drake Maye wants to place a dime, he will place a dime. 100% Cole, 100% new poster. It's a cheap shot. It's more that coaches generally go, oh, and by the way, it doesn't count. Of course it doesn't, right? So we're going to get 1st and 20 instead. It's more to say, okay, new poster, let me put it this way. It's not fair. I just don't think people are fair, right? Like, I don't think coaches, I don't think GMs are fair, is more what I'm going to. Because like Drex is saying, when you lose, people get frustrated. When people get frustrated, like, he's kind of stepping up, BG. But, like, to me, a crow hop is... So here's a very under-exaggerated crow hop. All right, look, sorry, I don't have the command of Drake's film that I have on Caleb's film. So I can go to the Caleb reel and I can point out an instant crow hop. Everybody forgive me. I'm not trying to just thump a Caleb narrative. But, like, this is the world's tiniest crow hop right here. Step in, throw it, right? Like, normally, the crow hop is way bigger. You go boom, then throw it, right? But the little one, like, step into the throw, boom. It's what you and I have to do when we heave the ball, right? But with Drake, let's go back to his throw. The deep ball touchdown, you mean the holding call. I would just call this stepping into it. If anything, he's just traveling because he's looking at his target and he's traveling there, which is totally fine. Moving off the drop, good thing if we're not moving into pressure. No, new poster, I'm higher on Williams. But I think Drake is really fun. Basically, new poster, I am a believer that both of these quarterbacks have a fan club and a hater group, and both of them are sweet. Like, look at this. This is outrageous. I want you to notice how hard he's getting hit as he throws this ball, and he just drags it. He has 3 games with 6 interceptions. Oh my gosh. I didn't know that, John. What? No worries, Reinhardt. Look at this. No feet. No feet at all as we release this. And he just muscles the ball out to the spot. Now, the placement's obviously iffy. for very understandable reasons. But when you do want to talk about arm talent, Mays is pretty unbelievable. Like new poster, that's the whole vision, right? It's just arm talent. Arm talent, big body, physical. Really, Eric? Oh, I love Williams's vision. I'm just trying to broker a piece, to be honest with you. Because I think it's easy to be like, "Oh, I'm worried about this, this, that" with Drake. There are definitely parts of his game, like Drake's eyes really have me worried. But at the same time, we just don't know how some of this stuff's going to translate. We never will. We really never will. But I love the way Caleb seems to see the game. I'm really interested to see if the league is actually higher on them, though, Reinhardt, because it's easy to say things like the league is higher on Daniels, right? But the league was also supposedly thinking Hendon Hooker was a first round pick. Some of this stuff is agent stuff, especially when Jaden Daniels is right about to win the Heisman, right? Like, isn't to me, Reinhardt? Okay, this could be tinfoil hat talking, but put your tinfoil hat on with me. Reinhardt, I know when the league likes a player, when the league starts to talk badly about that player. Does that make sense? It sounds stupid, but when the player gets lifted up and then suddenly pushed back down, to me, that's always to me, that looks like the league trying to kind of hide something, right? But who's to say? I don't know. I can't say that one way or another. But like, let me see. Censored menses. Oh yeah, it'd be Trav. Let's see. You're only good if you got haters, right? All right, I know Mario wants. How unhealthy. Let's see. How unhealthy do I want to be? Because I could go to bed at a decent time. But we could also put on Jaden Daniels. Receiver just drops this. Oh, I think JJ's a lot of fun, but I'll tell you what, I would need to talk to the coaches. Like, at least what I am seeing, Jordan, personally, like I would need to talk to the Michigan coaches and have like a real long word uh with them about why they don't throw the ball more. I'd be like, is it something he said? Is it something he did? Like, is it really just a personnel thing? I mean, they're winning enough games. They can do whatever they want. Um, but that, like, if I got to be a scout, I would sit down with them and just be like, what are we doing? Like, don't we like this kid? Don't we understand the situation here? It's a nice throw on the run. We're a little late, so we're a little off, or so we're off the line, but the accuracy's nice. So we heard a lot about Maye last year if you were watching a lot of Josh Downs. Albono, I personally think he looks like a first rounder, to be honest with you. But yes, Evan, thank you so much. Is Milton declaring? Is Milton a senior? But so, bang. Maye takes the high low. Nate Tice is a big fan of him taking a high low. And I like it too. Why wouldn't you? Maye's not always going to just roll out and roll out and find the low ball. He'll spin that thing high. How do we drop this? I get that it's a little behind us, but sheesh, guys, what are we doing? Drex, I think you're being a little harsh. Like, I'll tell you, I think McCarth looks like he could very easily start, but he's gonna take some development. He's probably gonna like. I would prefer to sit him for at least a little bit. The literal Levis route. Ooh, we're a little high. Maybe we thought it was a post. Actually, yeah. I bet you we thought it was a post. Like, boom. Right there. Something like that. JJ is crazy young. Don't we love the shuffle? Also, head over to my Discord. Give me ideas on what you think can make the stream better. I really want to make this stream like nice. Like we've always had great analysis, haven't we? I love this, by the way. Oh man. Like you want to talk about throwing talent? I'm serious cuz like new poster, etc. There're going to be plenty of people that are going to look at Drake Maye and they're going to see they're going to see issues, but I'll tell you what, his ability to make the throws, like Mitch was just inaccurate. Anything beyond 10 yards, Mitch was a true guesswork matter. But in my opinion, Drake's ability to layer this throw in there is so pretty. Like we got to get it over the defenders and right down. Boom. So nice. So nice. When Drake is on, I mean, it looks like pro quarterbacking, right? Here we're going to pocket move around the pressure, step into the throw, laces. Undroppable. The only balls Maye's completing are the balls that are thrown so prettily that they are undroppable. And that was nearly undroppable. Rip. Right over the middle. Hey, look, it's Dagger. It's the exact same. Oh, new poster. Let's put it this way, because to me, this is the way that I like to make everybody on the same team. In a world where Caleb Williams doesn't exist, are you happy with Drake Maye at first overall? Or are you still a little nervous, but it's the decision you'd make? Hey, Jordan. You know what I call this? An NFL window. We're anticipating it as the receiver's clearing us out, as there's still a receiver in the area, like rip. So, Mario, I am a believer that every prospect you should have hesitations about the overwhelming majority of quarterback prospects, right? Like the main thing that I look at when I think about, oh, that is just so pretty. Step throw. It's so good when it's so good. But so for me, Mario, I think that any rookie that you're drafting is playing. The hope is that you build a good enough team that nearly any rookie could win a couple games, especially if the NFC North ends up being not very contentious, which I got to tell you is looking more and more questionable, right? Because the other thing that I look at, like, but yours for Maye is like a command of, let me see, but it is offense and eyes and such. The good news is, Mario, is that I think a lot of that could be prescribed. Think about what Jared Goff did. If you got Drake Maye ready to listen in the headset, right? Where Drake Maye walked up with 25 seconds on the play clock and he had Ben Johnson in his ear saying, okay, you see that safety? That NFL safety is going to range down. We know he's going to do this. Keep your eyes on the seam, lace the ball. I bet you a lot could go right if you had a play caller that could handle it. That's a big if. That's a huge if. But it wouldn't surprise me if you could get away with it. But we'll see. Here, Drake decides that he's going to attempt a crazy window, if you ask me. Well, Joe, it's less that I think they will bust, and it's more that I guess I think bust is a really... I think bust is a word that we lump a lot of things into. I think that all kinds of guys fail for all kinds of different reasons, right? If Caleb Williams falls and sprains and gets his like collarbone broken, he may never be the same, right? If Drake Maye goes to the Patriots, he may never succeed because he may have to spend 2 years. Look at what, okay. Straw poll. You know what? I'm going to use the poll technique. Let's do start a poll. I'm going to give you time for this. But so I will keep going with Drake Maye as we do it because I want you guys to take some time. Here he is looking underneath defenders. Gets out to his left. Oh, there's some creativity. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is pretty stuff. I forgot about this play. Ranges to his left. Look at this. Oh, boy. So we missed that, which is fine. Us and the receiver miscommunicate. Throw. Boom. Watch us. Push to his left. Reset the feet. One hop downhill. Arm gets held, but otherwise that throw is right there. That is perfect, right? Like that. If you wanted to get excited about a throw just off of accuracy, that is nasty. Oh, that is so good. Okay, so getting back to it, because Joe, you asked a really important question. I'm a huge believer in system being, in system mattering, system and situation. And the Patriots took Mac Jones and he managed a whole lot of decent offense in his rookie year. And then they unshackled him alongside Matt Patricia. And that offense, clearly Mac Jones disagreed with a lot of it. Clearly Mac Jones tried. I mean, there were a bunch of reports about Mac Jones getting in trouble because he was shouting about accountability in the locker rooms, and like that didn't fly with the Patriots at the time, which feels awfully weird to me because I would have expected them to be very accountability focused. But then after that, they pair him with Bill O'Brien, and what we're seeing right now to me looks like a meltdown. It really does. And so all this to say, Joe, that I look at both these guys, Drake Maye, Caleb Williams, and I can't help thinking that coaching and scenario are going to make a lot of the difference for these guys. How much of this is coaching? I have zero confidence that this staff gets the best out of him, and I don't think either of them single-handedly turn the franchise around. I am making the absolute assumption that the Bears are changing coaches. So at that point, Joe, do you have a little more do you have a little more faith within, let me see, like, do you have a little more faith if the Bears are hiring a new coach? You may not, because it's still the Bears hiring the coach. But the moment that we declare, here's my problem, Joe, is that if I go all the way down that road, all I find down that road is saying, well, the Bears suck, the franchise is cursed, we're done here. And then I don't want to do any of this, right? I'm not saying that hope drives me saying that the coaches are going to be great or something. Anytime, Bears fan, absolutely. It's more to say that I can't help looking at the Bears and I can't treat them like they are a cursed organization, because the moment I start saying that they are the New York Jets and that they are never going to do anything right by their quarterback is the moment that I just assume that this is never going to work. Because the problem is, to me, Joe, one more that I got. And Jay Sanders, I'm kind of folding your answer in, is there will always be a reason to be down on the Bears until suddenly they get it right. Like, it'll either be that they fired their GM too quickly, that it'll be that they took too long to fire their GM. It'll be the GM sucks because he hired Matty Eberflus in the first place. That's kind of what you're mentioning, Jade Sanders. It'll be they hired a coach that failed in San Francisco. It'll be they hired a coach that's never coached before, or that's never been a head coach before. There will always be a reason to not believe until the moment where the proof is in the pudding and there's no arguing anymore. Truly. I mean, um, and exactly. The Bungles were always going to be the Bungles until Joe Burrow and Zach Taylor, and suddenly Jake Browning is throwing for 350 yards, and that's that. Robert wins his fantasy game and goes and squeezes into the playoffs. Like, I mean, it's more to say Jay Sanders' change is sudden and it comes overnight. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's real. Like, in the NFL, the Lions were awful until they were good, and there was no in between. I mean, I guess there was an in between, as in like they were 1-8, and then they were not 1-8. But it's I can't help but look at the Bears and say they have a real opportunity to just spin this roster on its head, and I'm excited about it. Let's see. We did. We totally did, Jay Sanders, and it did not work. But hey, last time we did this with Pace and Mitch, we won 12 games once. And then the year after that, we won 8, and it was awful. And the year after that, we won 8, and it was debatably worse. But all the same, it's way better than winning 3 and then winning 6. So it could be worse. I don't know. I'm with you, Eric, also. That to me, I can't help thinking that it's a new team with a new identity. But that's just my 2 cents on the matter. I'm also a 29-year-old Bears fan that has not been beaten into reluctant submission, and that's not a diss. I get it. I like to hope I get it anyways. Like, I've seen enough bad. I can't imagine being a 50-year-old grizzled Bears fan that has watched what Tim Couch was a Brown. Ours was like, honestly, Jim Harbaugh. Like, so many Bears fans that have watched so many Bears quarterbacks. Like, Mike Glennon got signed to start in my lifetime, but he wasn't the first crappy veteran quarterback that the Bears signed with expectations to do amazing things. And like you're saying, Zeke, I mean, I can't help thinking that, like, when you look at the Jags, when you look at the Bengals, when you look at so many teams that spun things around, they spin it fast. And that's the thing, Jordan. Like, I think you're selling at the wrong time, but that's just my 2 cents. Reggie, I think that people do see arm talent. I think that he operates an offense pretty doggone well. I mean, he moves in the pocket. He's well coached moving in the pocket. His arm talent is pretty obscene. He sees things well enough to get away with it. There are guys that see things worse in the NFL. Like, I look at Maye and I think to myself, if he is Justin Herbert meets Derek Carr, like if that's the low version, that's a quarterback you can definitely win games with. I mean, I think the biggest thing I look at, because like this play is really nice. I was waiting for Maye to show me that he could just flick the ball, and that's a nice little flick, puts the ball on a spinner, and you'd only get like 5 yards for it, but whatever. Like, not every throw is going to be a winner. Boom. If the wider hands are right. Though it kind of cuts both ways, right? Let's see, Reggie. They were 3-13, then 8-9, and now they're good. You talk about the Lions, right? Like the Lions' success also came really quickly. Boom, bang, really pretty dig route. So what I thought, X, was CJ Stroud had an NFL release. I thought his arm was outstanding. I thought he was extraordinarily accurate. Extraordinarily accurate. I thought he was kind of bad under pressure, and I thought his Georgia game was just unbelievable and threw the whole eval out of the question. Now, I made the choice when I was talking about Stroud to mostly duck the question, to be honest with you. Like, I liked Stroud way more than I liked Bryce Young, but I was also glad that the Bears didn't have to take a quarterback because I didn't think either of them were going to fix the roster. Everything that everybody in this chat has said about how, well, how could any quarterback survive on this roster? Yeah, I said that last year. And this roster seems good enough for a quarterback to survive within because they added Darnell Wright. They added DJ Moore. They got really big. I mean, honest to God, knocking on wood, you're going to hear it. Can I just come out and say Braxton Jones and Tevin Jenkins both being near best case scenario results in their second seat or in this 2023 season? I did not see that one coming. I thought we would get one of them. I didn't have any hope for Jenkins. I thought for sure Ja'Tyre Carter was going to play a lot of games. A lot of games. Like, I did not think that Nate Davis and Tevin Jenkins and Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright would all hit the ground more or less running compared to what we expected of them. I really didn't. Like, there's been a bunch of pieces of this team that have performed way over expectation, which is neat. But all that to say, X, that with Stroud in particular, I thought that if he looked like the Georgia game, then yeah, he'd be amazing. But that I didn't know what you would get. But I thought if I was at the top of the draft, I would take Stroud and figure it out. The S2 score coming in super low was like, what on earth? But maybe it doesn't matter. I was always somebody who thought that Bryce Young was going to take too many hits. I thought that Bryce Young just, I don't know. Let's see. I hope Caleb Williams and Harbaugh. Wayne, the good news is that I think there are a lot of ways that this can work out. Jordan, I know what you're saying. It's a bright thing. You're going on a 3-year fix before we can determine whether the Bears are fixed or not. It happens. Albono, Fields is definitely getting better at the quick game stuff. I think so. But like, I think that's the funny part about, let me see. Yeah, it was apparently a great game, Reinhardt. To me, the funny part about Fields right now, Albono, is Fields is getting better. Like, throughout all of this, Fields is definitely improving. It is hard to argue Fields isn't improving. It's just a matter of whether he's improving fast enough. It's the intermediate stuff and throwing over the middle that I just feel like the offense misses. But what do I know? Why is everybody jogging like this? The Iceberg, if they win 8 games, absolutely a lot changes. But if they win 4 out of the next 5 games, that would be quite something at this point. Really would be. I mean, who would the loss be? They have to beat the Browns. The Browns don't actually look easy. It feels that way, right, Brandon? I have to think so, A-Song. Aside from the framed Arians offense and Sean Payton, who else has an offense routed in vertical passing game, the branches of their tree? Here's the last play of the game, by the way. Boom. He just gets hit as he's throwing. You want to talk about Herbert clone? This is how Herbert loses games, right? 27-31, 30 seconds left. Drake May driving. Stands back in the pocket. Offensive line loses immediately. Loses instantly. He tries to throw the ball to the slot route, who's just not even close. Ball floats into the middle, picked off. Right? Rip. Let me see. I got an idea. So now I just got to execute on it. Give me just a moment. Oh, wait, I remember my problem with this. So we'll see if I have any. I have a single game of LSU. I have one LSU game. We can watch it real fast. Well, we can watch parts of it. Let's see. And that's the thing, Brandon. I actually think that that's absolutely the worst and hardest part about football. Okay, so um Brandon, I've got a stupid anecdote. You ready for dumb? You ready for dumb? But so when I used to play rock band with the boys, right? With the family. Everybody played rock band. I'm 29. If you are close to my age, you have played rock band and you have loved it. It was awesome back in the day. And there was no instrument that I was more obsessed with than the drums. And the drums rule. I've always had a connection to the rhythm section inside of anything. The drums are awesome. I wanted to play the drums. I cannot multitask to save my life. I can do a complex task, but I cannot multitask. I just don't have it. I can't keep up. Like I can't get my hands to move out of sync with my feet, to move out of sync with my other hand and track any of it. I can't do it. I wanted to do it. I can't do it. And there is there are parts of football that are so hard that if Fields can't take a look down the field and immediately process a cover two defense and say that's cover two because it's cover two, I need to push the ball to this spot and immediately get there. Like the NFL is outrageously difficult. And if you can't do it, you might not be able to do it. And I'm not saying that that's where Fields is at, but I can't help but wonder if we're getting there. Like, I think that Fields wants to do it. I think Fields is working to do it. I think Fields is committed to doing it. I think Fields studies his butt off, but there are major pieces of like people talk about how Fields' presser answers are better than Mitch's. I'm not surprised. I think Fields gets quarterback, honest to God, more than Mitch gets quarterback. It's why I think Fields has a spot as a starter and Mitch is a backup, right? I think there are parts of football that Mitch didn't get why it worked, to be honest with you. But there are pieces of this game that are so difficult that if you don't have this insane ability for me to go through and like go frame by frame with a guy like Caleb Williams and Drake May sometimes, or Justin Herbert, or Dak Prescott, and me to say he sees this, and then I move forward 4 more frames, and I go, and now he sees this, and then I move forward 3 more frames, or whatever, and I go, and now he sees this, and we talk about that as if it didn't all happen in that window of time. It is so, so hard. It is so easy. It is so, so hard. And a song like you're talking about, there are solutions in Goff and the Rams case. They just prescribed everything. They said, Jared, you're not even going to read it. You're going to throw to Todd Gurley. He's going to be open. The Rams were amazing. They had like three legitimate wide receiving threats and a legitimate pass catching running back. And they could just saw defenses in half. Like, they were awesome in that. And could some of that work with Fields? Sure. But what Goff did, I think, that that Fields is struggling with is that Goff would throw to a tight window. But that's at least what I saw. Like, and it feels that way, Jordan. I mean, no offensive coordinator sane is going to call 3 straight screens the way that they did if he trusts his quarterback. Now, Getsy's opinion of what Fields is and isn't might not carry a lot of weight with you. That would be allowed. Think whatever you would like, truly. But there's clearly a disconnect between the two, which I see as a problem, an implicit problem. Squishy, you better too, because I don't know when it's going to get blocked. Like, there's a very decent chance it'll get blocked. So you got to catch up now, so that you can jump in on it. All right. Here is your Malik Neighbors tape and also our Jaden Daniels tape, and we will watch it together at the same time, and then I will go to bed. Uh, it. Let me see. They rarely push the. Oh, Mario. You asked about this earlier. I think Dable. I think. I think Dable is interesting. I think that. Wait, there's some students you just question your life work. Oh, rip. Yeah, I think Dable has a vertical offense. I think you obviously talked about Arians already. I think that a lot of these play action offenses that you'll see, like the Titans, whoever was running the Titans offense, I guess that was Arthur Smith, but he kind of got away from that, didn't he? Like they were pretty vertical, I guess you could say. But honestly, Mario, this is just totally your boy's opinion. Jordan, I'm interested to hear what you think because you know way more offenses than I think I do. But I think vertical offense is a buzzword, kind of like the word aggressive. Like, I think everybody wants to throw touchdowns. I think everybody wants to throw seams. I think everybody wants to throw deep down the field. These are not new things. Like, when we talk about West Coast offense, the West Coast offense doesn't want to like throw 100 passes just to score 7 points. I mean, that's not the goal. The goal is to stretch out your running game so that you can grind your way down the field and open up seams through explosive plays. Like it's it to me there are some words. Another one, um, scheming to your players' strengths. We talked about this with Mitch. I'm going to talk about it again. It's not a fun topic, so everybody just strap in, right? Uh, what are field strengths right now? Everybody says throwing down the field, 100%. Like I get it. But there are right now the Bears are running a bunch of one read concepts that can get guys open, like one guy, and a lot of it's the one read is like DJ Moore most of the time at this point, and Fields at times is still not throwing it, and that's fine. I mean, playing in structure is hard. I'm not trying to make it sound easy, but this not pulling the trigger has to make Getsy want to tear his hair out. Like, has to. Because the more that you restrict your offense to quick curls, the stuff you could say he learned with Nagy, I guess, like, the more that your offense just isn't a thing. I mean, that's not an offense. That's a couple of play calls, but it's not an offense, right? And so I'm with you, Brandon, that like I think that Getsy isn't good. I definitely think Getsy doesn't um I don't think Getsy adjusts to things going wrong well. Getsy strikes me as the kind of guy, very similar to Flus, who says, I called you a good call. You screwed it up. Right. And that's not the hallmark of of great coaching. But also, I do think that the quarterback is leaving stuff on the table. Like you're saying when you talk about this, Eric, it's like the offense is bad. The play calls do feel random and grab baggy. The run game has fallen on its face for not a great series of reasons, right? Albono, my understanding was that training camp was not good. Like, that's not to say it was horrible, but we kept hearing about Fields throwing picks, remember? And now he won't throw the ball. Do we ever think maybe it's because he threw almost 20 picks in training camp? Like, my understanding was that Fields didn't go barely up practice without throwing a pick or two or three. Like, that's what we heard, but I I don't know. It's why I try to just stick to the tape, right? Because at least the tape is going to tell us a story. But the I mean, it like at least the tape is going to be relatively unbiased. But it like you're saying, Albono, picks in training camp aren't bad. It's more that you combine the picks with then not pushing the ball down the field in the game, and it makes it wonder whether the picks got to him. Does that make sense, Albono? Because I'm with you, Ben. The I probably am not making this clear enough. Clearly, it's not that I'm trying to say, "Oh, picks are bad. Don't throw picks." I'm saying he tested his windows in training camp. He threw a bunch of picks. His takeaway seemed to be, "I can't push these windows." Whether that's coaching or whether that's Justin, it's what we saw for the next bunch of the season, which is not great, right? And exactly, Drex. Especially because DJ Moore looked head and shoulders better than nearly everybody. right? But exactly, Ben. Like you go from a naive confidence where you're slinging the ball to scared because you threw picks. Like it is the same thing. But anyways, let's watch a little Jaden Daniels, who's outstandingly fun. I mean, from everything I've seen, he is really fun. Here we get a jailbreak open running back. Dropping the ball. This is definitely how you win a Heisman. One play, boom. And Eric, there's something to be said about how the Bears coaches not helping their players keep their confidence is definitely a bad thing, right? But it's just bizarre. Honestly, Ben, really interesting way of describing it that I hadn't thought about. Would you mind looking up Jaden Daniels' height and weight? Is he Lamar sized or is he small? Oh, also, I think Neighbors number 8, I think. 6'4", 210 or 215. Okay. He's certainly tall. Neighbors is 8, right? Ooh. To me, the screen passes were fun, Reinhard. But honestly, like to be so real with you, I'm a shoot straight with you cats. Like, was Fields looking great in the preseason? Game 1 didn't really matter. Game 2, not a much. Oh, good point. Thank you. Game 3, definitely bad. It's Jaden Daniels, right? But so the problem is I didn't really like care. I pretty much bet everything. I bet everything. I bet all of my emotional dollars on beating Green Bay by hook or by crook. I pretty much didn't care. I was like, yeah, it's probably not going to be pretty. Here's Neighbors, by the way. Neighbors is way bigger than I keep thinking he is. Way bigger. He's a big dude for how fast he is. When the Bears, Fields included, came out so flat against Green Bay, it broke something in me that I did not know could break. At least not like that. I got legit upset. Oh my goodness. Did he stay in? No, they're going to call him out. Okay, so we're looking right, left, throw. Nice. It's a good ball. It's a strike. Well, he goes 1 to 2 on the right, on the left. It's a slow read, Ben. That's for sure. But the throw itself is nice and the release feels pretty snappy. One drive in. Oop. Let's see what's Neighbors doing on the left over there. Everybody takes way too long to get out of their breaks. Goodness. Oh, it's 4th down. We didn't score yet. Man, bummer. He has 5 years of college experience, but he's 22. It felt that way, didn't it, Sir Lord? Like, to me, I can't remember. You guys tell me. Did I hide my disgust well or did I not even try? Like, I can't remember. But after losing to Green Bay, I was beside myself. Beside myself. I mean, I could not believe that I looked at it as I couldn't believe the audacity, the gall of the team to quit before the fourth quarter of game one. Tampa, Zach, I was I was also beside myself because the tape for Tampa was like, you can't play this guy bad. I mean, now granted, it got much better from there. It really did. Like, we did not repeat the Tampa game. But like Tampa was one of those, you can't play this thing. Like, you can't do this. You can't do this in the NFL. Kind of bad. I mean, it hasn't been that drastic since. It was so rough. Things could certainly move. Cody, it felt that way. I mean, I'm by no means a soothsayer, but I took one look at that week one team and went, so this is over, huh? And tried to be as nice about it as I could. That's the hope, Albono, right? I don't feel like we know where Jaden's eyes are looking. Like we can kind of try. Let's see. I could tell because after the Denver game, you didn't get as high on the game because you didn't. And honestly, Zach, there was this huge part of me that this play, or do we go one more? I felt terrible, Zach, because I was sitting. Okay, so I'll let the film roll. Zach, one thing that hurt that I did not like is I want to turn pro in sports writing. And the best way that I can do that is gaining a bunch of Twitter followers. And I knew what Twitter wanted me to say. I just didn't see it. I felt awful. I was I didn't know what to do. I mean, I remember, Zach, that after they beat Washington, I went back to do the drop back thing again because I thought it was interesting to measure drop back timing. And it was the same. And I just didn't post it because I was like, nobody wants this. Like, it's okay to yell, I don't know, fire if there's a fire, but I couldn't help but feel like as I watched those games in particular, I was like, but didn't we know Fields could throw the snot out of the ball? Like that's awesome. This is the cast. I mean, this is why we got DJ Moore. This is why we got Darnell Wright. Like there's plenty to be excited about. I'm so high on parts of this team, but it didn't fix the problems that we wanted to see fix with the quarterback. Like everybody looked at Denver, for instance, and it was like one thing that brutalized me. And I hear you, Eric. I really do. But it brutalized me because you got to remember, Eric, life changes. Okay, so anybody who's ever tweeted in this room, you probably see it. Life changes when you tweet your opinion, you get 25 people calling you a disgusting, miserable existence of a human being, which isn't even super grammatically correct, but that one's burned into my brain for some reason. And I don't need you to be nice to me about it. The vitriol you get in the comments section can be disturbing stuff, like at times. And so you also don't want to alienate people, Eric, because I want as many Bears fans as possible to write new poster. Like I want as many Bears fans as possible to participate in the conversation. And when you say things that are really, really definitive, a lot of people just tune you out. Like as I'll call it out. Oh man, is this neighbors? It is. Popping the feet. What a nice route. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Pop. Bang. Separation. A little bit after catch magic. It's more to say, guys, that like I'm with you, Ben, where it's like X ain't real. Who cares? But also, like, let me think. It's more that I want as many of the ill will people that are like all over there to like see the way things are going. I really do. And I'm with you. Like Eric, generally my stuff does pretty well, I think because of the authenticity, which is great. Like I get the impression that having an opinion even when it's different is totally fine. I mean, it totally works. It's more that I don't have an opinion all the time. I'm not paid full time, so I don't tweet full time. And this season in particular involved a lot of saying what a lot of people didn't want to see. Like, it's funny because I don't actually understand how some Bears fans have rationalized it. I really don't. And maybe there's somebody in the section or in the comments section. Oh, yikes. We don't love that. That can help me understand how are a lot of Bears fans rationalizing a good offensive line, a really sick receiver. We still like Darnell Mooney, right? Don't we? Don't a lot of people really like Cole Kmet too? So how are so many of the team playing well, but they're not producing, right? Like, because corner, I hear you, but like, does that mean Darnold's not good enough? Like, is the whole hope that oh man, Malik Neighbors is so open? Boom, separation, pretty. I have Mario. Like what's always funny to me, Mario, is that there's at least one, whether it's new media or old media member, that just like loses their ish once a year. And I always think it's hilarious because I'm like, I will complain to y'all about it because y'all are my friends, but it's like a complain with a lowercase c, right? Does neighbors, y'all, neighbors just dusts this guy. Like, bang, see you. I mean, he's got gas in there too. Like, boom. Totally fine that Daniels didn't throw it, I guess. Because I think Daniels is playing a pick a side read. It's just a choice route. Honestly, kudos to the LSU offense. This thing's well set up. I wish Fields had more of these. This is really, really nice. Really, really nice. Pop. Pretty. Was it the Hertz thing, Mario? Or was it a comments thing? Oh, good question. I actually don't know which number verse is. Oh, he's 5. There he is, racing across. Yeah, I guess it is. Like, it's offensive line, it's all this stuff. I mean, Reinhardt, it was bad enough. Like you talk about DJ's body language. DJ's body language has not been winning. Like, it wasn't. Neighbors was on the other side. Like DJ's body language has been pretty bad, if you ask me. We just get over it. Oh, it's fine. Arm gun. It really is. I mean, the other thing that I think is most of my audience. So my audience gets really defensive of me, which I really appreciate you guys. I really do. I mean, just because objectivity, I sure hope is. Let's see, where was 8 on that? Isn't this? Yeah, I think this is 8. It can be kind of hard to tell. LSU's guys fly around. I mean, truly, Sir Lord, the week one receivers did not look shocked. The week one receivers looked like they expected it, which stuck out to me, especially because the week two receivers didn't look any less surprised. Like, it was really nasty. It was not good. As a Bears fan, it was hard. And you know what really sucks? Is watching Jordan Love and the young Packers offense. Man, he's fast when he wants to be. Like, Neighbors is so quick. Two worst games of the season. Oh, Mario, I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, nobody's nobody's gonna watch to 12:43 in the stream, right? No, nobody but you guys. Nobody's gonna do it, right? Look, Mario, wasn't Hogue the guy who was trying to say Skoronski's a tackle, Skoronski's a tackle, Skoronski's a tackle? You're stupid if you think Skoronski's a tackle. Skoronski's a tackle. You're stupid if you think Skoronski's a tackle. And the team that drafted him immediately put him at guard and never looked back. And he's been good there. But like the Titans didn't beg the question at all. Like, I mean, I really like Hogue. Hogue puts in a lot more effort than a lot of people. But like, it's not that simple. But like, we've been down this road. Hogue was also the guy who in 2020 was still talking about extending Mitch. In 2019, he was still saying Mitch was absolutely good enough. Like, there's so many. We've been down this road. Right now, it is popular to not want to spend number one on a quarterback. Right now, it is popular in Bears world, in only Bears world, to say, well, let's just not, let's just not do a quarterback up at the top. You don't have to love the quarterbacks. You are not forced to love the quarterbacks. But it was like, I can't help looking at this whole thing, and I'm sitting here like, okay, if you wanted to be amazed by Caleb Williams, then first of all, you need to watch more than just the Notre Dame game. Like, you have to run more than just the Notre Dame game. But also, like, I don't know, man. My whole brand is like putting in an absolute load of effort, like a disturbing and backbreaking amount of effort, to keep things like what's the word? To keep things upbeat. I also think that plenty of people who, like, in my opinion, you mentioned being jaded. I honestly think, Mario, right now. So look, this is just my opinion. We talked about this. I don't remember when we talked about this, right? But you tell me, somebody tell me when it was, because I'm sure you remember it. But I went on a diatribe about how the media needs clicks to feed their families, and that changes what happens during dead seasons. Like, the to me, what's hard for a lot of these people is that when things are good, you can be authentic and objective when you're being paid for it, because it's easy to be authentic and objective. Who's the beat writer of the year? The beat writer that covers the team that wins the Super Bowl. It is every single year. Jordan Rodriguez is absolutely everywhere. Why is she? Because the Rams won the Super Bowl. Like, it is so easy to be high on the team when there's reasons to be high on the team. Being hard on the team is not easy. Bears fans are convinced, maybe not you guys, but a lot of Bears fans are convinced that she is great. She is great. She deserves it, Jordan. But she covered the Rams when they won the Super Bowl. But so anyways, there are a lot of Bears fans that are convinced that the media just hates the Bears. It's way harder to hate the Bears, in my opinion. Like, it is way harder because a lot of fans hate you if you hate the Bears. Like, they break out hate. Like there are people that went from wow, Robert's one of the best analysts on Twitter to Robert, you don't know ball because I pointed out that in the Tampa game, Justin Fields passed up Mooney who was open so that he could not throw to DJ who was clapping at him. Like it's it's wild to me watching some of this stuff. Like because a lot of people just don't want to accept that something could be negative. And I get that. I try to only be as negative as I have to because as I'm sure you guys probably have seen, I don't think it can all be positive. Like I don't think I can be an optimistic fan if I'm not realistic enough for it to be believable. Is that so fair or is that so wrong? Like sure there'll be points where Robert gets down in the dumps and slaps his hands on his face and drags his skin like and stuff like that. But if I'm not realistic about if I'm not realistic about what we're looking at, then I can't be positive on it. I actually think I've been pretty kind to Fields personally. I know a lot of people that have been dramatically, dramatically worse. Just not Chase Daniel, right? Just not Tim Jenkins. Just not the guys who've gotten into quarterback analysis as a former quarterback who their brand is driven by Bears fans that want to click on the hottest topic. Like, honestly, Jay Sanders, I think that most NFL, like, I think most NFL rooms would be way harder on Fields. I really do. Because the way he's playing quarterback is anti-quarterback. He's making plays. He's being an outstanding athlete. He's doing so many things that are pushing. Kurt Warner's just awesome, Jay Sanders. I mentioned those two and not JT and not Kurt Warner because JT and Kurt Warner do it absolutely bang on. I even think Tim I even think Tim is like bang on. I think Chase Daniel I think Chase Daniel does it for engagement, but like that's and totally the organization is bad. Like, um, but it's more to say that what did Sir Lord say? Uh, oh yeah, like Dan. I thought Dan's most recent article was awesome, but that's a whole separate thing. Uh, with Fields right now, Jay Sanders, if I had flashes to be excited about, I would be. I think I would be more excited about him. Right now, the problem is that we have an incomplete game, and it doesn't feel like it's getting more complete. Um, Warner did, but Warner also spent the whole video, we're remembering the same one, saying, we passed on a shot downfield, but hey, at least we made a play, which is a backhanded compliment. Like there was a bunch of backhanded compliments, and we're in year 3. I don't think Warner even expects Fields to take that. I mean, maybe he expects it to improve a little bit, but most of the time, Jay Sanders, the runway runs out around year 3, and quarterbacks tend to plateau. That's at least what the data tells us. But let's see. Does he? Kirk Herbstreit blamed Fields. You say that, but like Troy Aikman blamed Fields for crying out loud. Like I I've been stunned here in the 3rd year of Justin Fields at how many quarterbacks or like how many analysts have been like, yeah, Fields just misses this. And I'm like, whoa, we don't say this about anybody else. Like we pick different words. You know what I mean? Like when Lamar misses an open read, you go, I think we might have had Mark Andrews there in the flat, don't you? But it was like you would have the production booth just hard cut to open players. And like then Troy would mutter something about it because he had nothing to say. Man, Neighbors has gas. Like it's not even about him getting open. Look at this. Look at Malik Neighbors. Hit the throttle. Hit the throttle. That's a good defense. And it's not as if he's necessarily running it by him, but man. Whoo. That ball doesn't drop in, does it? No. Oh, what a stutter. Oh, that is so pure. Mm. Two really good receivers. Honestly, Reinhardt, I've thought for years. All right, so this may not be a hot take anymore, but like I've thought for years that Buck and Aikman are massively underrated. Does he do that, MH? Are you serious? Like that's the Bears broadcast, right? Run play. I think honestly, Eric, that Joe Buck's one of the best in the business. Like, and that's not me trying to take it away from you, Mario. Like, I think Joe Buck does a really good job and has gotten a lot better. Another guy I really have been impressed with, and I'm talking about play-by-play guys, because I think the color guys are the color guys, right? Um, but I really, really think Jim Nance is doing a great job within football. Like, I Romo might have even fallen off a little bit. I actually think that might be a common take that Romo's fallen off a little bit, but Nance in particular is awesome in my opinion. He's been a lot of fun. Oh, outside of camera, I got you. Tarico's really good too. That's the thing, Austin. Like, if we were talking, it, let's see, Nance needs to replace Al. Yes, Garrett's pretty bad. Olson's awesome. I think Kevin Burkhardt's pretty sweet. Ian Eagle rules. I love Ian Eagle is so much fun. So to me, look, I don't know football. Like, I don't know. Never mind. I agree with you, Eric. But Buck gets I think Buck does a great job of going up. And also, oh my gosh, Brandon, is he even better? Is he even better on golf? That's awesome. I thought Aqib Talib ruled. Aqib Talib, the problem that Aqib Talib had is Aqib Talib was willing to tell viewers that their heroes weren't heroes. Like, I wish somebody had sat Aqib down and told him, Aqib, you can't just say it's a blown coverage. I know it is, but you have to say the wide receiver's amazing. Like, Aqib Talib was the guy who would show up and he would say, yeah, the receiver doesn't really do much here. All he's got to do is run into the cover two hole shot, and the safety does a terrible job of contesting this. And I mean, it's an easy throw for the quarterback. Can't get much easier or can't get much worse on defense. I mean, he would just straight up cook dudes, especially the DBs. He knew his stuff. I thought it was awesome. I thought it was like being in the DB room on live television, and some people just hated him for it. And I was like, oh man, what a bummer. Um, just because I thought it was so fresh and so different. And his biggest issue, besides the law, I forgot the law, was that he would not make a mountain out of things that weren't mountain plays. He would be like, nah, that's just bad D. Especially his ways talking as like a guy talk. Exactly. Right, Reinhardt? I got a friend like that. He only exists in just nasty talk. It was great. Right, Sir Lord? He'd look at him and be like, I was being nice. What are you talking about? Okay, so I'm gonna over dramatize a movement right here, but look at this exaggerated stance rocket by Neighbors. Here it is in slow motion. You would almost feel like his body is getting yanked by the speed at which he can explode. And he has to get collisioned or he's not stopping. I want to like Tiki. Like I want to like Keon Coleman more than I like Neighbors. I want to. I promise. I want to be kind of fresh and different, and I love the physical force that is Keon Coleman. But you do not teach this speed. Like that kind of speed is just a dangerous, dangerous thing, and there's not enough of it in the league, and it is competed for. We've watched a half. What have we seen? One really solid throw? Oh yeah. Boom. Bang. That's solid. We love a good hitch route. I don't like comps, MH. I don't. Just because, like, um, I end up having to really stretch to get to where guys are going to be. Because, like, what do you really want me to say? That Caleb Williams reminds me a lot of. So let me use some examples. Like, do you want me to tell you that Caleb's release and the way that he looks through the field reminds me a lot of Aaron Rodgers meets Kyler Murray? Do you want me to tell you that that or do you want me to tell you that Drake May, his arm reminds me of Justin Herbert, and also his body can give you like moments of Josh Allen, even if wonder what he looks like seeing the field. Like I I don't know. Like to me, it's funny looking at some of these quarterbacks because I'm trying not to use Hall of Fame names, but with Caleb, there are just not a lot of guys that play like that. Like there aren't. I mean, at least what I have seen is that not many guys play with the vision and the movement that he does. And that's not to, and his deadgum release is so reminiscent, I think, of Aaron. It's not exactly the same by any stretch, but his moving around, like Caleb strikes me as exactly the kind of guy who is going to the other thing. What's the Rogers throw? What's the way that everybody what is the way that everybody has seen Rodgers beat them? It is scrambling to the sidelines and then making a throw down the sidelines and winning. Jermichael Finley, like bad memories, right? What is Caleb's signature throw? That. Like it's you're talking, Ben, about the other one, which is the finding the open man, like staying in the pocket an absurd rate. Would you guys believe me if I told you that Aaron Rodgers' pressure to sack ratio in the early NFL was like 20 to 25%? Like the or Aaron Rodgers takes a lot of sacks. We just wouldn't think so because he makes so many plays when he's extending, like when he's sitting in the pocket waiting for something to come to him. You can remember all the sacks that the Bears have had against Rodgers. Each one feels like a massive win. And I wonder if Caleb at his best is going to feel similar to that because he might be able to do similar things, but he's short. There are going to be some people, I know one in here, that is going to look at him and be like, there's no way that he is going to be successful being that short. Um, that's totally possible. With Maye, maybe he ends up unable to see the field, like, well, and he ends up pretty good, but he throws a bunch of like goofball interceptions that are so between reckless and so between reckless and inexcusable. I think there's all kinds of ways that this could work out. Like, really do. I think if the Bears get the offensive coaching right, then they limit their floor. Like, which I think is exciting, truly, because if you if you get um if you get a coach that is able to put a lot of these guys in positions to succeed, I'm not expecting them to be amazing, but good enough to win. Like, let's see, because a lot of the Bears outside Leonard Floyd aren't the one sacking. Leonard Floyd did a number. Hey, Shea McClellan got him pretty good, and so did Julius Peppers back in the day. Mac got him a couple times too. But let me see. 6'3" and 220. I think it's hilarious though, because Jordan, I would look at JJ and I would look at Caleb personally, and I would say JJ's too light, Caleb's too short, but both have the other. I'm looking for them to not be both, like both under. That was where Bryce Young got me. If you're gonna be both under, you have to be that guy good, like Kyler is. All right. Because I do have a light favorite, let's end on this. I got one drive for you. It's full of bad. It's full of good. It's a little more Caleb Williams. Because I just like watching him. Here he's running with the ball like a dingus, but being too slimy to get tackled. Mario, I wish we could, but that's just going to be another stream. That'll be closer to building the board level, just because the Bears aren't going to pick Shadur, right? Cal's yellow helmets are hilariously ugly. Here, Caleb's late and gets his guy nearly killed. Cal's defense came to play, and this guy in particular does a great job of passing off Caleb's like the first receiver, because it looks anticipatory-ish, I guess, if you're looking at the DB, but he comes downhill and absolutely just lights the guy on fire. We're going to do one drive because there's a play at the end that I'm really happy with. It doesn't even work. Oh, I liked this play too. When I talk about Rodgers, this is the kind of play that reminds me of him, and it's a long pocket too. Like, we're going to look because we see Cal's looking at cover 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So who would be a great spot for cover 2? This slant would, if he didn't get absolutely stacked. Like, instead our guy gets collisioned so hard that there's just no chance you're going to throw it to him. So instead, Caleb looks back. We've seen this before. Against cover 2, he likes to look back at this curl right here. But this defender does a great job where he gets into the lane enough right there that Caleb doesn't think he can throw it, especially with this defender prowling behind him. So then Caleb looks back because he knows that after this slant clears space out, there's a dig right behind it, and his dig settled down. And so as he climbs out of the pocket, he finds that man, flicks it to the sitting underneath like receiver, first down. To me, this is structure. This isn't create a player, or like this isn't creation mode. Sure, there's some, or it's a long pocket, but also, I mean, he avoids pressure as he gets out. He's not just running out of the pocket for fun. He just charges out, flicks a ball. First and 40. We do the little side flick that he loves so much. I do think the NFL is going to ask him to stop. But I doubt he's going to run so many like of these RPO motions just because he's a little inaccurate on it. 2nd and 10. That's how I feel, Reinhardt. Personally, that he seems like he lives in football. And I get you, Albono. If it helps, all the Lincoln Riley quarterbacks have insane time to throws, and then it comes down. Kyler's time to throw was well over 3 seconds in college, and this looks bad, but hey, 4th and 1. Look, you tell me. You tell me if you think this is cool or bad. I'm not going to give you my opinion, right? Quarterback run, 1 yard to go. Caleb knows he's making contact at the line to gain. puts his head down, pushes forward the extra yard. Cool, not cool, happy, not happy, your call. Not everybody's calling quarterback draw on 4th and 1, that's for sure. He wants it. And then in case you like touch throws, here's just another free and easy burger. Mesh, quick ball, tight end gets it with room to run. Just imagine Cole Kmet trampling down the seam. Run game. They're not even going to score on this drive. Like, we could talk more scoring drives. But, like, here you get loading to throw as we're coming out of the break. Darts it. Guy makes a play. This is a field goal drive. I just like the process play so much on one of the third downs that you got to see it. Because we talked about it a little earlier. So this play is another one of these where, like, is Caleb wrong to fear this DB? You tell me. Do you trust this guy to block for you? Truly, you tell me. Because if Caleb throws this ball and it gets housed, guess who's getting the blame for it? It's Caleb Williams. So instead, he peeks inside, finds the check down. This is after the Notre Dame game, by the way. Flicks the ball. His guy's going to go get some yards instead of no yards. It's a productive play. Honestly, Eric, if I had to guess, Fields is going to know. So I've always thought this, Eric. Quarterbacks don't listen to the noise. Their families do. And their families will tell them about the noise. Here, Caleb wants to. This is the NFL. This is what our boy Jordan is worried about. The linebacker it's like a safety type. Flat beats him to the edge. And so Caleb is going to work back up into the middle. He's still slippery and covered in grease, but he ultimately isn't an insane rushing threat unless you're giving him the lane. 3rd and 5. I love this play. Again, it's not even completed, but the simplicity of pressure, navigates around it, finds a throw, skips the stone. Check this out from the backside, and then we'll talk about the reads. Drops back in the pocket, and our left guard or our right guard gets absolutely housed. So Caleb's going to back up, full back pedal, step to his left, hard cut to his right, get back uphill, set up the blocker for crying out loud, see a man open, give it a try, skip a stone. But to me, it's the pocket movement that I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, talk about creating something out of nothing from a play perspective. Okay, here's pressure. I'm just going to beat interior pressure. I'm just going to beat interior pressure with my feet. And then I'm going to find somebody that I can throw the ball to. So nasty. We really don't get anything from our curl, fade, vert over here. So Caleb just has to work around somebody and then find the throw. And that's the thing, Ben. Like, to me, where is it, Mario? Because I can push forward. So the tight end of the back of the end zone uncovers if you're talking about this guy right here. But I'm of the opinion that it's going to take any quarterback till probably 26 before they're really going to feel that. Like, it's just going to take life in football, right, Jordan? Like, it's one thing to say that a 21, 22-year-old lives and breathes football, but that professional football vibe that these guys reach, it's just something different altogether. I think anyways. This is dirty. If Dak Prescott hit this game or if Dak Prescott hit this throw, people would lose their minds. We've talked about how sometimes Caleb doesn't want to throw into a tight window. Here, pressure on his left, but he sees a throwing window right here. If he can just rifle the ball in, skip step, one hop. Oh my gosh, make me a play, receiver. Skip, whip. Yes, please. Oh my gosh, I hope the Bears get number one. Like Eric, to me, I think Maye can make some insane throws, but it's the way that I see Caleb working around offensive deficiency that gets me sparkly eyed. Like he will make the throw when he thinks he has to. And when he doesn't do something and that thing doesn't work, like he doesn't just have one move per se. Here he gets stuck, but he made a couple of moves to get into the open field. But boy, does that safety stick him. Yeesh. It's just a silly release. I Reinhardt, I sometimes I can't say this because Bear With Us is an awesome podcast. Nick couldn't have been a better person to have. Look at this. Hey, I love this. The running back is waving his hands. Caleb makes it through. What is this, like one, two, like I don't know what he's doing over here. Probably something like 3, 4 reads. Let me go back. Oh no, I got it. Caleb goes 1. He's now already on 2. And then he checks like 3 and 4 together right here. I don't know if he hears something. I don't know if he figures out the whole defense is overloaded over here. But he hits the back, gets the ball to his check down. Running back makes a play, puts the ball in the 2. I feel so bad, Reinhardt, if only because I really am so high on the quarterbacks. I think the quarterbacks are easy to be really high on. But I don't want to shut anybody down. I really don't. We're all fans. I just find it hard to believe that Caleb Williams is. So I think Caleb Williams is going to do some dumb stuff. I think Caleb Williams is going to have some absolutely silly season fumbles. I think that Caleb Williams is going to make some plays and some decisions that make him look like a complete doofus. And I think everything when he's not doing that has a chance to be so clean that I just can't help wondering what that offense would look like. I mean, um, it's wild watching what he does. To me, I think so. Show of hands, so to speak. We've got 96 viewers up at 1 in the morning. We will shut it down soon. My body can't take this forever. But I feel like the all 22 is very kind to Caleb Williams. I feel like everything we're seeing on tape says that he's hitting. Like here he hits the back of his drop. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One hitch, throw, very catchable ball. Maybe a little on the high side, but pretty with pretty much no hitch in it. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch, toss. And that's the Lincoln Riley special. Like that's not Caleb creating somebody open, for crying out loud. But it feels to me like he's just so pretty. He doesn't, Ben. I mean, I feel like you tell me, Ben, am I reading too far into things to feel like Caleb is throwing balls with a lot of forethought as to how the receiver would want to catch it. Like I feel like Caleb controls his speed a lot more than meets the eye. Like he won't rip the ball if he doesn't think he has to rip the ball, to the point where you almost think he doesn't have much of an arm, and then you see it all of a sudden. And then you get plays like this. This isn't even that insane, but we pick up 5 yards. Why do we pick up 5 yards? because as much as I complained about it, he goes left side back to the right side where the screen is, and he is going to flick that ball out, and he's going to stay on his feet. Caleb doesn't take that many hits in college. I'm sure they'll come in the NFL. But, man, what is this? Come on. He's even already moving his knees out of the way. Thank goodness the running back makes a nasty play, or the wide receiver, but still, 3rd and 6. Easy. Does it take us a little too long to get there? You tell me. But he goes 1, 2, we're already on 3, right? He basically waits to see this route resolve. And as soon as he sees it resolve, I'm wondering if honestly he is I'm wondering if he's waiting this long to try to hold these defenders here. But that's me just like seeing the best in a quarterback that I like watching. Because then he just flicks it underneath, 6 walks in, score. Boom. What do you mean, Mario? Mario, are you in the California area? Let's see here. Oh, I think he missed. Oh my goodness, I thought he missed for sure. What the? Oh my gosh, I forgot how good this game is. Turns it, fades it up a little bit. Drop back, just a little flick under pressure. No big deal. What? Pressure from 70? You would never know. Like, here's what I think is so funny, okay? If any Bears quarterback wearing navy and orange threw a pass under pressure and it sailed out of bounds, what would people say on Twitter? I'll give you a second. What would people say on forums? What would people say? Right? They'd say, he's under pressure. How could anybody do this? The OL sucks. Our quarterback can't play like this. Caleb makes you swear he's not even under pressure. Like, Caleb just hits the shot anyways. What? Oh my gosh. I mean, he sees he's got a guy. He's not going to not take it. Oh my word. Look at the bench. I love getting to see the bench in the all 22. It feels so in control. So in control. Let's see. Sprint out. Oh, yeah, we missed this one. He's human, guys. Roll out. Miss. It's just a miss. Honestly, the more film I watch, the more. Hey, Jay Sanders, you in here? The more I'm the more I'm forgiving Fields for some of these sail shots, because these ones where the wide receiver is crossing the field deep just seem like they're really hard to figure out the lead on. Like the guys that hit it, this is a much harder throw than I think meets the eye. You have to figure out the lead and all that jazz. Ooh, interesting. Was it? Oh my gosh, Jay Sanders, you're right. 44 wins over here. We are going to stop. We are done. We just park it and make the throw anyways. What quarterbacks have I had the most fun watching in the league and in college? Damo, I've been doing this for only so long, So the quarterbacks that I watched in 20 the quarterbacks I watched in prep for the Bears to draft a quarterback, I thought Fields was far and away the most fun, and then I actually liked Mac Jones most out after Fields and Lawrence. Um, I liked Trey Lance a lot at the time, but to be honest, I didn't have a good reason for it. There just wasn't much like there really wasn't much film, so I was going entirely off of traits and measurables. But it feels but it felt nice to believe in the kid, if that makes sense. With Wilson, I watched enough of the JT breakdowns, and he talked about him skipping reads where I was like, yep, no, that doesn't surprise me at all. um as far as which quarterbacks I've liked watching the most, Mahomes is very easy choice. I really like watching Jalen Hurts. I think he's a lot of fun to watch. Josh Allen's a blast and a half. And then I like watching plucky backups, but that's just me. I don't expect nearly anybody else to like that. You don't think anybody did what? What can you do, Caleb? We'll throw it away. Sure. And have you noticed, just saying, like, Eric, this may be where I'm going to show my where I'm going to show my hand a little bit. But Eric, have you noticed how much pressure Caleb Williams has been under in this game and how little he's let it affect him? Like, Caleb Williams gets moved off is getting moved off his spot a lot, but really it's not really like mattering. My favorite part about Caleb, and especially because y'all, this is my favorite part of Caleb Williams' 2023 season, is he had the Notre Dame game. After the Notre Dame game, he responded, if you ask me. Like, this game is this one directly after Notre Dame? I think it is, as a matter of fact. Like, Zach, he also seemed as if he put more thought into it. Like, here, he's going to go through a 4-piece read. Now, he's probably open, but so is he, just as well. On what is this, third down? I think it's third. Yeah, 3rd and 4. They mesh. He goes with him. You might have been able to fit this to here, but checking it down to 16 and asking him to go make a play for you isn't a horrible idea. It just doesn't work. Oh, it was Utah and then this game. You're right. There's mesh. And that's the other thing. Mario mentioned something that I think is really cool. Okay, so quick pivot. This is turning into just a full-on Caleb Williams breakdown, huh? So Caleb drags the USC offense from 152 left, 31 to 26. Drags the USC offense into the end zone, plus some decent defense, scores. They go to the 2-point conversion. He doesn't pull the trigger on a quick read right there. He doesn't pull the trigger. Oh, no, he tries to pull the trigger on an anticipatory throw, leaves the ball too high in the corner. They lose. Utah kicks to win on what would have been the tying field goal. So this whole game that you're watching against Cal is after a horrible Notre Dame game and a soul-crushing loss where you thought you did enough and you did not do enough. And in case you don't know the story, he ends up winning this game 50 to 49. They're already down 28 to 17. So he's just in like battle get what you can mode. Third and 2, they run it. First and 10. Let me see. This is a stupid decision. But again, you're going to see these where in the middle of pressure, Caleb goes, "Yeah, but it's open. Why wouldn't I throw this?" And the Cal DB, honestly, you could say something if you'd like about how like the Cal DB doesn't really get a great shot at it. So maybe you could say Caleb's arm is just that insane. That's pretty dangerous, but that's Caleb Williams. Like, I would argue if you're not ready for Caleb's 1.5 really stupid plays a game, then you don't like him enough. Personally. Like, you need to be ready for Caleb to attempt the amazing and land on the dumb. Uh just because it'll happen. And then you're going to get plays like this, super blitz. And do you see what Caleb's doing? Hanging, hanging, hanging. What does he want? He wants this. He just can't hold it or he can't keep onto it. Like, and so then he breaks a tackle, is going to attempt a ripper to this receiver, and he just fans on it. But I love the movement that sets it up. I got to tell you. It won't all not work in the NFL. See, I see, and I put that, or I put up with that when you're Josh Allen at 6'5" and throw piss missiles in rainy Philly, not when you're doing this against Pac-12 defenses. So that's the thing, though. Like, I can't help but think, Jordan, that while I hear you on Pac-12 defense, I don't know. I guess I really don't. Like, a lot of these Pac-12 defenses, at least what I think I'm seeing, look really solid. Not all of them, I guess. But UCLA certainly has some solid rushers. I mean, it's not the SEC, right? But basically, I guess the way that I would put this, Jordan, is that I always want to know how much better is my QB's team than their QB. Um, I've watched enough Big Ten defenses. No, they rule. But the Big Ten receivers that most of those quarterbacks play with are also better. And I guess I'm not that concerned. Like, if I told you that Caleb Williams was going to go up against a Big Ten like defense, but then he was going to get even just Michigan's receivers, I tend to think he'd be all right. Really do. Not to say Michigan's receivers are amazing. You and I know they aren't, but it's all about that relativism. Come on, you see it, you see it, you see it. We're delayed, aren't we? Pops open. He hesitates just a little too long. You get that arm over the top. Receiver almost makes a play, but he can't come down. Ben, Michigan's receivers is probably a stretch, but I didn't want to give him Ohio State's because that'd be so silly. Ben, now you got me wanting to see the ball again. Oh, that's a good point. The ball's definitely left in bounds. You just got to slow up like crazy and not jump. The truth is, Bears fan, I'm talking about something I don't know. And I'll just go ahead and admit that I did that just now. Do I really know Roman Wilson that well? No, not really. I'd love to say I do, but I don't. Oh, man. Look at that pretty out route. Nice. We throw it with the man in our face. Number 90. Battling in. I'm battling on in. Boom. Gosh, can the Panthers just do us a favor and eat a couple of L's? Am I right or am I right? The Panthers are such fun viewing. Like I'm giggling like crazy at just how much fun I'm having hate watching the Panthers. Like cheering for the Bucks was great. It's like a little sampler platter of getting to be a bunch of other teams' fans. You get to live and die with like Baker Mayfield, etc. Yes, I think we can. I think we can, Bears fan. Eric, you and another friend of mine both. I was talking to Aaron Lemming, and he was losing his mind. He was losing his mind. It's like rooting for an 11-1 team. That's hilarious. Where'd this ball go? Offensive operation. Yeah, he just missed the guy flying across the field, and then his man got clipped. Oh, pushed up in the pocket. I mean, we got to think we can hit this, right? One of these. Just missed him. So he's going to run around. Okay, so this play is sick, but it's actually not as cool as I want it to be. Like, the problem is, so that's a half ender. Caleb enters this play with 12 seconds, and it's awesome. Don't get me wrong, but it takes too long, and they don't get a field goal attempt because it does take the whole 12 seconds for Caleb to massage the pocket, work all the way around, fire the strike, find the man. Super sick play, but then they get but then Cal gets excited because the half is over. I was too, Eric. Zach, that's my thing. Like, okay, so hang on. Is this throw a dime? You know it is. Like, come on. How many throws have we watched tonight where it feels like Caleb misses? That's what I think is so crazy. And I understand there's some selection bias. But look at that. Oh my gosh. It's a sideline throw. Like a sideline go is just not that high elo a play. These don't work most of the time. Works there. Sheesh. It's just as simple as that. I feel like there'd be a lot of Bears fans that I feel like there would be a lot of Bears fans that would not believe that you're able to just throw a go that soon. Because they've always seen goes need a couple more extra, like a couple seconds or so extra. But no, he just lets it go. Boom. Receivers turned up. Reinhardt, I'm so interested in Thursday night. It could go either direction. Okay, Mario, here's a question. What makes you feel like the Bills or the Pats are tanking? I watched the game some. but not insane. Here's Caleb putting his head down and saying the points are worth more than my back. Totally did, Sir Lord. Oh, I love this play. Oh my gosh. So here's the 2-point conversion. This play has me drooling. Caleb identifies a tight window right here. Wants his receiver to work back just a little more. Leaves a rocket that his guy can catch. His guy just doesn't catch it. Feels like he very purposely puts it on that shoulder and everything. Boom. Oh, I mean, they're just terrible at offense. That's not news, right? Oh, there's a miss. Wait a minute. And a flag. Such a violent step up in the pocket. It's just got nothing good going for it. They take a false start, don't they? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Boom. So, this is one of these Caleb moments that I think is interesting. Like, Caleb looks, he sees this guy driving down. He says, well, what if this comes open? I like that better. Could he hit this? I mean, he could. Should he hit this? He should. But it comes wide open and just trots on off the field. He's done here. Ugh, filth. Honestly, Bears fan, I don't know. I think the right coach would tell him, do whatever's going to score me points, bro. Uh. It doesn't count. But how sick is this? Okay, we're back up in the pocket. Nope, we're going to hard accelerate to our left. I mean, it's just like it's all he does. It's a catch if it's not a hold. Uh. Ugh. Put him in a Bears uniform. Right? Oh, I'm glad we got to this one. Because after all the seeing eye stuff, eventually 27 green dogs, Caleb tries to get away from him, and in trying to throw it, he just pops the ball out. Now, again, if you felt like you needed to find a positive, Caleb is doing a really good job recovering his own fumbles. He seems practiced at it. But that's kind of small potatoes compared to like how often he's fumbling. Oh, we need the right coach. But first, we need to fire our coach, unfortunately. Looks left, rolls back right, gets the mailbox, fires it. I mean, Eric, in all seriousness, we all know that the only way the Pats win this game is 13-10, right? That's 2 field goals and a defensive touchdown. Like, could it be any other way? Could it be any other way? You tell me. Uh. You get a few of these with Caleb where it feels like he and his receivers don't have a full like season's worth of chemistry. This receiver wants to run over here, but uh, they but also Caleb wants him to sit down. Ball just whizzes past. It's stuff like this though. Like look at the mustard that Williams puts on this with a lean. Dude can just spit the ball. Let me see. I think this is a big play. Oh yeah. It's this one. That's nice. It does end up being a big play. But Fields could do this. All right. Step up, step out, loft the ball. But it's the whole package. I'm really excited about what Drake May could be. Much more prototypical. But I am A-okay getting away from prototypical. I am. If it means getting a talent like this. You get this guy, Malik Neighbors, to go with DJ Moore or any sick receiver, really. And man, Ben, I don't even know if that's totally fair. Because, like, a guy like May has some absolutely nasty, nasty throws. Like, really good throws. How does he get this ball around them? You'd swear it's curving. What? For me, Mario, I am going to assume that if the Bears pass on Caleb, it'll be because Caleb's just a POS. I mean, I would be shocked. To me, there's a gap. Watching tape always reminds me that it's like I think May is an awesome football thrower. I think the NFL is more ready for Fields. If I needed to win a game, I would rather or like I would bet on Caleb to win it for me, given a team to do it with. I think that there's some more offense things, I guess, that you can do for sure. It's not like every play with Caleb's going to be pretty, but you'd swear, okay, oh, Mario, or no, it's Ben. Ben in particular. This may speak to you. Is Caleb on time here? No, he's a hitch late, but he does throw the ball. If he's going to throw his pick, it'll be because he threw it anyways. And we're off target too, which doesn't help anything. Just starting to play a little wild. But he's going to try. There's something really nice about that. There he goes. And he's in. There's another fumble, by the way. This one Cal gets. Sometimes it's just bad protection. Sometimes it's sometimes it's because he's being a doofus. The fumbles are absolutely his turnover vice. See ya. Right? That's how I feel, Zach. Not to mention he throws the ball on time enough to make you feel like the late ones he's just late on. Right? And there's point number 50. Probably, Cody. Well, it's another it's another stream, and it's another trip to 2 in the morning. So thank you all 77 of you who sat with me. If you enjoyed this, leave a like. If you didn't, leave me a DM about what you didn't like. Uh, I like to hope. Yeah, let me know if this was fun and informative for you. I bet a lot of you felt like it was, but all the same, my hope is that especially if this can stay up, for crying out loud, that MH, exactly like you're talking about, that you guys get to see the tape, right? That now you, Hogue, and everybody else in this stream, you've watched Caleb Williams all 22, and a lot of other people haven't. So if and when you say, I love Drake May, you know what you're or like you know why you're pushing it, which I think is cool. Um, but I think it's fun. If nothing else, it should make like I'm really curious to see how I'm gonna feel watching the Lions game on Sunday, just because the more I keep deluging myself and dunking myself in Caleb Williams and Drake May, the more I see the Fields throws that I want him to hit like May hits them, and I see the Fields create plays that I want him to find a throw like Williams does, and I start to tear apart at the seams, right? But that's the thing. Like it in what? In Soldier? Is it really? Who does crazy weather favor? That's a good question. I don't know. But so whatever it is, I I was about to say, Mario, like um we'll see what happens. Me personally, you've heard it before. I feel obligated to say it again. I am cheering for anything that the Bears can do to probably change coaches, for better or for worse. I think that there's so much opportunity right now. I think that building the roster, or that I think that pushing the roster towards a really good, um, like I think pushing the roster in the direction of a new offensive coach could be a huge positive for this team. But we'll get there when we get there. For now, everybody, go get some sleep. It was a good Monday night. Glad you guys got to be here. Bear down, and thanks so much for bearing with